he would certainly support those kinds of efforts. As General Saeed briefed to you, and as we discovered when again the two combatant commanders took a look at General Saeed's report.
Yeah. Good morning, and thank you for streaming live now from Fox. We are continuing to cover the recovery effort in Kentucky, Arkansas, Tennessee, Illinois, and Missouri as efforts to search for the missing continues, and unfortunately, the death toll continues to rise, especially in the state of Kentucky, in areas hardest hit by the tornado outbreak that tore through on Friday night. We do want to give you the latest from Fox's own Carolyn Shively. She has an update for us this morning.
The death toll has jumped once again here in Kentucky, and the governor says it could be more than a week before we have the final count.
The good Lord saved us. It was a terrible thing to go through.
Heartache is sweeping the heartland after this weekend's deadly tornadoes crippled communities across 6 states, especially in western Kentucky, where more than 100 people are unaccounted for as of Monday. The state's governor says he expects the number of missing to rise as search crews continue combing through massive piles of debris.
Lost some neighbors in the earth somewhere, and they're still trying to find people.
But with winter temperatures plummeting in the bluegrass state and thousands without electricity, heat, and water, the race is on to get people into shelters. Still, as countless return to where their homes once stood to salvage what they can, police in several counties are responding to reports of looting.
Trash that are breaking into people's houses and stealing their belongings after they just lost everything.
Meanwhile, emergency teams investigating a Mayfield, Kentucky candle factory for any human remains now sharing positive news.
We've had human interaction with all of the debris on the site with canines. We have a high level of confidence there is nobody in this building. There's no one left in this building.
Dozens of employees were working at the facility when it was flattened by one of the twisters. President Biden is scheduled to visit the state on Wednesday. In Mayfield, Kentucky, I'm Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And it's just heartbreaking to continue to see people who have lost everything in these storms as they continue to try to rebuild their lives. We do want to take our coverage to another part of Kentucky that was badly affected by all of this, Dawson Springs. Let's get a report from there next.
This used to be someone's front porch. You walk up the steps only to find a home that is no longer here. Personal belongings scattered everywhere, trees snapped in the background. This type of devastation is all over Dawson Springs. A slow, steady flight over endless devastation in Dawson Springs, Kentucky might look gut-wrenching.
Hearing it coming up the street, the roar was just unimaginable.
But it is so much worse. 75% of the city is gone. You can see homes obliterated, debris everywhere, cars on top of each other, even a refrigerator in a tree.
I hope and pray a lot of people are okay.
But under it all, there are memories, prized possessions, loss, and a way of life that will never be the same.
We just got in here when he heard it coming down the street.
Jean Kimmel has lived in this community since 1995.
My wife was right here, and I was over here. And then the storm came, and that was the first thing to go, the roof. And then that part of the house went, glass shattered, and this is We were trapped under the sheetrock.
He was rescued 30 minutes later, feeling lucky to be alive.
I know I've lost some neighbors and they're hurt somewhere, and they're still trying to find people.
City officials tell us about 100 people are still missing and 13 people are confirmed dead. Rescue workers and canine teams spent the weekend searching through the debris.
It's really bad.
With so much to clean up, the reality of what has happened takes a while to sink in.
I've never witnessed anything like this.
And then it does.
It's really bad.
Making matters even worse, the police department is investigating about 10 to 20 cases of looting in these homes.
Trash that are breaking into people's houses and stealing their belongings after they just lost everything.
What Dawson Springs needs most right now is something money can't buy.
Best thing that anybody can do right now is to pray for all of these individuals and all the families that have been touched by this horrible situation.
And that simple act of sending up a prayer is what Kimmel credits to saving his life and his family's.
The good Lord saved us. It was a terrible thing to go through. It was just awful. But we survived it, and I hope a lot of my neighbors did too.
Officials are still urging people to stay away from this community, but if you would like to help, we have that information on how to do so on our website, WDRB.com. In Dawson Springs, Fallon Glick, WDRB News.
And our thanks to Fallon Glick for that report for us this morning. We do want to check in with Fox's own reporter Austin Westfall. He visited that Amazon facility that was partially collapsed by the severe weather yesterday. We know several people died. When that happened, about 45 to 50 people escaped that night when that Amazon facility fulfillment center was hit by the storm and its roof came down over about half of the building. So let's check in with Austin for the latest.
This building behind me is about the size of 23 football fields, but now almost half of it is gone because of that tornado. 6 people went to work on Friday night, and they never returned home.
It's unbelievable. It's like a war zone, like a bomb went off.
Stephen Foley is a driver for Amazon and was working the night of the storm. He says he's lucky to be alive because he was out driving when the storm hit.
I could have been here 25 minutes before. I would have been inside the building.
Honestly, I'm just worried about my friend right now, though. It's insane. Nothing like this, honestly, has ever happened to me.
Emily Epperson also works at the warehouse but was not on shift that night. At the time of speaking with her on Saturday, she was looking for her friend, who was later confirmed as one of the dead.
I just came here because I want to know something. The unknown is really, it sucks.
To those who experienced home damage, we will pursue all available resources to help you recover.
Amazon says 46 people were in the building at the time. 7 were on the south side, which is where the 6 deaths and 1 injury happened. 39 others were on the north side of the building, and they're safe. The company says the part of the warehouse that was destroyed was partially used as a parking area. Dozens of mangled cars were seen being trucked away on Sunday.
We're going to do everything we can to assist those families through this.
Amazon says it donated $1 million to the Edwardsville Community Foundation and will also work to provide assistance to the families of those affected.
It's just unbelievable that you would think something like this would happen close to home.
Today, Governor Pritzker was asked why there were no basement shelters in this Amazon warehouse. He says building codes require that warehouses like this do not have basements because there's a risk of flooding. Here in Edwardsville, Illinois, Austin Westfall, Fox News.
And we have learned this morning that President Joe Biden will be visiting Kentucky on Wednesday. We will hear more from the president a little bit later in our broadcast here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We do want to bring you a story now, though, back in Kentucky, with also some implications in Washington, D.C. as well, because as we've been reporting, of course, there's a lot of need for federal relief in the states most affected. And now it seems that one senator calling for relief, his voting record as it pertains to past relief efforts and funding has been called into question. So let's get more from our Fox correspondents on that.
Hopefully this is a time when sort of politics don't enter into it.
As Kentucky Senator Rand Paul requested federal disaster aid for his state reeling from Friday's deadly tornadoes, the left called him a hypocrite for rejecting several major disaster relief bills in the past for other states.
I simply ask that we take it from some spending item that seems to be less pressing.
Democrat Representative Eric Swalwell tweeting lawmakers should do all they can to help Kentucky residents, but added, do not for 1 second forget that Rand Paul has voted against helping most Americans most times they're in need. Paul responded today by saying, with our dead not yet buried, it is not the time or place to debate the left's political agenda. Meanwhile, others are blaming the tragedy on climate change. Actor Mark Ruffalo tweeting, this is what hashtag climate catastrophe looks like. It's only going to get worse from here. While FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell fired off this stark warning.
This is going to be our new normal, and the effects that we're seeing from climate change are the crisis of our generation.
Even the president pulled it into the conversation over the weekend, tasking the EPA to investigate.
The intensity of the weather across the board has some impact as a consequence of the warming of the planet and the climate change. The specific impact on these specific storms, I can't say at this point.
Only to caution the country not to jump to conclusions today.
We can't say with absolute certainty that it was because of climate change.
Politics aside, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell thanking DHS and FEMA today for their work on the ground.
This is the worst storm to hit Kentucky in my lifetime.
And Fox has learned that there is plenty of federal aid to help those victims right now, but this recovery process could go on for several months. So if Congress needs to approve more cash, they may try to tack it on to the next bill to fund the government. That happens in February, and that's when we could see some partisan push and pull on how much. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And speaking of that recovery effort, we did hear from FEMA officials yesterday to give a briefing there in Mayfield, Kentucky, about what their efforts are and what they will become in the coming days, weeks, and months, of course, as the cleanup continues. We'll hear more from them when we return after a very quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Yeah. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover the recovery effort in Kentucky and Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, and all of the regions affected by the severe weather that tore through the Midwest on Friday night. We do want to bring you the latest from FEMA officials. They spoke to the public yesterday afternoon to brief about their ongoing efforts there on the ground in Mayfield, Kentucky. Let's listen in.
Particularly in today with crane operations, we're moving steel structures from the roof to help create those void spaces. So today is a very dangerous operation because we're moving steel. As we move steel, we certainly don't want people in the harm's way, so we're watching very carefully. Today's actual operation is considered slow to us, and that was mentioned before, because we have to very methodically rig the pieces of steel, cut the steel, and then move them away. And then as we move those away and they create additional void spaces, then we put canines into that section to help locate any victims or casualties that still may be living inside that building with those numbers that are still unaccounted for.
And we're, like I mentioned earlier, we're not just, we've got so many responders that have come to this site. We're not just looking at this building, buildings behind me, buildings behind you, this entire field. We're completely trying to eliminate the possibility for victims being in any of those locations.
When was the last time that you made a rescue of someone who was alive?
It was in the initial response with Chief French's operations.
What are the chances you'll find somebody alive at this point?
We don't know that right now.
How many
Calling
people?
it search and rescue.
Yes, we are. That's correct.
How many people for sure were here when it happened? Do we know
that's
yet?
something that the company will have to answer in a later press conference.
It's emotional just covering this. I can't imagine what it's like being over there and searching for people. What's it been like for your workers, for your people?
Well, our initial response, to reiterate on what they were talking about earlier, one of the biggest issues was accessibility. It took some time to get here just because of the down power lines, trees, debris on the roadways. And then once we got here and started working, there was a difficult task at organizing the response and keeping accountability for the workers that were here. We wanted to concentrate our efforts with our best resources. We were very limited on resources initially. We're a small rural department, so we're very limited on some of our resources. So we were trying to concentrate those efforts into the areas where we knew we had people. And then, like I said, the accountability. There were so many people wanting to help that it was hard to rein that in and try to organize that and put that in an efficient working force. So,
how are your people holding up? Have they at least been able to have a break, go spend time with family?
So our initial response put most of our responders into working about 40 plus hours at once. Thankfully, we got the overwhelming response from the state and local areas, local EMS services like Mercy Regional out of Murray, and with the help from Paducah, some of their leadership on scene, we began to backfill initially our department so that they could rotate off and get some rest and food and hydration and change of clothes, something dry to put on. So that's where all of that we were stretched so thin and barely holding on, and then these guys just backfilled and have made it.
That's one of the things that we wanted to do initially, was come in and relieve them, so that this is just a small piece of what happened here. So and as far as our people, we're rotating on 12-hour shifts, so we do 12 hours on and 12 hours off.
12 hours on, 12 hours off. How many at a time?
It's about 100 responders on site at a time. Some of that gets scaled back at night just due to some of the safety issues that we have after dark.
How long will this take, do you think? I mean, I know it's probably really hard to gauge, but just looking and given your experience, how long does something like this take?
Probably not the right answer, but as long as it takes. We'll be here. We've committed to the local emergency operations center that the group that's standing before you will take care of this site until it's done.
Sir, you described this as kind of slow for you today, but now once you get those large pieces of steel cut out and removed, how fast will the process pick up searching those other voids that are being created?
Well, canines can transfer covers structural rubble fairly quickly. It's harder for us as humans to walk across it, but for canines, they can get down into those void spaces and cover a lot of ground very quickly. The slow part is to remove the roof section that completely covered the production area of the candle factory. So if there was workers still in that area, that is our goal today, is try and make sure that those that are still unaccounted for, if they were here in the building, that we can recover them, and hopefully we can still find some of them.
So give us an update on how many people are still looking for and rescuing relief efforts.
We're not releasing that number yet because we're searching every possibility before we release that.
Two more questions, folks. Two more.
You all have worked probably a lot of disasters. How does this compare?
This is the worst thing I've seen. I mean, the task force teams, the FEMA task force teams, they do this a lot more than we do.
We keep getting questions about that in particular. Indiana just responded to Surfside to the Champlain Tower collapse. We were down in Hurricane Ida in Louisiana. This is very reminiscent of Henryville for us, where you had an EF4 or EF5 tornado hit southern Indiana years ago that had a direct impact to a school. So the significant damage, and as we've said here, this is just a small portion of what has occurred in the state of Kentucky. There are multiple counties that have been affected by this storm, and as we travel to and from the work site, because we're staying outside of the impacted areas, we are coming across other paths of other touchdowns of tornadoes, and so the National Weather Service is still investigating the number of tornadoes that actually occurred and spun off in this one storm cell. But the destruction of the number of buildings is immense, and so right here is our focus, but there's other federal USAR teams, Ohio Task Force 1, Tennessee Task Force 1, and Missouri Task Force 1 all came in this morning.
All right, getting a little bit difficult to hear there. We've been listening into those FEMA officials briefing the press and the public about their ongoing recovery efforts there on the ground in Mayfield, Kentucky. Obviously, those officials there from FEMA saying that this is the worst damage they've ever seen from a storm, and certainly they have seen a lot of storm damage in their careers. We are going to head to another quick break. When we return, we will have some other top stories for you, but of course, we will continue to come back to our continuing coverage of the ongoing efforts there in the Midwest. But we'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for streaming us this Tuesday morning. We wanted to give you a look out over the United States, just to give you a look at all the temperatures there on our Live Now radar as we continue to report for you our top stories this morning. All right, back live with you now and continuing our news coverage this morning. Former President Donald Trump's former chief of staff is facing contempt charges by the House panel investigating the January 6th Capitol insurrection. During a committee meeting on Monday, lawmakers revealed frantic texts that Mark Meadows received that day. The texts provided by Meadows before he stopped cooperating with the committee showed that members of Congress, Fox News anchors, and even President Donald Trump's own son were urging Meadows to push Trump to act quickly to stop the siege by his supporters. Republican Representative Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the panel's vice chairwoman, detailed the text obtained by the committee as the panel voted to recommend the contempt charges against Meadows, who did not show up for a deposition last week after his lawyer said that he would stop cooperating with the committee there. The panel voted 9-0 to recommend the contempt charges. The House is expected to vote Tuesday to refer the charges to the Justice Department, which will decide whether to prosecute the former Republican congressman. Cheney said the text showed Trump's supreme dereliction, quote, as he refused to strongly condemn the violence of his supporters and also raised questions about whether he sought to obstruct the congressional certification through inaction. And also this morning, we do want to talk about the latest on the coronavirus pandemic. As we reported yesterday, states are monitoring surges in cases after the Thanksgiving holiday. We do want to bring you the latest from our news partners at Fox 2 in Detroit, reporting on what is being known now as a COVID-19 hotspot in their area. Let's take a look at their coverage.
This week, our state has reached a record high when it comes to the number of hospitalized COVID cases, the highest number since the very beginning of the pandemic. This, according to University of Michigan Health and Michigan Medicine.
At Michigan Medicine, we are continuing to cancel surgeries because we just don't have the beds. This week alone, we've canceled more than 40 cases. These are heartbreaking decisions.
COVID cases overrunning the hospitals. The overwhelming majority of those patients are not vaccinated. In addition, doctors at U of M say every single patient on a ventilator has not gotten their shots.
Vaccination is the only way out of this pandemic. And the unvaccinated are not just risking your own lives or those of your loved ones from COVID-19. You're risking the lives of others who may die of preventable diseases, who can't get their needed health care.
With Christmas just 2.5 weeks away, medical experts are particularly concerned.
We want you to be careful if you're gathering with your family during this holiday season. You should ask your family and friends if they've been vaccinated, and if they haven't, they should wear a mask as our first line of protection.
And I'll say that large gatherings are a problem, but small gatherings are a problem too if it's among unvaccinated people who aren't wearing masks in an indoor space where there's not good ventilation.
And if you're in need of life-saving medical care,
although our emergency department is crowded, please don't stay home if you have an emergency. Come to the hospital to get emergency care if you have symptoms like chest or abdominal pain, stroke symptoms, or trouble breathing.
Camila Mary, Fox 2 News.
Help has arrived.
Today is our day one. We're going to be here for about 30 days.
Friday marked the first day military medical workers are on the job at Beaumont Hospital in Dearborn.
14 critical care nurses, 2 respiratory therapists, and 4 physicians, which we are incredibly grateful to both FEMA, the Department of Defense, and the U.S. Army, as well as the governor's office.
The help comes as Beaumont system-wide has about 600 COVID patients, and Michigan's number of adults being hospitalized with confirmed COVID-19 reached a new pandemic high this week. These COVID cases, combined with other medical cases, has put a lot of stress on hospitals like Beaumont and Dearborn.
The hospitals are themselves, both the emergency rooms and the medical surgical units and the intensive care units across the system are at or near capacity.
But the Army's COVID-19 hospital support team will work to alleviate this pressure.
Generally, our team will be assisting in the ICU and in the emergency department to reduce patient ratios and certainly to provide better care.
Gives our team some of a break, but also gives us greater capacity to deal with some of those really critical ill patients.
The help also arrives at a time when hospital systems say that violence linked to frustration and other stressors is on the rise in hospitals.
And we have seen an increase of violence. We have a whole campaign against it with rules as visitors and patients walk into the building.
Lieutenant Colonel Doria believes that more hospital systems in Michigan could soon be in line to receive assistance from the Department of Defense. But medical professionals believe the best way to alleviate the stress on healthcare systems is for people to get vaccinated.
About 78% of our patients in the ICUs remain unvaccinated. And of those, 81% of the patients in the ICU who are unvaccinated are on ventilators. So we're dealing with a really serious situation.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
All right, switching gears now. As we know, a recent Supreme Court ruling came down about a Texas law banning most abortions and saying that that law can remain in place. Now, the governor in California has modeled new gun legislation after that Texas abortion law. So our news partners over at Fox in Los Angeles are kind of breaking all of this down, getting some analysis over it. So we want to bring that to you now.
So the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled a Texas law banning most abortions can remain in place. Now, the governor of our state, Governor Newsom, is calling for gun control modeled on that Texas abortion law. Don't worry, we called in some help. Erwin Chemerinsky is a familiar face to you. He is the dean of the UC Berkeley School of Law, and he was so kind to join us because, Professor, I thought this is something that I think most we're not legal minds. You hear this and you think, okay, I think I understand it, I get it, but why don't you walk us through the significance of this decision from the Supreme Court on abortion in Texas? Lay it out in layman's terms for us.
The Texas law, as you said, prohibits abortions after the 6th week of pregnancy. Roe versus Wade says that women have the right to abortion until viability, the 24th week of pregnancy. So the Texas law is clearly unconstitutional. But the Texas law is unusual in that it's not enforced by the Attorney General or by district attorneys or by any state officials. It's enforced by allowing suits against doctors or those who aid abet abortions and for a $10,000 recovery. And the Supreme Court on Friday said, so long as no state officials play a role in enforcing the law, none can be sued for an injunction to stop the enforcement of the law.
So what effect does that have? And what does it signal for Roe versus Wade?
Well, first, what it means is that the only way to challenge the law is for a doctor or health professional to violate it, be sued, and then as a defense to the suit, argue it's unconstitutional. But if no doctor is willing to risk violating the law, there'll be no occasion for challenging it. I think second, what it suggests is, and we saw this 2 weeks ago in an argument in the Supreme Court, there are at least 5 and maybe 6 justices to overrule Roe versus Wade. That case that was argued on December 1st will be decided probably in June of 2022.
Okay, you wrote an op-ed recently calling this decision deeply disturbing. Can you briefly tell us why?
What the Supreme Court did on Friday is set out a roadmap for states to adopt laws that violate the Constitution and immunize them from challenge. What if, say, a conservative state wants to adopt a law that says that anyone who performs a same-sex wedding can be sued for $1 million? No state officials play a role in enforcing the law, so none could be sued. And of course, that's the basis for Gavin Newsom's proposal just a couple of days ago to create civil liability for those who make assault weapons or parts for ghost guns.
So do you think he'll be successful at pivoting now to the conversation here in California, using that Texas abortion model to model gun control efforts here in the States? Do you think he will be successful?
I think the key is whether he can get the California legislature to adopt it. But there's a key difference from what Governor Newsom proposes and the Texas law.
Okay.
Governor Newsom is creating civil liability for things where there's not a constitutional right. No one has a constitutional right to have an assault weapon or parts for ghost guns. Texas was creating civil liability for exercising a constitutional right, having or performing or aiding and abetting an abortion. So I think the Newsom law is much more clearly constitutional than the Texas one, but I don't know that the legislature will actually adopt it.
This is exactly why we called you. We wanted to have someone who can really explain in our terms the constitutionality of all of what is going on. There have been so many moves in the last while. Erwin, it's always a delight. Professor, thank you so much for making time for us today. We wish you the very best of the holiday season.
You too. Always truly my pleasure.
Oh, I don't know. I think I get some delight out of this as well. Nice to see you, Professor.
Thank you.
So the U.S. Supreme Court has
back live with us, and of course we want to remind you that we will be continuing our coverage here of the recovery efforts in the Midwest states affected by the severe storms that tore through on Friday. Coming up very soon, we will check in with a Fox News correspondent that's on the ground in Mayfield, Kentucky, and we will check in with him in just a moment. But for now, a quick break for us here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We've been showing you images from Mayfield, Kentucky. Of course, the recovery effort continues there today and will continue there for a very long time. We do want to check in with Fox correspondent Rick Reichmuth now. Rick's there live on the ground. Rick, what can you tell us about what you're seeing there this morning?
Yeah, so, it's amazing, Matt. The storm was Friday night into Saturday morning, and here we are on Tuesday. A lot of work is being done trying to get power restored to the town. That said, still hasn't happened yet. And one of the problems they're facing, behind me right here, is a water tower for Mayfield. You can see the word Mayfield on there, and this massive water tower collapsed. There, I can tell you, are puddles, big puddles of water back here because of all the water that was in that tower as it crashed. Imagine one of the ways that you get water into a town from this water tower. Now that gone along with the electricity. So this process is going to take so long for this community. That said, they're certainly making some progress. Roads are fully cleared. They're pushing the debris back a little bit further to be able to get some of the bigger trucks that need to get in here to be able to get electricity brought back into this town. And now for people to be able to, mostly I think the sorting through their stuff is kind of done. Now it's beginning to put into piles so they can start to come in and remove all of that debris. So much work here. Obviously, still, there are people missing in the state of Kentucky, 76 confirmed fatalities as of last night, according to the governor of Kentucky, Governor Bashar. And tomorrow, President Biden is going to be coming here to tour this area to get a sense firsthand of the damage here. Obviously, he's already authorized emergency funds, which is great news for the state of Kentucky. Now, one of the efforts that's going on is from the local National Weather Service offices that are going out and investigating this storm. The Paducah, Kentucky Weather Service office has investigated this, at least the area that is under their jurisdiction, and seen at least 128 miles of continuous path of this tornado. That's just from their office. They're continuing to do that work to the southwest of here, across parts of Arkansas and into Missouri as well. So eventually we'll get an idea of just how long this tornado was on the ground for, but at least we know for sure 128 miles from the Paducah office that they have confirmed that. They have not determined how strong the tornado was. That's going to take quite a while because it's such a big area that they're surveying, so we'll be patient with that. Meanwhile, towns all along this path are still in this process of sorting through and then beginning to make plans of what you do. A town like Mayfield, where the tornado cut through the downtown of Mayfield, the old historic downtown, almost every one of those buildings demolished. The town will have some really tough decisions on what you do and how you rebuild. Matt?
Absolutely. We've been hearing that from people who live there, saying that how do you fix something? There's nothing here to really fix. I mean, can you kind of give us a sense from different disasters that you've covered over the years compared to this, what you're seeing there?
Yeah, I was thinking a bit about that. There's a number of tornadoes that have really changed towns that have happened here in America. So I think of Joplin, Missouri, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Moore, Oklahoma, Greensburg, Kansas, some towns that were completely altered. And I was thinking just the other day of how it would be good, and I would imagine there's going to be support coming from those towns, mayors, governors of those areas to come in and help and say, hey, here's one of the things you can do to rebuild a city. So, there is some experience out there because of these. I will tell you, I think specifically of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, I showed up to that damage about an hour after that tornado went through, and it was a massive tornado. It was an EF4 that did such incredible damage. This, a much smaller town, a town of about 10,000 people here, but the damage looks very, very similar. Maybe just a little bit less of it because it's not as compact of a town, but a 10,000 person town where your entire infrastructure is largely gone, and certainly your downtown, the churches, your pharmacies, your banks, completely wiped out, the post office as well. Those are some of the infrastructure of a town that we rely on, and now all of those gone, and that's one of the things that'll make this so difficult.
Yeah, just heartbreaking. Rick, thank you so much for joining us on Live Now this morning.
You bet.
All right, thanks. And with that, we will go on a quick break. We'll be right back in just a moment. Thank you very much, Rick. We appreciate it.
Start with new information or updated information on this devastating tornado that is.
Welcome back to Live Now from
Correct.
Fox. We do want to bring you the latest comments from Governor Andy Beshear. You can see here he gave this update yesterday, late yesterday, and really comprehensive it is on all of the efforts going on in the state of Kentucky, including that the governor has launched a relief effort there. So let's listen in to a large portion of this press conference that happened yesterday.
One additional one in Graves since this morning. Looks like 4 additional in Hopkins, and this is one we are checking right now. I had 14. Emergency management came back with 17. I hope that the 14 is right. 3 additional in Warren County, and 1 here in Franklin County, where an individual actually coming to work at this very complex that we're broadcasting from was pushed off the road in the storm and lost his life. I've tried to reach out to his spouse who works for us here in state government, and we are so sorry for their loss. Again, we expect that this death toll will continue to grow. 109 Kentuckians now unaccounted for, but as I look at this broken down by county, it's way more people unaccounted for than this. 81 of these are in Hopkins County alone, 22 in Warren. It says 5 in Graves, and that can't be right. There are more people than that that we've got to identify and find, hopefully safe in Graves County. Again, because we have multiple of our towns in rubble, finding the numbers are going to move a little bit, and we're going to do the best we can to give you the most accurate information we can. Yesterday, we received that major declaration from the federal government, the fastest in our history. We are very grateful, and we've now asked for additional counties to be added, both for public assistance. These are roads and government buildings and public infrastructure. That's the public assistance program, as well as individual assistance, people who've lost their homes. The extra counties that we have asked for on public assistance include Boyle, Breckenridge, Bullitt, Casey, Christian, Edmondson, Grayson, Greene, Hardin, Hart, Hickman, Livingston, Logan, Lyon, Marion, Monroe, Ohio, Shelby, Spencer, and Todd. Those are the same counties we've asked for the individual assistance as well. That is how widespread the damage from this event is when what I think will be an F4 and F5 tornado touches down and stays on the ground for 200 straight miles in a state with 120 counties. You have this many counties that have damage and this many counties that need help. Our National Guard, we have augmented our forces that are assisting with recovery. Now 448 guardsmen in the field. And of those, at least 95 are doing a fatality search and working in these communities to look for missing Kentuckians. And their search is one where we hope they don't find them. We hope somebody connects to them, and they're out there, and we just don't know where they are yet. Maybe they don't have self-service. 55 guardsmen are providing logistics support to the state logistics support area, and 3 National Guard chaplains are providing spiritual help to soldiers and civilians in the affected communities. The new requests that we're getting, or increased requests, are for MPs. That's needed help on the law enforcement side, and then on the engineering side as well. FEMA, just to go over a little bit of their response. Their priorities are to support life-saving and life-sustaining action. They're working with all of us, every level of government in the declared counties. So 2 FEMA incident management assistance teams have been working with us since Saturday. They are also sending disaster housing experts to work with our teams in the field where we are hit the hardest. 4 urban search and rescue teams, including canine detection search teams in towns that these are cadaver dogs that we never thought that we'd need them in. They're in Mayfield and others to assist in local response. An additional 10-person team is relocating from Frankfort to Mayfield. An incident support base was established at Fort Campbell to rapidly deploy personnel and supplies, and they include 61 generators, 74,000 meals, 135,000 liters of water, cots, blankets, infant toddler kits, pandemic shelter kits. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, temporary power and critical public facility staff are helping as well. Mobile emergency response support personnel is in Kentucky, including 2 mobile emergency operation vehicles with emergency communication capabilities. Staging teams, housing inspectors, damage assessment, and volunteer agency liaison staff are staged and ready to deploy. That means real soon they're going to be walking around in what were neighborhoods, talking with families, recording the damage, and working on processing their claim, giving them their claim number. This is, again, the fastest we've ever seen. 8 shelters remain open in Kentucky now. Salvation Army is serving meals and providing emotional support. I want to talk just a minute about staying safe while you are cleaning up. As you begin cleaning up, take photos, make a list of your damaged property. This is going to be really important for claiming public assistance. You need to document everything you possibly can. Survivors who cannot stay in their homes, we are taking in to state parks. I will give the update on that. Do not touch power lines. These are all things that our people know. Stay safe while you're cleaning up. Couple additional points for outside donations for things like food, supplies, etc. If you're doing that for Graves County, the contact is Graves County Emergency Management. That is 270-727-5114. Volunteer sign up. Do we have the website? There you go. This is from the Graves County Emergency Management. Please, if you want to volunteer, go through here. One of the challenges, and it's a wonderful challenge for us to have, is so many people want to help. It's overwhelming many of our first responders who need to be out doing other things. This will significantly help. Please be patient. There's a lot of people who want to help. Paducah Police Department has volunteered to accept food and supplies as well to help out Graves County. Their number is 270-444-8590. Physical address, 1400 Broadway, Paducah, Kentucky, 42003. Okay, and this one is really important. Again, we are working on verifying the information from the candle factory that right now would only have 8 confirmed dead, which is Christmas miracle we hope for, but we have to make sure it's accurate. So all of the employees from the Mayfield Consumer Products Candle Factory, we need them to go and to check in at His House Ministries Church at 1250 KY 303 right there in Mayfield. We just want to see you, make sure you're okay, and verify that information. I believe the phone number we have now, which was wrong earlier, again, we're just doing the best we can on short notice, is 888-880-8620 if your transportation is unavailable. So if you are an employee of that facility, either go to His House Ministries at 1250 KY 303 there in Mayfield, or call 888-880-8620. That number is solely for these folks. Don't call trying to find out information on it. We need to know these people are alive and safe. Kentucky State Police continues doing hundreds of welfare checks along with local law enforcement and working with the chief medical officer to assist with victim identification. Update from our Cabinet of Health and Family Services. Graves County Senior Center and Western Kentucky Allied Service Building, that's the Community Action Building, have been damaged so extensively, there's no way they can prepare meals for seniors. That's how mean this weather event was. But also shows how incredible our people are. So we sounded the alarm, and within 20 minutes, over 2,300 shelf-stable meals were committed. These meals are being transported from senior centers in Breckenridge, Nelson, and Fayette counties to 300 homebound seniors in Graves County that are fortunate enough to still have a home by way of community action staff. Further work is underway to secure additional meals. You know, in the midst of this pandemic, we were able to eliminate our waiting list. Every senior who was hungry, we were getting a meal to, and then this comes through and destroys the place that you prepare them. But others have stepped up, are helping us to provide that service. Kentucky State Parks, we are offering minimum 2-week stays to those that don't have a place to call their own at the moment. I want to provide room availability as of 1 p.m. today. Kentucky Dam Village, there are still 30 rooms available for families. Ken Lake State Resort Park, 58 rooms available. And we also have hookup outlets that can be used for washers and dryers, and we will accept donations of those to help people out. And the park will accept donations to help the people that they are helping out. The First Lady, in just a little bit, is going to have some good news with our state parks, where we're going to try to lift up the people staying there. Lake Barkley, we are awaiting electricity to be restored. When that happens, we'll open up 56 additional rooms. But even with the lights not going, the park hosted a blood drive today. So thank you. Barron River has 30 rooms available. John James has 1 cottage available. Penny Ryle is full. That's right near Dawson. So that WPA project is where my grandparents met. Then the Rough River Dam State Resort Park, 47 rooms available. Again, families who are in need of emergency housing should contact their local emergency management office to request lodging. But hey, if you show up there and you need help, they ought to help you call your local emergency management folks from the park. Volunteers are needed at Ken Lake, Kentucky Dam Village, Rough River Dam, and Lake Barkley State Parks. And I know our folks are watching. It says walk-ins are not accepted. It's not okay. If somebody walks in, call emergency management with them and work through it. Do not turn anybody away at any of our state parks. Let's work to confirm that they need our help. Make sure that they are in a warm place and that they are fed while it's going on. And we're not going to not accept people that need help. Many of our agriculture operations reside in Western Kentucky and were impacted by the historic tornadoes that devastated the area. We're already working with many of them, dead livestock, major operations, helping to remove the carcasses and ultimately provide the support that's necessary. To do that, I've created an agriculture working group. The working group will work with my office, the executive branch, and any other entities deemed necessary. We've been in constant communication with the people in this working group the past 48 hours, and we remain dedicated to addressing the needs of so many farmers in that area. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Dossett for his update, and then we're going to get uplifted by the First Lady. We're going to make sure our kids don't miss out on their Christmas.
Thank you, Governor. And again, our hearts and prayers go out to the families of the loved ones lost and those who are still missing. So just a brief update. Our power picture improved a bit. We have at this point 26,500. They're still out of power. Again, managing expectations. Some of the large transmission towers, and these are the ones that you saw during the ice storm of 2009. These are the massive metal structures that carry the transmission lines, have buckled. That will take weeks to months to put back up, but that should not impact the large numbers. So I'll go over very briefly counties with excess over 500 customers outage. Graves, Callaway, Marshall, equal about 14,000. Hopkins, 6,500. Christian, 2,000. Hickman, 1,200. Fulton, 900. Todd, 700. Carlisle, about 700. And Caldwell, about the same, 700. So we're moving forward very quickly. You've obviously seen, if you're in the impact area, you've seen many contractors that are over target assisting in the power restoration. If you don't have power, life is not good, and we're doing everything we can. We have approximately 96 or 95% of those lines assessed across the state. Again, 29 transmission lines are down, and those are the large ones. We have no decrease in numbers for telephone poles and power poles that are down. It's 8,000 and only 3 of those large co-ops across the state. So expect a delay in putting the new poles in. That is a very intense labor, and then they have to string the wires. So a little update on the water and sewer systems. Currently out of the impact area, most all of the systems are operating, and that includes 16. 2 of the systems, one in South Hopkins and one in Morton's Gap, are about to come back online. We have provided a generator for that power to power their water system, so that should be fine. James, if you could bring up the one slide, please. And this is a slide that depicts the actual number of tornadoes. So we now have 5 tornadoes identified, and you'll see the confirmed is red, unconfirmed is blue, and the dots happened outside of our state. So the longest track, I believe we're up to an estimated 227 miles. That would be one of the longest in U.S. history, if not the longest. And you can see the track of that. And if you reflect on the counties that the governor read off that were added, we included each and every county that these 5 tornadoes impacted. Now, a lot of the damage is radar indicated. So when we see radar debris fields, we know that something was hit, and it could be only a barn or an outbuilding, or it could have been a commercial building or some homes. It could be a small part of a subdivision. So we've included all of those counties. So we asked for and were and received a presidential declaration, as the governor indicated. This is not just FEMA leaning forward. This is the fastest in our history, and it normally doesn't occur in other states. So thank you to the president, all the way down to Gracious Sheck, our regional administrator. They paved the way, waiting for the governor's declaration to go up there. It was signed very quickly
Nicole,
yesterday. And now we've added on 20 additional counties. Again, I want to manage expectation. The fact that those 20 were sent up to FEMA does not mean we're going to be granted 20. I will tell you in conversations, they're going to assess groups of counties. They can't just turn on approval for 20 counties. So it's a process, and we will keep you updated on the process. But these 5 tornadoes are confirmed by radar. The ones that are unconfirmed, the Weather Service has not finished their survey. And quite frankly, as you've heard the governor state previously, and I'm in belief of this construct.
All right, we've been listening into that latest press conference by Kentucky officials there. Briefing everyone is Michael Gossett, the emergency manager there, talking about the ongoing recovery efforts, giving people the information that they need. We do want to visit now with Fox Weather Zone, Nicole Valdez. She joins us live from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Nicole, what can you tell us about what you're seeing there this morning?
Well, good morning. Another chilly morning here in Bowling Green as we enter day 4 of not just a hope to begin the cleanup here, but as you mentioned, really still a focus on that search and recovery effort. And the damage you see behind me is truly just a glimpse of the extent that exists throughout different portions of this community here. I got to tell you, we've seen the National Guard out here this morning. They're essentially here to try to keep neighborhoods that are this devastated clear and to try to leave city officials with the task at hand today, which is really getting the help that those survivors of this storm truly need, which is the shelter, food, water, and again, warmth, as we're seeing some pretty cold temperatures here. Now, I'm sure you mentioned the Kentucky governor talking about just the devastating number of dead in this state. 74 so far confirmed. We are expecting that number to rise. But of those 74, 15 were killed right here in Bowling Green. 11 of those actually lost their lives just down the road that I'm currently standing on. So this is one of the communities that has seen some of the most destruction and really where a lot of the pain lies. You know, I've had so many conversations throughout the last day or so that we've been here, and it is such an internal battle for survivors to talk about remembering the screams, recalling the ones that they know lost their lives here. You know, in that number we talked about, the 15, there were 7 under the age of 18 who passed away and 2 infants. So we've spoken to so many people here who truly couldn't hold back tears at some points, telling us just how grateful they are that they did make it out alive. But some admitted they almost feel guilty knowing that fact, knowing that other families cannot say the same. Now, yesterday there was a lot of praise and thank that, you know, President Biden did sign that emergency declaration as quickly as he did, hoping that that gets the resources that this community needs here as fast as possible. And the need here is truly great. There are dozens of people that no longer have a home they can live in. So they need that shelter. They need that support. They need to know, you know, what do I need to do next? How do I get through this? Where do I start? And again, the search and recovery mission truly continues. And you'll notice as you walk around communities like this, you'll notice orange X's marked on homes, on cars. And that's the mark of emergency crews, notifying others that they've been there, they've searched for survivors, and they've moved on to the next community. So truly continues to be a heartbreaking scene here when you talk about hundreds of homes lost, at least 100 businesses, so many lives, and still so many unaccounted for.
Right, so many lives lost and so many lives changed forever, Nicole. You know, one thing that we've been hearing from people there in Kentucky, especially from people who've experienced tornadoes before, say they've never experienced anything like this. I'm sure you've heard from people like that.
Well, you heard the governor say himself, the most destructive, devastating, and deadly tornado in Kentucky history. And everyone here will tell you they feel the same. They see this destruction. They talk about how this is not a community that they would have ever imagined would see such devastation. When you look at homes that are just no longer there, I mean, you see the one behind me here, and I truly believe that this one is standing because it's a brick home, but not everyone, you know, across the state or even in Bowling Green is. So the extent of damage is just such a wide range. And when you see cars flipped over, you see them in places that you would have never imagined. You know, the look on the eyes of those who called this home, who remember walking down with their neighbors, you know, around Thanksgiving and knowing that Christmas is less than 2 weeks away. I mean, it's just a pain that's hard to describe for many here. And I think that it's going to take quite a while for them to get through this emotionally, let alone the physical battle to even begin the rebuilding process.
No doubt about that, Nicole. Thank you so much for your reporting and for joining us on Live Now this morning. And with that, we will turn to a quick break. We'll have more on the coronavirus pandemic as we switch gears when we come back.
Thank you. I apologize. I didn't realize you were still going to have me on, so I would have said thank you. I'm sorry about that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The most populated state in the nation is bringing back masks. California is announcing that face masks are required in public places again. That's, of course, because of the uptick in coronavirus cases. We are learning this morning that health officials are scrambling to contain the COVID-19 Omicron variant, which is more contagious, but as we're learning, possibly less deadly than other strains. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary has more from Atlanta for us this morning.
New Omicron variant, but one thing is clear, it is spreading rapidly. More than 24 states have confirmed cases of the new strain, which appears milder but far more transmissible than Delta. And health officials say getting a booster shot is the best way to defend against it. A new study released Monday found 2 vaccine doses do not create enough antibodies to stop most Omicron infections, but the booster shot offered good protection.
There is a worrying drop-off in neutralizing antibodies, and we know that a third dose really boosts immunity very well.
With the emergence of Omicron, new efforts are being put in place to help stop the spread. In Philadelphia, a vaccine mandate for indoor dining was announced Monday. It does not include boosters, but at least 13 colleges are now requiring booster shots for students to attend classes or live on campus, a growing trend that has some worried.
We'd rather have the ability to make our own decisions in a free world.
Also starting Monday, a new mask mandate in New York State for all indoor spaces where vaccines are not required, including schools and businesses. Most business owners we talk to say they're ready to adjust to the new rules, but some customers say it's one mandate too many.
It's not difficult to do that for me. Personally.
I'm kind of over it by now. Like, we did it for like a whole year and some change. I'm kind of over it.
And the nationwide vaccine mandates for healthcare workers and private businesses remain on hold after being blocked by federal judges. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seary, Fox News.
And no doubt we will be hearing about new precautions and guidelines as the days come and more cases are confirmed. We will also be talking to a doctor later on in the hour on Live Now from Fox, so we'll be getting some fresh perspective on the Omicron variant as well. For now, though, we do want to switch gears a bit, of course, as inflation issues continue to be a concern. Let's get our latest Fox Means Business report this morning.
We'll call it a not-so-new year. According to a new survey from the wellness company Medifast, 44% of adults are planning to make a New Year's resolution for 2022. That's down a bit from last year. And get this, turns out only around 10% of people actually stick with their resolutions. Meantime, drivers starting to see prices stabilize at the pump. The national average for regular unleaded down slightly over the weekend. A gallon now at $3.33, still around $1.15 higher than this time last year, but we are trending lower, at least for the moment, so we'll see. To Wall Street and a rough start to the week for your money. The Dow losing 320 points on Monday. And apparently no good deed goes unpunished, according to a new report from personal finance website Bankrate.com. More than 4 out of 10 people who provide some financial assistance to a relative or a friend experience negative consequences. That includes losing money or damaging the relationship. So be careful. That's business. I'm David Asman.
would you feel if someone told you you could possibly get rid of your reading glasses and replace them with eye drops? It is not science fiction. Instead, it's a first of its kind and only eye drop approved by the FDA to treat the condition known as presbyopia, or age-related blurry vision. It's called Vuity, and it is now on the market. And joining us to explain how this all works is Dr. James Katz. He is with the Midwest Center for Sight in Des Plaines. Good morning to you, Dr. Katz. Thanks for joining me.
Good morning, Sylvia. How are you?
Okay, so this is something that a lot of people are interested in because presbyopia is a condition that affects almost everyone to some degree after the age of 40, right? It's why we need our readers and cheaters. So how do these eye drops work?
So the drop is placed once a day and it extends the depth of focus. So the vision is still quite good at distance, but increases the nearer reading vision and works quite well.
Okay, so how did this come about? I was trying to think, how was this developed? You know, I know when you go get your eyes checked, you will get your eyes dilated to help make sure you don't have glaucoma problems or anything like that. So did this come from something like that? How was this discovery made?
Sure. So we've done pretty well with correcting near vision with lens implants after cataract surgery and laser vision correction like LASIK. But now we have a drop that we've realized if we extend the depth of focus, kind of like a camera does, to extend that range where things are in focus, that will improve the vision for reading and close up. So that's what was done with this drop.
So it does then, it dilates that area that has become blurry as people get older?
It actually constricts the pupil slightly to increase the depth of focus, again, like a camera does. So not dilation, but reduces the pupil size to extend that depth of focus.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because a lot of people are saying, how safe is this? Should I be really putting something like this on my eyes?
Well, the medication or the base medication that this is developed from has been around for 20, 30 years. So it's very safe and effective for other purposes. And now in combination with the inactive and active ingredients, they have found, and during the studies looked at, that it's very safe and effective for this purpose.
Okay, so let's walk through this then. So you get up in the morning, you don't want to use your cheaters all day long, so you're going to drop one in each eye. Is that how that works? And then how long does it last?
That's all it is. And in the study, it showed that it's effective for up to 6 hours with reading or near vision. And those activities that you would need glasses for often are reduced or could be independent from those glasses. And really, what we found is that frustration that patients have and adults have when they can't see up close.
Right.
This is going to be reduced because of this drop really effectively just by using it once a day.
So I remember way back when they were talking about having surgery for this, a lot of people saying it was kind of the holy grail of when it came to the eyes, because it's something that does affect so many people after a certain age. Is this going to be a game changer in that area, do you think? I mean, you do LASIK, you do everything. Here you are now dealing with this. Who are you going to be recommending this for, and who shouldn't be using it?
Yeah, so this is for use in adults with presbyopia or that age-related condition of difficulty with near blurry vision. And it'll be effective for those groups, and effective some more than others, depending what their prescriptions are. But it's an easy drop to use, so I do think it's a game changer. I'm fine, how are you? You could use it just once a day, you could use it every day, or just the days you need to have the ability to work up close. You have the ability to kind of adjust it and fine tune it for when you want to use it.
That is so cool. Okay, so how much does this cost, and does insurance pay for this?
So this is a cash-only prescription, and it's $79. It's available right now in local drugstores. It is a prescription, so you do need to see your eye care provider, and that's important to have that exam, make sure your eyes, front of the eyes and back of the eyes are healthy before you start on this, and then you go ahead and get the prescription and get it going.
Okay, so $79 a bottle, and how many days do you think you can get out of a bottle?
That would be a 1 month supply. So that would be a 30-day supply if you use it every day, once a day.
Okay, so side effects, anything that people should know about? Are some people more sensitive than others?
Not really, but like every drop or every prescription, there can be side effects. The only side effect that was more than, let's say, even 5% was a little redness of the eyes, occasional headache, things like that. Nothing major at all, nothing that people really stopped being in the study for, anything like that. So very minimal side effects. It appears right now.
Okay, Dr. James Katz, thanks so much for joining us. Where can people go to learn more about you and your practice and get more information on this?
So we're at the Midwest Center for Sight and Displays in the Chicago area. But really, you could see any of your eye care providers to get an exam and try this prescription if you're an adult with problems with near vision, blurry near vision.
Okay, Dr. Katz, very interesting discussion this morning. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate your time.
Thanks so much,
Good
Sylvia.
to see you. How would you?
All right, back with us now, and as promised, we want to continue our conversation about the coronavirus and the Omicron variant. So let's bring in our good friend, Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Good morning, Dr. Mike.
Hello there, Matt.
All right, nice to see you this morning. I do want to first, if we can, maybe just take a moment before we talk about the COVID-19, the latest on the pandemic, and get your take on the response efforts that are happening right now in the Midwest as those states deal with the recovery and rescue effort there.
Well, it's a challenging situation, and the bottom line is that you never, ever give up hope. And there is plenty of hope that we will find survivors. And that's what we did in Florida with the collapse of that building, if you remember. Basically, what experts do, they go in and they are highly trained in finding pockets of areas where survivors could be located, even in mounds of rubble. And I think that we will find survivors, and that effort will continue to go on and on. Now, what sorts of things can we expect, Matt? Well, mainly with things like this, you have injuries like crush injuries, and in a case of a tornado or other extreme weather, you can have flying objects that can cause not only crush injuries, but can cause lacerations, can cause all kinds of things. And so, as one of the doctors said out there, one of the emergency room physicians, they've seen everything. And when you have such a devastating effect like this, you're going to see a multitude of injuries. But one of the things that I can honestly say is that the trauma skills, physicians, nurses, skilled at trauma treatment is something to behold. They are very, very good at what they do. And so I am hopeful that survivors will be found and lives will be saved. And so this is not the time to give up hope. We will continue the fight.
Love that message there, not to give up hope, and great insight. Thank you for that. We do want to switch gears a little bit and talk about the new variant and the scramble kind of to contain it. We do know that certain cities like Philadelphia are putting back mask mandates for indoor areas. So just wanted to get your thought on, you know, the back and forth between these mandates and different requirements.
Well, I've made it pretty clear over the last year that I believe in vaccines and I believe in masks. And I will never understand what the problem is with wearing a mask. But when it comes down to it, in Philadelphia, starting on January 3rd, you want to go somewhere and have a meal, you're going to have to show proof of vaccination. And look, even if you are vaccinated, you can still get the virus. Hopefully you will not end up seeing and smiling at people like me, because the vaccines will prevent you from getting seriously ill. But when you're not eating and you're out and about, you wear a mask. That's what you do. And I think if you follow those simple guidelines, I applaud cities like New York City and Philadelphia for taking the lead in this. We want to go forward. We don't want to go backwards.
And Dr. Mike, you know, whenever we're talking about a new variant or a new surge, we are always wondering, will this pandemic ever end? What are your thoughts on the end of the line here for the pandemic?
Well, Matt, if you talk to experts in the field, the way this is going to end, if you will, or change to a post-pandemic world, is that when enough people are vaccinated and enough people got the virus and survived, then you will reach this elusive herd immunity. And that makes it hard for the virus to get from one person to another because everyone will have some immunity. Remember that COVID-19 was a new virus that no one on the planet had immunity to. No one. So it was the novel, new COVID-19 virus, the new coronavirus virus. And basically, once we get to about 90%, according to some experts, then you'll start to see COVID-19 become more of a nuisance, if you will. It'll be like the flu. There will still be deaths. It will still circulate the planet. But after it has circulated around and enough people have been vaccinated, you'll find that this is going to be more like the flu and more of a nuisance than a life-threatening pandemic that it is right now. I predict a year or two from now we'll be there.
All right, we can hope, certainly. Dr. Mike, what are you seeing in your own practice regarding COVID-19 cases?
Well, Matt, I'm seeing a significant uptick in the numbers of cases. I'm seeing an uptick in the number of patients who are vaccinated but symptomatic, and they are not getting sick enough to end up in the hospital. The people that are in the hospital, including our Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, are unvaccinated. And this is just a tragic thing. And the bottom line is, if you're out there, listen, if you haven't been vaccinated, get vaccinated. I've had my 10-year-old daughter, my 13-year-old son, my wife, and I are fully vaccinated. You've got to do this to protect the lives of your family. That's the bottom line.
Dr. Mike, as always, we really appreciate hearing from you. Always great insight and perspective from you. Thanks for joining us on Live Now from Fox this morning.
No problem, Matt. You take care, man. You the man.
Have a
You the
great
man.
day. We appreciate it. Thanks.
All right.
And with that, we'll go to a quick
All right.
break. Stay
Bye.
with us.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, buddy. Take care, man.
From Fox, I'm Daytona Everett. I am joined now by Mark Nuvo. He is our FEMA expert, a former FEMA director. Thank you so much for being with us here on the show, Mark.
Good morning. You're welcome, Daytona.
So a lot to talk about today and some busy days for FEMA.
Yeah, no question, not just FEMA, but certainly the folks that are experiencing this devastation. And it's, what we're hearing from the governor of Kentucky, this is the deadliest December for tornadoes in history in that state. So we're talking about a 250-mile swath that's a mile wide and literally destroying historic thousands of homes, businesses, warehouses. It's going to be a tough recovery, no question.
When it comes to situations like this, I mean, record-breaking storms, how do they address these large plots of land?
What they're doing is FEMA, the federal government, is now operating under a presidential disaster declaration, which basically offers every federal department and agency to the state of Kentucky. And so whatever they need in the way of resources to augment what they're already doing. For instance, they've got search and rescue teams down there trying to recover folks, and not just recover, but also rescue, which is important. They're working on power, communications, making sure the police and fire departments are operable, hospitals are operable. You've got electricity, you can call 911. A lot of areas, in particular Mayfield, those systems are not working.
Yeah, we've already had some FEMA administrators who have been there on the ground surveying the damage. President Biden now saying he's going to be making his way to Kentucky on Wednesday. What are they looking for at this point? And by Wednesday, you'd think most of those rescues would have been made already, right?
Yeah, for the most part. Now, with regards to rescue, we have learned some things of recent due to, the Miami building collapse and the Haiti hurricanes, that people can exist longer than originally thought as long as they have access to a little bit of water. Water is key. So what we used to think was 24, 48 hours, now we can look up to a week. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that they're going to find some more survivors in there. With regards to the president and the FEMA administrator heading out there, really the president's there to kind of encourage folks, to try and let them know that the federal government's here to support you, that we'll do whatever's necessary. But that was already going on right after, the tornado hit land. There are resources that were deployed there within hours, rescue teams, communication teams, power utility workers. So there's a lot going on already. But he wants to see what's happening too and kind of get eyes on the situation.
Yeah, I know we're talking about federal assistance, and this is all happening as we speak right now. But we have governors from Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, all declaring a state of emergency. When are they going to reap some of those benefits of getting the assistance from the federal?
Yeah, in Kentucky's case, and many of these other areas, because this is so widespread, 6 states, 3 FEMA regions, they're prioritizing where they want those resources to go first. And, Kentucky seems to be the hardest hit Mayfield area. Certainly, we were looking at Illinois and the Amazon warehouse. But they're going to get simultaneous support, whether it's more urban search and rescue teams, whether it's canine, whether it's communications worker, logistics, people to bring out food, water, cots, shelters, things like that. They're going to get that kind of simultaneously, but they're going to prioritize the area that's hardest hit first. And it appears to be Kentucky, which is why Kentucky has a presidential disaster declaration.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you mentioned the Amazon warehouse, which is just a tragedy if you've ever seen one before. But we said the response time on that also impressive in the midst of all of these other tornadoes that are ripping through.
Yeah, remarkable. You think about some of those outlying areas where the fire departments aren't overly large, but they were there within 6 minutes of the incident. Now, mind you, think about the Amazon warehouse. These are 40-foot tall walls, 11-inch thick concrete that are falling inside the building with people occupying there. So the ability to rescue, to get under there, to get those people out while you have gas lines that are ruptured, potential of fire. You've got electrical lines that have been ruptured, potentially because you've got water on the ground. You've got an unsafe building structure. It makes it a very dangerous operation. Kudos to those folks who were saving people so early in this incident.
Yeah. Well, as you said in the beginning, this was the deadliest December day for tornadoes on record to this point. But the Midwest is used to these tornadoes coming through. It is Tornado Alley. Is it a surprise to you that so many of these buildings collapsed and were totally destroyed by these storms?
Well, to your point, Daytona, they do have tornado warning systems that let them know something's happening. But when we're talking about what's rated as an EF3 or 5, we're talking about winds up to 200 miles per hour. There's very little that can withstand that, any type of structure. So that's why you see in a lot of cases they have basements to go underground. Those people who got warning and were able to get into those basements survived this. Those who weren't able, and because of short notice or for whatever reason weren't able, are the ones that are, we're finding in rubble or miles down the road. And some are being rescued, and certainly some are deceased. And unfortunately, the loss of life numbers are going to go up here over the next few days.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask you about. More than 100 fatalities at this time. How high do you think that could grow?
Well, we don't know. What we try and predicate that on is how many are missing. And it sounds like they're talking about maybe another 50 to 100 people missing. But the difficulty with that is when it affects, the tornado affects the communication systems. In other words, you can't use your landline or your cell phone because all those towers are down. So you're not sure if people are hurt, if they're in a building, if they're trapped, or if they got out, but they just haven't been able to make contact. So that's why we encourage, as well as local officials, if you do get out of there, make sure you contact the Unification Center. And there is one set up in different areas in different states so that they can have an accounting of people, and that helps the rescue operation.
Yeah, no doubt. For people who may be watching this right now and are saying, yeah, they need assistance, the people who've been affected by this, is there anything that the normal person can do to help out?
Yeah, there is. In disasters like this, not just tornadoes, but we're talking about hurricanes, wildfires, all the rest. Really, the recovery and the people part of it comes from neighbors, nonprofits, Salvation Army, Red Cross, Rubicon. It's neighbor helping neighbor. And we're hearing that story over and over in this area where neighbors are coming to help neighbors, and that's going to be critical. So in Kentucky, they have a phone line that you can contact to volunteer to help in shelters. They also have a website that you can volunteer and donate money. So 2 of those areas are great ways for people to help, especially in this time of year with the holidays.
Yeah, because we know they have their hands full. FEMA does right now, and Kentucky's being addressed first, but Tennessee, Arkansas, still so many residents out there that are hurting right now. Last question for you, Mark. Anything in particular that you are going to be watching as the president makes his way out and other people make their way out down on the ground, search and rescue teams still there? What are you going to be watching for?
Well, what we're hoping for, and utility workers across the country have a mutual aid system that's bar none fantastic. So they got power crews coming from all over the country getting restoration of power, which is key. If they can get restored power, that brings up and solves an awful lot of problems in terms of critical lifelines that communities need. That's one. The other thing that kind of goes untold here that carries a great toll is the emotional part of this. When we go through things like this, it's just like grieving. You're going to go through multiple steps of grieving. And what they found from disaster survivors, the best way to get through difficult times like this is to be part and parcel to the recovery. Whether that means making decisions, helping out, clearing rubble, which we're seeing neighbor help neighbor, that's going to be key from the mental health standpoint. And that is so critical, not just for these days, but for the long term that it's going to take for these communities to recover.
Yeah. All right, Mark Nuvo, former FEMA director, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now. We'll talk to you soon.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you to a court hearing that happened yesterday. It involved the inmate Ethan Crumbley. He is, of course, the teenager accused in the Oxford High School shooting. It is expected his parents will appear before a judge today. So let's listen in to some of what happened in the hearing yesterday.
Look at the specific language of the statute. I believe that we are violating that statute.
Thank you. Mr. Keys?
Thank you, Judge. Judge, this cannot be compared to any other case that this court or any court in this county has seen before. And calling this an isolated incident, quite frankly, does not do it justice. This was a mass murder at a school, Judge. This was planned. It was premeditated. The evidence that we have and that we discussed at the arraignment showed it was premeditated for a period of time before it was commenced. The defendant didn't just attack other individuals, he targeted juveniles. This defendant fits MCR 6.909 to the T. This court has already made a ruling that the presumption is great that the juvenile committed the offense and the juvenile's charged with first-degree murder. This court already made the ruling that this court could move the defendant from the Children's Village to the Oakland County Jail. I've spoken with Captain Thomas Vita of the Oakland County Jail. He has provided me with watch sheets. This defendant is monitored every 15 minutes. His food intake is monitored. His weight is monitored. He has access to mental health care should he choose. He has access to medical care should he choose. If counsel is prepared to put such facts on the record regarding the Oakland County Jail's inability to house this defendant, I would ask for a written motion. And I would also ask this court to review in camera the Oxford High School video that does in fact prove beyond any doubt that this defendant is the individual who perpetrated this offense on other children, Judge. Children's Village is not a secure facility. They have had escapes in the past, in the recent past. I can't imagine a situation where we could put this defendant in a school environment after what he did on November the 30th, Judge. So if we are going to readdress this ruling from this honorable court, I would ask it be by written motion. I would ask the opportunity for this court to review certain items in camera. Thank you.
Thank you. The court rule that is being addressed is MCR 6.909, which is the place of confinement for the juveniles, and allows the court for a juvenile confined in a jail or similar facility designed and used to incarcerate adult prisoners upon a showing that the juvenile's habits or conduct are considered a menace to other juveniles. While I did make a ruling prior, I still feel strongly about that his conduct could be a menace to other juveniles. I think his placement is appropriate in the adult facility, specifically the Oakland County Jail. And he, of course, shall be confined and meet the statutory guidelines when a juvenile is in that facility. So the only thing I'm hearing right now that may potentially be a violation is that he can hear other inmates who are adults. Is that correct, Ms. McKelvey?
Yes, Your Honor. That's my understanding.
Okay.
Judge, I will speak. I'm sorry. I did not mean to interrupt, Judge. I will speak personally with administration at the Oakland County Jail as soon as we end this call, and I will make sure that the defendant is neither within sight nor sound of any adult at the jail.
Thank you. Obviously, we need to be compliant with the statutes, and if that is, it is obviously a concern, and thank you for addressing that.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Judge, I will speak with counsel, and we'll make sure that discovery gets to counsel as soon as it is available.
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may all disconnect. We'll see you back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so there again, we were listening in on that hearing that happened late yesterday for the accused high school shooter from Oxford High School in Michigan, Ethan Crumbley. It is expected that his parents will likely be appearing before the judge as well. on several matters today. So, of course, we will be watching for that. If and when that happens, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to, of course, turn our attention back to the top story that we have been covering for days now, and that is, of course, the recovery efforts that are happening in several Midwest states after tornadoes tore through on Friday night. So as we know, the desperate search continues for anyone who may have survived in the debris that now blankets several towns across several states. As we've heard from officials who say that they want to keep hope alive, FEMA crews, state agencies, and volunteers are continuing this search today. We are going to take a quick break. When we return, we will have much more coverage from Kentucky and the other states affected by the storms. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Of course, the recovery effort is continuing today after the severe weather that tore through states like Kentucky, Arkansas, Tennessee, Illinois, and Missouri on Friday night. That tornado, several of them actually, flattening towns in their path. Of course, the recovery and rebuilding effort will take a very long time in towns like Mayfield, which you're seeing here now. We do want to turn to Fox's own Carolyn Shively. She has the latest in a report she filed this morning. Let's listen in.
The death toll has jumped once again here in Kentucky, and the governor says it could be more than a week before we have the final counts.
The good Lord saved us. It was a terrible thing to go through.
Heartache is sweeping the heartland after this weekend's deadly tornadoes crippled communities across 6 states, especially in western Kentucky, where more than 100 people are unaccounted for as of Monday. The state's governor says he expects the number of missing to rise as search crews continue combing through massive piles of debris.
Lost some neighbors and they're hurt somewhere, and they're still trying to find people.
But with winter temperatures plummeting in the bluegrass state and thousands without electricity, heat, and water, the race is on to get people into shelters. Still, as countless return to where their homes once stood to salvage what they can, police in several counties are responding to reports of looting.
Trash that are breaking into people's houses and stealing their belongings after they just lost everything.
Meanwhile, emergency teams investigating a Mayfield, Kentucky candle factory for any human remains now sharing positive news.
We've had human interaction with all of the debris on the site with canines. We have a high level of confidence there is nobody in this building. There's no one left in this building.
Dozens of employees were working at the facility when it was flattened by one of the twisters. President Biden is scheduled to visit the state on Wednesday. In Mayfield, Kentucky, I'm Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Now we want to turn our coverage to Edwardsville, Illinois. That is, of course, where the storm caused a partial collapse at an Amazon warehouse. Fox News own reporter Austin Westfall has the latest from there.
This building behind me is about the size of 23 football fields, but now almost half of it is gone because of that tornado. 6 people went to work on Friday night, and they never returned home.
It's unbelievable. It's like a war zone, like a bomb went off.
Stephen Foley is a driver for Amazon and was working the night of the storm. He says he's lucky to be alive because he was out driving when the storm hit.
I could have been here 25 minutes before. I would have been inside the building.
Honestly, I'm just worried about my friend right now, though. It's insane. Nothing like this, honestly, has ever happened to me.
Emily Epperson also works at the warehouse but was not on shift that night. At the time of speaking with her on Saturday, she was looking for her friend, who was later confirmed as one of the dead.
I just came here because I want to know something. The unknown is really, it sucks.
To those who experienced home damage, we will pursue all available resources to help you recover.
Amazon says 46 people were in the building at the time. 7 were on the south side, which is where the 6 deaths and 1 injury happened. 39 others were on the north side of the building, and they're safe.
And our thanks to Austin Westfall for that story. We want to turn now to our friends over at Fox Weather. They are covering, of course, every angle of this. Correspondent Stephen Morgan is live in Mayfield right now, so we will join his report in progress already. All right, it looks like we're having a little bit of issue making that audio work. So let us turn our coverage back to reporter Fallon Glick. She's actually on the ground in Dawson Springs and filed this report. So let's take a look at that.
This used to be someone's front porch. You walk up the steps only to find a home that is no longer here. Personal belongings scattered everywhere, trees snapped in the background. This type of devastation is all over Dawson Springs. A slow, steady flight over endless devastation in Dawson Springs, Kentucky might look gut-wrenching.
Hearing it coming up the street, the roar was just unimaginable.
But it is so much worse. 75% of the city is gone. You can see homes obliterated, debris everywhere, cars on top of each other, even a refrigerator in a tree.
I hope and pray a lot of people are okay.
But under it all, there are memories, prized possessions, loss, and a way of life that will never be the same.
We just got in here when he heard it coming down the street.
Jean Kimmel has lived in this community since 1995.
My wife was right here, and I was over here. And then the storm came, and that was the first thing to go, the roof. And then that part of the house went, glass shattered, and this is We were trapped under the sheetrock.
He was rescued 30 minutes later, feeling lucky to be alive.
I know I've lost some neighbors in the earth somewhere, and they're still trying to find people.
City officials tell us about 100 people are still missing and 13 people are confirmed dead. Rescue workers and canine teams spent the weekend searching through the debris.
It's really bad.
With so much to clean up, the reality of what has happened takes a while to sink in.
I've never witnessed anything like this.
And then it does.
It's really bad.
Making matters even worse, the police department is investigating about 10 to 20 cases of looting in these homes.
Trash that are breaking into people's houses and stealing their belongings after they just lost everything.
What Dawson Springs needs most right now is something money can't buy.
Best thing that anybody can do right now is to pray for all of these individuals and all the families that have been touched by this horrible situation.
And that simple act of sending up a prayer is what Kimmel credits to saving his life and his family's.
The good Lord saved us. It was a terrible thing to go through. It was just awful. But we survived it, and I hope a lot of my neighbors did too.
Officials are still urging people to stay away from this community, but if you would like to help, we have that information on how to do so on our website, WDRB.com. In Dawson Springs, Fallon Glick, WDRB News. This used to be
just heartbreaking to see so much loss there in Kentucky. We do know that the president is expected to visit Kentucky tomorrow. He did talk about federal relief and recovery efforts yesterday when he was questioned about it. Let's listen in on some of his comments.
This gives me the tools to provide everything that we can in the from the federal level, from expert search and rescue teams to immediate and longer-term help with housing and clean up a whole range of things. And I stand ready to do the same for the governors of other states. As a matter of fact, I'm about to sign an emergency request from Illinois, the governor of Illinois, when I finish to get up and sign that. You know, we've also asked FEMA and the key departments surge federal resources. The thing they most need are power, water, communication systems to get back to some sense of being able to communicate with one another as rapidly as they possibly can. And as I said, I intend to travel to Kentucky on Wednesday. And with each passing day, the human impact of this devastation is just the depth of the losses are becoming more and more apparent. This is a town with a relatively low average income of under $20,000 a year. It's a town that has been wiped out, but it's not the only town. It's not the only town. That path you see moves all the way up well over 100 miles, so there's more than one route that it goes. And so, you know, we're also seeing destruction met with a lot of compassion, I'm told. Everywhere they've gone, they had people volunteering, talking, asking for that they not only get help, but how they can give some help. And so we continue to pray for everyone in Kentucky and the other states that were affected. And particularly my heart goes out to the governor of Kentucky, who's lost family himself. It's pretty rough stuff. And but we're going to get this done. We're going to be there as long as it takes to help. And the combination of state, federal, and volunteer organizations do everything from eventually not only clear the debris, but provide the necessary means to move, get schools reopened, making sure that homes are able to be rebuilt, etc. So there's a lot that needs to be done. And it's mostly Kentucky here, but not only Kentucky. And so that's, just want to let you know that's what I was doing. I haven't decided where I'm going yet. We're working out what I indicated to the governor when we talked about this 2 days ago, was that I don't want to be in the way. There's a lot going on. And when the president shows up, there's a long tail to follow, an awful lot of folks. And I just don't want to do anything other than be value added. But I want you to know that this administration has made it clear to every governor, whatever they need, when they need it, make it known to me, and we'll get it to them as rapidly as we can. And that's what we're doing here in Kentucky. We're going to have to go beyond what is available to the federal government. For example, we're able to, FEMA can come up with up to $35,000 in housing restoration. Well, not a lot of $35,000 homes. In the meantime, we can provide everything from hotel rooms and places where folks can live in the meantime. But there's a lot to be done, and we're just getting it underway. But we're going to work with all the governors to make sure that we can. Yes.
Mr. President, what do you believe your own visit there can do for the people who are affected by this? And what is your concern about the longest term problems? Is it housing? What part of recovery do you worry about most?
Well, what I worry about most in a circumstance like this, because I've been involved in responding to a lot of disasters as a senator, as vice president, now as president just this year, is the peace of mind of people being able to actually put their head on a pillow, lie down on a bed, be able to know their kids are going to be okay. And so with this is a narrow path. The devastation is just stunning. I mean, there's nothing left standing, basically, along the path that goes all the way through. You know, do you have that other, let me ask you, show that other, in terms of housing, because I think this is the best way to illustrate just how precise it is. Go to the one that goes all the way up. This takes you. So, if you take a look, well, I want you to point out where we are here. You take a look where Mayfield and Bowling Green is. That's not, we're not talking about Mayfield now, but all these yellow dots here along the way are residences. And they've been wiped out. They've been wiped out. Commercial and government historical sites and industrial sites, it's been wiped out. Would you mind putting the one back up for Mayfield? If you take a look, Mayfield sits in that, where that square is on the left. Well, look at all, this is just the city of Mayfield. Residential, commercial, exempt, government and historical, agriculture, etc. Just, I mean, they're gone. They're just, and some of you probably are already down there. It's just devastating. And so, and I worry, quite frankly, about, how can I say it? The mental health of these people. You come home and you see that, if you made it, and if you haven't, if you lost someone in the meantime, you know, thank God it doesn't seem like the numbers are quite as high as were anticipated, but they're high. You come home, you've lost your husband, wife, mother, father, children, somebody along the line. And what do you do? Where do you go? It's not like if you're making $16,000 a year, you know, get in a plane and head to your relative in, you know, Washington. But I'm being literal. That's what worries me most, the uncertainty. And it really is something that I've observed in every major disaster I've watched and been on the ground to see. It just is, you can see it in people's faces. And so we just want them to know that we're going to stay as long as it takes to help them. And there's three ways to begin to help. One is the federal agencies that are available, and that's already underway. And for example, we're setting up in all these places. For example, they're going to be roughly how many disaster centers you think we'll have in the state?
We'll have disaster recovery centers in all the major impacted counties.
So there'll be one place a citizen can go. There will be essentially an ombudsman. What I said to the governors, and it surprised me that they, it pleased me, but surprised me that they repeated it, is that, for example, I told the governor of Kentucky, I'm not expecting you to know all you need. Let us tell you what you can ask for that you haven't asked for. Let us do our job. I mean, these large government agencies like the federal or state governments, it's hard for people to understand sometimes. Let me go in and tell you what you can ask for. And so there is the federal government, the state government. There's also the nonprofits out there that have been, in fact, involved in all these disasters around the country, and they can provide help and assistance. Right now, for example, I'm told I hope I'm not misspeaking, that the school in Mayfield is being used for shelter now. It didn't get wiped out, but it is not going to be able to be functioned as a school soon. So how do you get these kids back in schoolrooms? How do you get some semblance of normalcy again? And so we're working like the devil. I'm very pleased with the work that FEMA Director Chris Full has done, and I know that Homeland Security's reached out to these folks. They know we're there, and I just want to make sure there is no sense on the part of anyone in these affected areas that they are asking something that they shouldn't ask for. Ask for whatever you think you need, and we'll find out. And if we can't provide it for you through a government agency, we'll do our best to find out private agencies that can help, from churches to Red Cross to a whole range of institutions. But it's like when I was walking through the neighborhoods in Louisiana. I mean, see the looks on people's faces. You go to the corner where the houses just gone. People standing in their yards crying. And this was 2 days after the storm went through. So it really is devastating. Now, this is the United States of America, though. The thing that pleased me was every one of my staff who were down there came back, at least today, and called me on the phone and said, people are already help each other. They're already asking, how can I help too? So that's what I worry most about. It's just getting some peace of mind and say, look, there is a way to get from here to there. It's disaster now, but there's a way to get there. We're going to do everything we can. And I'm sure, I believe the Congress will respond if there's any extraordinary need we don't have. Yes, sir.
How much of a factor do you think that climate change was in this? And do you think that would be part of the argument you make to people like Senator Manchin about why the Build Back Better bill is being approved?
No, I'm not going to make that argument with him about this. Look, Joe understands. Joe has as much empathy and concern for these folks. He's been through some real disasters in West Virginia. He understands. And the honest to God truth is, we're discussing this. I've spent a lot of time on climate issues. And I said we have to be very careful. We can't say with absolute certainty that it was because of climate change. So I'm going to be talking with the Environmental Protection Agency, and I'm going to talk with other agencies to determine. Matter of fact, some of it has to do with El Nino. There's a lot of things that we don't know for certain. And I don't want to say anything that is not precisely true. What is certain, it is one of the worst tornado disasters we've had in the country. And the second thing that's certain is that it is unusual. It is unusual how it happened, how many places it touched down, and the length of the path. So that's all I'm prepared to talk about right now. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, this is all happening in the middle of a pandemic. How are you thinking about, will these places need more resources because they're also going to be dealing with, possibly rising cases, possibly hospitals getting overloaded, things of that nature?
Yes, we're gonna look. I have the entire federal team, not just the folks going in and making sure there's still people. We're not leaving anybody still breathing under debris. That's the immediate, urgent thing, and just to get the food, water to people who don't have it, and there's no place to get it. So that's number one. But number two, there's a whole range of things, including the virus, and the hospitals. I've gotten a report, but not the detail I need about the hospitals along the path of this tornado. But we're gonna have to. I'm sure I'm going to be asking my team to set up sites for booster shots and a whole range of things that people still. The worst part is their life has to go on as if nothing happened, because they've still got to take care of those needs, from is their kid going to get in school to whether or not they're going to be able to collect an unemployment check, are they going to be in this, all of those issues. But one of those issues will be public health as it relates to COVID.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Thank you.
I'll take this one first.
Mr. President, are you willing to share anything more about what the message to Senator Manchin will be about why you would like him to agree to Build Back Better than that?
No, look, I told you, when I speak to senators to try to, or House members, or governors, or any other elected official, to try to convince them that what I'm proposing makes sense and is not inconsistent with what they believe, I do that and then I'll discuss it afterwards, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right, so as we heard there, the president is expected to visit Kentucky tomorrow. He was talking about Governor Andy Beshear, saying that his condolences and thoughts go out to the governor. As he said, the governor lost people that he loved as well. And so many there in Kentucky are dealing with grief right now as there's just so much loss, as we've seen in these images throughout the days. We will be continuing to cover this story all day here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll have much more nonstop news coverage when we return after a quick break. Earlier in the morning, we listened in to Governor Andy Beshear's latest news conference there in
news
Kentucky.
I wanted to be wrong.
There is more to hear from the governor now.
That Hopkins County
governor setting up a relief fund.
Deaths is accurate.
This morning,
and that's where we're up to.
So we're learning more about that to help with funerals for families who will need that help. So let's listen in more to the governor now.
So, but now we can use some good news.
This weekend, like everyone across our Commonwealth, I was devastated to see the destruction in so many of our Western Kentucky communities. These tornadoes would have marked one of the most awful days in our state's history, no matter when they struck. That's even more painful that this tragedy happened just a few weeks before Christmas. Especially during this time of year, we all look forward to being home for the holidays, spending time with those who mean the most to us. Now, many of our families don't have a home to go to, or even worse, they've lost someone they love who made their family whole. As a mom, wife, daughter, and friend,
As a mom, wife, daughter, and friend, Brittany can only imagine the pain and grief that Kentuckians are feeling at the moment. She knows so many of you feel the same way and wants to know how you can help make this season a little easier for those that are hurting. We are humbled by the countless individuals, organizations, first responders who sprung into action to deliver emergency supplies and shelter to their neighbors in need. We've already announced the Team Western Kentucky Tornado Relief Fund and encouraged everyone to contribute if you're able. Again, you can donate at teamwkyrelieffund.ky.gov. Good me. To start with, this fund is going to help cover funeral expenses for those we tragically lost in the storm. We are proud to announce that we have now had 44,358 donations, well over $6 million. The Relief Fund is going to help families affected by the tornadoes address some of their most urgent needs, no administrative fees, all of it. It's going to go to those families. Want me to keep going?
I'm going to try.
Okay.
On top of that, with Christmas just around the corner, we want to help Western Kentucky parents and guardians, despite this devastation, make the holidays special for their kids. That's why we're launching the Western Kentucky Christmas Toy Drive, so people across the state can come together to make this Christmas special for as many babies, kids, and teens as possible who need our love and support more than ever. Here's how it'll work. Starting tomorrow morning, December 14th, through Saturday, December 18th, you can drop off new, unwrapped toys, games, books, or technology in its original packaging to a number of locations across the state. You can also donate $25 Visa MasterCard gift cards labeled with the dollar amount. We are asking for $25 cards, so it will be easier to give a consistent amount to families in need. But we encourage you to buy multiple $25 cards if you are able. These gift cards also give people the opportunity to shop locally when possible and support businesses that were also hurt by the storm. There will be 13 regional Kentucky State Police posts collecting donations, as well as local police stations in Independence, Lexington, Louisville, and Paducah. Broadbent Arena in Louisville will also be collecting donations and will be the hub for anyone who wishes to mail a donation from anywhere in the state. In addition, in Covington, the Kentucky County Government Center will be accepting donations. Finally, we will be announcing a few additional locations in Lexington tomorrow. Please visit firstlady.ky.gov/toy drive for collection center addresses and hours, as well as the mailing address for Broadbent Arena. If your school, neighborhood, workplace, or another community group is already hosting its own toy drive or wants to start one, this is great news. Once you've collected toys, we are happy to help you get them to one of the 20 central locations listed to our website by this Saturday so we can handle transportation to Western Kentucky. A couple of things to remember. Please do not wrap the gifts, as we need to know exactly what they are as we sort and organize them. You can donate wrapping paper, tags, bows, and more, which we will distribute to parents and guardians. We are not accepting clothing donations as part of this toy drive, but we do encourage you to seek out other organizations who are running clothing drives if you are interested in making those kinds of donations. Again, we will be collecting these gift items beginning tomorrow through Saturday the 18th. We will share information later this week about where our eligible Western Kentucky families in need can go to pick up gifts. We anticipate pickup times will begin this weekend and early next week ahead of Christmas Eve. Last, but certainly not least, I want to thank our #1 partner in this effort, who I know can't wait to visit Kentucky soon, Santa Claus. Just like when we collected 2.4 million masks during Coverings for Kids, I know our people are going to come together to make Toys for Team Western Kentucky an incredible success. As Kentuckians, we come together when times are tough. We look out for each other, and no matter the challenges we face, We will get through it together. Merry Christmas, Kentucky. Let's make it special for these kids and families who have been through so much and show them that we're going to be with them every step of the way.
All right, if dealing with all this, and thank you. If dealing with all this isn't enough, we have a pandemic. It's continuing, and it's continuing to take lives of Kentuckians. As an update, every Monday we start with Saturday, Sunday, and Monday's numbers and go through some of the rest. 2,308 new cases on Saturday, with 55 new deaths, with individuals as young as 38 years old. Sunday, 989 new cases, 37 new deaths. Again, losing Kentuckians in their 40s. 27-year-old man in Laurel County, so as young as in their 20s. Today, Monday, 1,089 new cases, which is actually less than last Monday. Now, it may potentially be that we're getting fewer tests from different regions with everything going on. We'll have to wait and see. 28 new deaths. Again, Kentuckians who are far too young on that list. Positivity rate today is down just a little bit from where it's been at 8.78%. Still way too high, but we were above 9 and have now crept down a little bit. 1,253 Kentuckians in the hospital due to COVID, 315 in our ICUs, 181 fighting for their lives on a ventilator. All right, this last week, we actually almost exactly the same as the week before. If we can show the stair stepper chart, 5 fewer cases last week than the week before at 15,082 as compared to ultimately what was 15. I'm sorry, it's about 20 cases less than the week before. Again, it always takes a week or two to see if this is a trend. We were having a definite escalation. You know, the 3 bars from the back was Thanksgiving weekend. So if that had been a regular week, we would have had an escalation every single week until 2 weeks ago. We'll see what this means. Certainly, we are grateful that this week had fewer cases than the week before. I think it's still too early to determine if that might mean that cases are stabilizing or plateauing, because as you'll see in a minute, hospitalizations, ICUs, and ventilator use all going up. Let's look at the positivity rate. Actually, for the first time, and the positivity rate, you know, it shows the continuous escalation with the Thanksgiving week not interrupted, because the positivity rate isn't just the raw number, it's the percentage of positive tests, down just a little bit last week versus the week before. If that holds, that is good news, but we are seeing the rest of the country escalate significantly. Now, not all the rest of the country had the huge surge that we most recently did, as you can see in that last surge that is going to be one of the most deadly in our pandemic experience. Let's show the line graph for hospitalizations, definitely on the rise again. Of course, the last major peak you see there is when our hospitals were overwhelmed, and we have not gotten back down to pre-surge from that last one, and now on the rise again. Do not have hospitals sounding the alarm yet, but everybody is watching this very, very closely. Our hospital capacity is now probably a little bit less than it was during the surge, the number of beds we can staff. However, we have had the experience in expanding ICUs and providing higher levels of care in places that normally do not do that. We have now solidified the connections between our nursing programs and these hospitals. I do believe we will be better prepared if these numbers continue to escalate. Kentuckians in the ICU also escalating. The slight tick down happens normally at the end of every single weekend. We'll see where it goes for the rest of the week. Kentuckians on a ventilator. Also, general trend increasing. How about some good news? We got a lot more people getting vaccinated. We have wanted to see that. Our numbers always come in the highest over the weekends, but we have some of the better numbers that we've had. 14,880 Kentuckians went in and got their first shot of hope. That means they decided to get vaccinated for the first time and got their first shot. 16,813 Kentuckians got their second shot to become fully vaccinated. And look at that next number. 46,373 got their booster shot. Remember, if it's been more than 6 months since your second shot of Pfizer or Moderna, or 2 months since J&J, you need a booster. That's how we avoid another surge. Waning immunity is real. We'll show it to you in some numbers in just a second. Make sure you get that booster shot. Not only does it give you the best shot against our enemy number one, which is the Delta variant, it looks like it's needed to protect you from Omicron. We go through this by every Monday by age demographic. Number one, mark is total Kentuckians that have gotten at least one shot has gone up a percentage point. We celebrate every time that happens. So let's see, today is the 13th. 2 days from now will be 1 year. No, tomorrow will be 1 year from the very first vaccine given out in Kentucky. And in that span of time, 1 year, we vaccinated 62% of every man, woman, and child in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. That's incredible. It's not enough based on what we face. That's never been done in human history. I'm really proud of our folks who are out there giving those vaccines. Now up to 2,731,731 Kentuckians that have gotten vaccinated. Our total for those that are eligible, 5 and up. These are people that can actually get a vaccine. Staying the same, about 65%. That's about 2/3. And then total 18 and up. These are people who make their own healthcare decisions. 73%. Folks, people in the Commonwealth overwhelmingly know that they need to get vaccinated, and people keep coming to get vaccinated. Every day, we have at least 1,000 Kentuckians who determine that it is time. Please, we're waiting for you. We want to see you. Come in, get protected. So we do the breakdown by age, 75 and up, unchanged, still at 91%. This is one we need to do better in. And 91%, you think, why would you need to do better than that? It's because they're at the most at risk. 65 to 74, these are our all-stars at 95%. 50 to 64 has gone up a percent, now at 79%. 40 to 49, this creeps up almost every week. This is my group and a group that's getting hit really hard in deaths right now from Delta, up a percent. Then we're the same all the way down to 12 to 15, up a percent to 45, and 5 to 11-year-olds, up a percent to 14. Let me talk about that for a minute. It does appear that many parents are waiting on the 5 to 11-year-olds that just opened up. It is safe. It provides protection for your child. It is a smaller dose. They even package it differently. My 11-year-old, our 11-year-old, Brittany and my 11-year-old, has gotten fully vaccinated now. I love her, both hers, more than life itself. And I would not have taken my own children to get vaccinated if I didn't not only believe, but know it is safe. Haven't done the racial demographics in a while. Top lines is it breaks down to about 81% of vaccinations, white Kentuckians, about 7% Black or African American Kentuckians. That's about 1% off the population numbers. But our other is still at about 10.1%, way above the census for any of our breakdown. So still needing to dive in, and it's hard to have the information to the other to get an accurate figure. I actually imagine that would get us up closer to the breakdown in population of all our Kentuckians. Let's show the vaccination status of COVID-19 cases, hospitalization, and deaths. This is through December 8th. We would have done this on Thursday. Again, 82% of cases unvaccinated or only partially vaccinated, 84.7% of hospitalizations, and 82.7% of deaths. This has all been impacted by waning immunity. All these numbers were at or close or above to 90%. If you go out and get your booster, those numbers will go back to that place. But even without factoring in boosters, when we look at the rate of COVID-19 cases and vaccinations, you are still at least 4 times more protected even right now with Delta and waning immunity if you have gotten vaccinated versus if you have not. All right, with that, we will open it up to questions. We have 3 journalists here with us and more on the line. We'll start with Tom. Yes. There you go. Be kind.
What are the age groups that you want to emphasize this towards?
Birth through 18.
Through 18?
That's a huge range. So that's a lot of different types of presence, but every age was affected. And so we need to make sure that every child who has lost their home, lost their family members, has something to be joyful about.
Piper?
Thank you, Governor. I know this question is personal, maybe talk about, but have you been able to check in with your family members in Dawson Springs?
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Looking back as we bring you the latest press conference from the governor of Kentucky. As of right now, we do know that 74 people have been confirmed dead as of yesterday when he provided us this update. 100 more still missing, a majority of the confirmed deaths coming out of Kentucky alone. We do know at least 14 more deaths were reported across other states that were impacted by these destructive, devastating tornadoes over the weekend. We do know that thousands are still without power, heat, and water this morning, and that President Biden will be paying a visit to the state of Kentucky to survey damage tomorrow. So please stick with our Live Now from Fox team for any updates regarding the numbers, regarding how you can help those people impacted. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to talk about the emotional toll that such destructive tornadoes can put on these people who have lost everything, really, homes, towns leveled. The images, the drone footage, the pictures coming out of these states, absolutely heartbreaking. So we're going to be touching base with a trauma specialist and stress coach after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing our coverage of the deadly, destructive tornadoes that spun across several states in the Midwest. You can see homes, towns, whole neighborhoods completely leveled. Where do you even begin to cope with the trauma that comes from seeing such a natural disaster impact your life? Well, we do want to talk about those first steps in coping with this emotional experience. And in order to do that, I do want to bring on a guest who's joined us several times on Live Now from Fox before. His name is Terry Lyles. He is a trauma specialist and stress coach, and he is with us here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Terry, how are you doing? Thank you so much again for joining us.
I'm doing well, thank you. Thanks for having me back.
Absolutely. Terry, we've talked to you before when it came to the Surfside condo collapse, the Michigan school shooting, and I know that in your time and experience, you've dealt with people coping with natural disasters like Hurricane Katrina, but we're talking about a tornado that could be the most deadly in U.S. history and went on for the longest amount of time. In your career, have you ever seen such destruction? Have you ever seen anything like this?
It reminds me of the tsunami. I spent a month in Thailand at the tsunami, and that went on for about 90 minutes and traveled about 1,200 miles from south to, the north. And, 3 miles in, it was just a swath of complete destruction. But that was a tsunami that, created this havoc on the coastline. A tornado touches down in the middle of wherever it wants. And I believe this was like a 200-mile-an-hour touchdown, or 200-mile-long touchdown, which is pretty amazing when you think about the length of that and going from state to state. And the first part of it is just trying to get your mind around the destruction. So if you live in that area or you live around that area and you were touched by that, the first aspect is, what are you looking at? Because it looks like a movie. If you suffered loss in that, it's even more difficult with the trauma and the stress to get over, because it impacted you, and you not only maybe lost life or friends, loved ones, but lost all your personal belongings. So you literally are starting over with a clean slate. That's not an easy rebound.
Yeah, and Terry, like you just mentioned, people not only lost, neighbors, but family members. We just got word that the governor of Kentucky lost family members himself. So, it's possible that a lot of places that these people would normally go to, maybe, a counselor's office, a therapist's office, could be leveled in this disaster. So what resources are we looking at right now to help these victims?
Well, I'm sure the state of Kentucky, I grew up in Indianapolis, just north of there in Indiana, and we were used to tornadoes touching down. It's a pretty scary thing because you don't have a lot of warning. You may get 15, 20 minutes. I heard they had about a half an hour where the warnings start hitting and then they get more severe, but that's not a lot of time, especially if it's at night. So it's really a scary phenomenon. But, I think since we live in a virtual world, there will be a lot of counseling, coaching opportunities online virtually. I actually have a manual that we give away as a free one. We did this with the shooting. I have a separate one that's called Caught in Nature's Path. And it's exactly the recovery process, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically after this type of disaster takes place. So it steps through a step-by-step process on understanding how grief starts, how it progresses, and how we can finalize with complete healing. But it is a process. And right now, I think it's awesome that the communities can come together, support one another. People obviously are having to live with other people or move away to family to live when your whole neighborhood was destroyed. So it's very challenging, but there are resources out there. I'm sure you have optional resources there at the Fox network, as well as the local networks there in Kentucky. Virtuality has given us a different perspective on how we can get help regardless of our geography.
And, Terry, I think something that broke my heart even more is to see children impacted by this, hiding from the tornadoes. They're going through their stuff. You're finding baby dolls and their toys. Are children especially vulnerable in this sort of situation?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this typically causes a structure of PTSD, which I do a lot with the military and people that's been in disasters. So post-traumatic stress is exactly what it is. It's the stress of something that's happened to us emotionally, physically, relationally, that changes our life. Doesn't mean you'll never go back to a new normal. It just means, that house is gone, or that car is gone, or that neighborhood is gone. Rebuilding is a part of the healing process, but with children, it's especially difficult. And I would say to parents, make sure you shelter them as much as you need to let them, know that the exposure is there, but not overexposure them, because their minds, depending on their age appropriateness, doesn't know how to process that type of loss. We don't as adults. So it's even that much more challenging for young people and especially children. So I would say make sure we insulate our kids, love on them, let them know everything's going to be okay. We'll rebuild again, but also keep a close eye on them. And I talk about this in the recovery manual, Caught in Nature's Path. Make sure that you keep eating, hydrating, resting, and sleeping as much as possible, because usually in disasters, the first thing that goes is our self-care. We start worrying more about the thing that happened versus we ourselves navigating through it. So make sure parents and young people that they're taking care of their basic needs, staying safe, but yet looking to build for the future.
And Terry, something that can't be easy to process at all, and if you can maybe go through the steps, not only did these people lose loved ones, but can they even really process that right now with the fact that they also have to worry about evaluating and assessing damage? Will they not be able to grieve the loss of their loved ones until a later time?
Yes, it is a delayed grief process with this type of destruction. And again, I've said to this, in other programs with you, that the closer you are to the epicenter, the swath of disaster, the harder it is to get your mind and your psyche around. So the first step of this is just doing the step-by-step procedures of what do you need to do to survive today. So I talk about in the manual, we have 3 levels of functionality in our daily performance: survive, function, and thrive. So in a disaster like this, you're in survival mode every day, and that's okay. That's the way it's supposed to be. Just get by, get through the day. You have to articulate things. You have to try to take in all that trauma, chronicalize it, get to a place where you could actually have insurances come and investigators, which could be days and weeks away from now. So that anxiety alone can cause people issues. So just knowing that as long as you're doing everything you can do today in survival mode, it's probably more than enough to get through the day. And tomorrow there'll always be another opportunity. But just staying on track with doing everything you can do today: eat, rest, sleep, make your notes, photos, videos, whatever you have to do, and know that that's why we have insurance. That's why we have communities, and Kentucky's a great state. They'll navigate through this, but this is a big disaster to have to cycle through.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, in such a short period of time, just over the course of one night, is it common in disaster situations like this, Terry? You talk about rebuilding, and obviously that could take months to years looking at some of this destruction. Is it common that people impacted or people that lost their homes or loved ones will actually not return to this area? Will they maybe choose to move to a different place and start completely fresh?
It does happen. I saw that in Katrina. I was actually forwarded to Charlotte, North Carolina, in the convention center. And if you remember, they were airlifting people from Katrina off the rooftops to get them to wherever in the country. I was in Charlotte in the convention center, and I know a lot of those people ended up just changing their residence to Charlotte because they had nothing to go back to. And they ended up just making a life. If they didn't go there, maybe they went to where they were from originally. So you do see that. I think most of these people will probably end up trying to rebuild, but you never know. And it's okay. I mean, sometimes you have to get away from the trauma. I coached a Broadway performer during 9/11, right after that happened, and she was in Cats. And after that trauma, after about 2 months, she moved to California and left Broadway. She just didn't want to deal with it anymore. And so people make choices based upon their level of trauma and releasing it. So I think it's really important that people, as they do go through a transition, this could be an opportunity for people to move to a family location or someplace else. But as you rebuild, it creates a strong sense of community in all of us. So again, I really suggest people go through this manual, be able to go through and know that it's normal to feel the way they feel. And I think that's the biggest part psychologically, is just knowing it's okay to feel upset. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to be confused. It's okay. It's a disaster. There'll be brighter days. It's just knowing how to process it and get to it.
Yeah, and I've literally direct quote from the governor of Kentucky. It's okay to not be okay, and I think that's the biggest takeaway. Terry, is there anything else that people impacted, people that may know somebody impacted, anything else anybody should take away from this conversation before we send you off?
Well, at my website is where this free information is terrylyles.com, PERRYLYLES.com. I have a lot of free resources. This one in particular is called Caught in Nature's Path. It's a 30-page downloadable free PDF, and you can send it out to everyone. So I'd encourage people that know people there. You can send it to them. It's free. It's what we do to our communities around the globe when these kind of disasters hit. So please visit terrylyles.com, get your free PDF download. There's a lot of great information there that can help you. And this is why we do this. From myself and my publisher, is to get information out by the thousands and help as many people as we can.
Yeah, Terry, definitely a great resource to have, all of your PDFs and all of that information in there. Definitely a great read. Terry, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. As always, we appreciate your time, and we'll be chatting soon. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue our coverage of this very tragic situation. Several tornadoes that spawned across the Midwest over the weekend. Recovery and rescue efforts still underway this morning. We are expecting to get an update from the governor of Kentucky, as well as Illinois and other impacted states throughout the day. We do not have exact times at this moment, but since this situation happened, we've been getting them basically on a daily basis. So we'll be sure to update you when we have exact times. But again, some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more coverage at the top of the hour. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this Tuesday morning. We are continuing our coverage of the deadly, destructive tornadoes that spun out across several states in the Midwest. Rescue and recovery efforts still underway. These storms claimed dozens of lives. We do know this morning that at least 88 people are confirmed dead across 6 different states. 74 alone of those confirmed deaths are in Kentucky. Kentucky. But as recovery efforts continue, this devastation is still sinking in for many. Right before this 2-minute commercial break, we were speaking with a trauma specialist about how victims and people who know those impacted by these storms can even begin to cope with the amount of trauma that comes with a situation like this. I do want to bring you the latest on what we know this Tuesday morning. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more from Mayfield, Kentucky.
The death toll has jumped once again here in Kentucky, and the governor says it could be more than a week before we have the final count.
The good Lord saved us. It was a terrible thing to go through.
Heartache is sweeping the heartland after this weekend's deadly tornadoes crippled communities across 6 states, especially in western Kentucky, where more than 100 people are unaccounted for as of Monday. The state's governor says he expects the number of missing to rise as search crews continue combing through massive piles of debris.
Lost some neighbors and hurt somewhere, and they're still trying to find people.
But with winter temperatures plummeting in the bluegrass state and thousands without electricity, heat, and water, the race is on to get people into shelters. Still, as countless return to where their homes once stood to salvage what they can, police in several counties are responding to reports of looting.
Trash that are breaking into people's houses and stealing their belongings after they just lost everything.
Meanwhile, emergency teams investigating a Mayfield, Kentucky candle factory for any human remains now sharing positive news.
We've had human interaction with all of the debris on the site with canines. We have a high level of confidence there is nobody in this building. There's no one left in this building.
Dozens of employees were working at the facility when it was flattened by one of the twisters. President Biden is scheduled to visit the state on Wednesday. In Mayfield, Kentucky, I'm Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And we did hear some recent remarks from President Biden that we will play for you a little bit later here on our show, detailing the plan of his visit to the state of Kentucky to survey damage that will be taking place tomorrow. And you can bet that we will be streaming that visit as well as remarks that he is expected to make following the tour here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you a slight weather alert here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Courtesy of our Fox weather team, we are noting and monitoring the fact that tornado recovery efforts in the Mid-South actually might be hampered by several rounds of showers and thunderstorms this week. So here's a look at our XRAD radar. You can see that red color in a huge portion of the Midwest says high wind warning. That's because rain and storms are expected from the southern plains to the Ohio Valley starting late tonight, and they are expected to continue off on through Saturday. So a lot of rain could hamper the efforts being made to, search for any survivors, search for any people who may still be in the rubble as so many communities are leveled. So we'll be continuing to follow this weather alert here on Live Now from Fox. Our Fox weather team has been a huge portion of our coverage and helping us keep all of our viewers up to speed on the situation out there in the Midwest. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with our coverage. We do have Fox News multimedia reporter Austin Westfall. He's in Edwardsville, Illinois, where a tornado ravaged a large Amazon warehouse. So let's get the latest on the number of survivors and the number of unfortunately confirmed deaths out of that specific warehouse.
This building behind me is about the size of 23 football fields, but now almost half of it is gone because of that tornado. 6 people went to work on Friday night, and they never returned home.
It's unbelievable. It's like a war zone, like a bomb went off.
Stephen Foley is a driver for Amazon and was working the night of the storm. He says he's lucky to be alive because he was out driving when the storm hit.
I could have been here 25 minutes before. I would have been inside the building.
Honestly, I'm just worried about my friend right now, though. It's insane. Nothing like this, honestly, has ever happened to me.
Emily Epperson also works at the warehouse but was not on shift that night. At the time of speaking with her on Saturday, she was looking for her friend, who was later confirmed as one of the dead.
I just came here because I want to know something. The unknown it sucks.
To those who experienced home damage, we will pursue all available resources to help you recover.
Amazon says 46 people were in the building at the time. 7 were on the south side, which is where the 6 deaths and 1 injury happened. 39 others were on the north side of the building, and they're safe. The company says the part of the warehouse that was destroyed was partially used as a parking area. Dozens of mangled cars were seen being trucked away on Sunday.
We're going to do everything we can to assist those families through this.
Amazon says it donated $1 million to the Edwardsville Community Foundation and will also work to provide assistance to the families of those affected.
It's just unbelievable that you would think something like this would happen close to home.
Today, Governor Pritzker was asked why there were no basement shelters in this Amazon warehouse. He says building codes require that warehouses like this do not have basements because there's a risk of flooding. Here in Edwardsville, Illinois, Austin Westfall, Fox News.
And we have correspondents across the impacted states surveying the damage and interviewing people that were unfortunately impacted and trying to cope with this devastation. I do want to bring you out to Dawson Springs, Kentucky. That's where Fox's Fallon Glick is showing us the destruction there.
This used to be someone's front porch. You walk up the steps only to find a home that is no longer here. Personal belongings scattered everywhere, trees snapped in the background. This type of devastation is all over Dawson Springs. A slow, steady flight over endless devastation in Dawson Springs, Kentucky might look gut-wrenching.
Hearing it coming up the street, the roar was just unimaginable.
But it is so much worse. 75% of the city is gone. You can see homes obliterated, debris everywhere, cars on top of each other, even a refrigerator in a tree.
I hope and pray a lot of people are okay.
But under it all, there are memories, prized possessions, loss, and a way of life that will never be the same.
We just got in here when he heard it coming down the street.
Jean Kimmel has lived in this community since 1995.
My wife was right here, and I was over here. And then the storm came, and that was the first thing to go, the roof. And then that part of the house went, glass shattered, and we were trapped under the sheetrock.
He was rescued 30 minutes later, feeling lucky to be alive.
I know I've lost some neighbors and the hurt somewhere, and they're still trying to find people.
City officials tell us about 100 people are still missing and 13 people are confirmed dead. Rescue workers and canine teams spent the weekend searching through the debris.
It's really bad.
With so much to clean up, the reality of what has happened takes a while to sink in.
I've never witnessed anything like this.
And then it does.
Really bad.
Making matters even worse, the police department is investigating about 10 to 20 cases of looting in these homes.
Trash that are breaking into people's houses and stealing their belongings after they just lost everything.
What Dawson Springs needs most right now is something money can't buy.
Best thing that anybody can do right now is to pray for all of these individuals and all the families that have been touched by this horrible situation.
And that simple act of sending up a prayer is what Kimmel credits to saving his life and his family's.
The good Lord saved us. It was a terrible thing to go through. It was just awful. But we survived it, and I hope a lot of my neighbors did too.
Officials are still urging people to stay away from this community, but if you would like to help, we have that information on how to do so on our website, WDRB.com. In Dawson Springs, Fallon Glick, WDRB News.
And I'm sure y'all haven't even seen the worst.
Oh, yeah.
Water's been out.
Meanwhile, the heads of the United States Federal Emergency Management Agency, otherwise known as FEMA, and the Department of Homeland Security arrived in Kentucky to tour areas hit by these deadly tornadoes. Deanna Criswell, who is the head of FEMA, and DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas attended briefings and toured the most affected areas in the state, including the town of Mayfield, which sustained the heaviest damage. Again, we do know that President Biden is expected to visit the state of Kentucky to survey damage himself and then make remarks following that tour, and we will be bringing you that full coverage here tomorrow on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as more video and pictures, drone footage, you name it, pops up on the internet, we want to bring you more of what we are seeing here on Live Now from Fox this morning. This is actually a tornado ground scar that was visible across fields in Caruthersville, Missouri, after a twister tracked through the area area last Friday, leaving so much destruction in its wake. These images are taken by Tab Wilde, who's based in Manila, Arkansas, and shows the indented fields. Other images show factories and stores in other towns that were destroyed. Wildly told Storyful, which is the resource that we use to grab these photos and videos that have been posted to the internet, that he flew all the way to Mayfield, Kentucky to see the destruction there. So you can literally see the scars, the physical scars that these tornadoes have left on these communities. So wanted to really show you that crazy video here on Live Now from Fox. And as we continue to bring you the coverage and latest on the destruction out there, we want to let you know how you can help people rebuild. Here are some of the ways to help everyone affected by these record-breaking tornadoes. The American Red Cross is on the scene helping to evaluate the damage, and you can donate money by texting Red Cross to 90999 or donating blood at your local Red Cross facility, which will be sent out to states in need. Generous donors can also put their funds towards the Kentucky Tornado Relief Fund started by Governor Andy Beshear, the Salvation Army, Samaritan's Purse, and others. So these are just a few of the ways that we as viewers, we as Americans seeing all this destruction can help out. All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. While our coverage on these destructive tornadoes will remain a huge portion of our show, we are going to get into some more top stories here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute commercial break. This includes an update on Derek Chauvin. He has notified the federal court in Minnesota of a change of plea to charges that he violated George Floyd's constitutional rights. So when you return from this 2-minute commercial break, we are going to be touching base with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team to get the latest details on this situation. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing to bring you some more top stories that we are following this Tuesday morning. A hearing is scheduled tomorrow when Derek Chauvin is expected to change a federal plea. A local defense attorney says it's likely that Chauvin's legal team has worked out some kind of plea deal. So I do want to head out to Minneapolis, Minnesota live. That's where Fox 9's Bill Keller is joining us with the latest on this story. Bill, good morning to you. A new development in the Derek Chauvin case. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, after pleading not guilty back in September to depriving George Floyd of his civil rights, Chauvin is expected to kind of make an about-face in this case, one that could help him avoid spending the rest of his life in prison or even facing the death penalty. Now, a hearing is scheduled tomorrow, at which time he's expected to change his plea. As you say, it is likely that his legal team has worked out some sort of a plea deal. Now, the amount of time that he's going to spend behind bars is not going to change. He's already serving 22 and a half years in state prison for the murder of George Floyd. But if they worked out an agreement with federal prosecutors, it could allow him to serve out that sentence in a federal facility, which could be much more desirable just for his quality of life.
Now, you know, Bill, after this plea, could Derek Chauvin testify as a witness? Is that something that we could be looking at in this case? All right, Bill, it looks like we lost your audio here for just a moment. I'm sorry to interrupt you. For some reason, we did just lose your microphone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, and hopefully we can bring Bill back in after that. Stay with us.
Am I back?
Yeah, now you're back.
That's weird. Sure. Yeah, if you can come back to me and just wrap up, we can do that now. That's fine. No, I heard you. That's fine. It was green. Ricky. Sure, no problem.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing our coverage when it comes to word that Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd, could be entering a plea deal, it may seem. Fox 9 Minneapolis' Bill Keller is back with us to explain what's going on out there. Bill, good morning to you. Can you kind of break down the nuts and bolts of what we're looking at? I believe this is happening tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, Regina. Good morning. I mean, he pleaded not guilty to these federal charges of depriving George Floyd of his civil rights. That was back in September. Now, he's expected to make an about-face in that. This could help him avoid spending the rest of his life in prison. Now, there's going to be a hearing scheduled tomorrow. He is expected to change his plea. It is likely that his legal team has worked out some type of a plea deal. This would not affect the amount of time he actually spends behind bars because he is already serving 22 and a half years in prison for the murder of George Floyd. But if they come up with some type of federal agreement with federal prosecutors, rather than serve that in a state prison, he could do it in a federal facility. But the civil rights case against him and his 3 co-defendants, that was set to go to trial this month. This would really upend that. Those 3 co-defendants wanted a separate trial, arguing that they didn't want to be linked to Chauvin, who's already been convicted of murder. The judge refused that. But now, if he does, in fact, change his plea to guilty, they could end up getting their wish. He could go from being a defendant to actually a witness and even testifying for the prosecution. But Regina, keep in mind, those 3 former Minneapolis cops, they still face criminal charges for aiding and abetting the murder of George Floyd. The timing of this is really peculiar. They would face these federal charges before that other trial, those state charges, which was set for March.
Interesting. Well, definitely all eyes on Minneapolis tomorrow, especially also too with the Kim Potter trial. So lots to talk about here in your area. And Bill, we really appreciate you joining us and bringing us up to speed on everything. So we'll definitely touch base with you tomorrow about this expected plea deal. So you have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thanks.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, with you from the Orlando hub. We are on the East Coast here. We are continuing to bring you several top stories that we are following this morning. Obviously, a huge part of our coverage is the continued rescue and recovery efforts across the states impacted by the deadly and destructive tornadoes across the Midwest. We will continue to bring you any new updates from governors, from officials here on Live Now from Fox as we get them live, and we do have some recorded segments that are very informative and we will be able to play out for you here in just a little bit. But as promised, I do want to continue on with some more top stories that we are following this morning. We are also following the fact that as the Omicron variant spreads across the U.S., a lot of states and cities really in those states are bringing back mask mandates. So I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater as he talks about these mandates and how the White House is responding.
We have come a long way in a year, but as we continue to battle emerging COVID variants, we're still a long way from normal. This was the scene 1 year ago today. New York nurse Sandra Lindsay became the first person in the U.S. to receive a dose of the first approved COVID vaccine. Since then, through fits and starts, vaccination rates have been rising, and few places have seen higher numbers than New York City.
As of today in New York City, 90% of New York City adults have received at least 1 dose. You can change everything and really put the COVID era behind.
But can we really put the COVID era behind us? The cases are rising, and more states are once again returning to face mask mandates.
I'm kind of over it by now. We did it for a whole year and some change. I'm kind of over it.
And even a year later, it's hard to stay a step ahead of the game.
Intercepted!
The NFL just started requiring booster shots for coaches and staff, and they're in talks with the players' union. The Supreme Court just rejected an argument from some healthcare workers in New York State that vaccine mandates disregarded their religious objections. Much of the concern now is driven by spread of the new Omicron variant. Just yesterday, the UK reported the world's first known death connected to Omicron, even though there is growing evidence that the new strain may cause relatively mild symptoms.
If you infect enough people, law of averages, you're going to start to see bad outcomes. And in fact, they are seeing some hospitalizations in the UK right now. They have reported that.
And both houses of Congress today will observe a moment of silence for the 800,000 U.S. lives lost to COVID. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Hard to believe it has been 1 year since the first COVID-19 vaccine shots in general were administered. So we really have come a long way and are continuing to follow any efforts being made to combat the spread of COVID-19. Meanwhile, I do want to turn to a development and a top story that we've been following since the very beginning. Yesterday, the Michigan high school shooting suspect appeared in court once again virtually. And we did hear from a private attorney who was trying to convince the judge to bring the shooting suspect from a jail back to a juvenile facility. But let's get the latest on what the judge had to say about that plea.
If I have to look out for what is best interest, it's not being at the jail. I believe his needs can be met at the village.
That's Children's Village, a juvenile facility in Pontiac that a court-appointed guardian ad litem for Ethan Crumbley argued he should be sent back to Monday in court.
I'm not being humorous when I say this, but he could still at least be in school. I mean, there are things, he is still 15 years of age.
Crumbley held in a small cinder-block cell inside of a clinic at the Oakland County Jail away from adult inmates, with checks by corrections officers every 15 minutes, access to only food and mental health care. He didn't know his parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, were all under the same roof.
I was the one to actually tell him that his parents were in custody at the same jail and that they were charged. He doesn't have access to a television or any type of media device. So he was not aware until I told him.
Paulette Michelle Lofton is Crumbley's court-appointed attorney.
And I really can't say what he's voiced to me because of the attorney-client privilege, but I am sure a 15-year-old who's never been in trouble before is probably a little bit fearful for his current surroundings.
Oakland County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Mark Keast adamantly against returning Crumbley to Children's Village, citing an imminent danger to other kids there.
I can't imagine a situation where we could put this defendant in a school environment after what he did on November the 30th, Judge.
Ultimately, Judge Nancy Karniak doubled down on her earlier decision. He'll stay put at the Oakland County Jail.
Again, do you understand and agree to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Village charged with murder. This would not be the first time.
Meanwhile, the parents of the suspected Oxford school shooter will be in court today. James and Jennifer Crumbley are each charged with several counts of involuntary manslaughter. Their 15-year-old son, Ethan, is charged as an adult, accused of killing 4 classmates and injuring 7 others. He is being held in the Oakland County Jail and will remain in the jail away from adult inmates. So if and when we do get the feed of the Crumbleys making an appearance in court today, we will be sure to stream it for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as we continue our coverage of several courtrooms that we're monitoring here on our show, I do want to bring you the latest from our Fox 9 Minneapolis team. We have been bringing you inside the courtroom of the Kim Potter trial. She is the former Brooklyn Center police officer who is facing manslaughter charges in the shooting death of Dante Wright. We do have them wrapping up what we saw in the courtroom yesterday and what we can expect today. Let's listen in.
Monday, this jury getting an expert lesson on the difference between Kim Potter's fully loaded Glock handgun and her taser. They're also hearing from the assistant Hennepin County medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Dante Wright.
What was the most significant injury with respect to your exam?
Far and away, the gunshot wound to the chest was the most significant injury.
Dr. Lauren Jackson on the stand, he reports the bullet tore through Dante Wright's chest, left to right, on an upward trajectory, damaging Wright's lungs and ripping a hole in the heart of the 20-year-old.
Injuries like this, we refer to survival times in terms of seconds to minutes in these types of injuries.
To show the LED lights, the lasers, and the flashlight.
Jurors watching this taser demonstration from Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agent Sam McGinnis. McGinnis showing off the LED lights on the taser Potter was carrying April 11th. The less lethal weapon on her left side, her fully loaded Glock, holstered on her dominant right. Prosecutors have argued the well-trained veteran cop should have known the difference.
The taser is yellow, the firearm is black. The taser has a stocky body to it compared to the Glock handgun. The grip of the taser is shorter and wider than the Glock.
Let's pause on that. How much shorter is the handle on the taser?
I don't know the exact number, but when you're holding the taser, I guess you can't get all your fingers on it.
Potter's manslaughter trial in recess tonight. Testimony set to resume Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. The prosecution still with more witnesses to call. Reporting in downtown Minneapolis, Paul Bloom, Fox 9.
And if you're listening at home, Mr. Meadows, Mr. Bannon, Mr. Clark, I want you to know this. History will be written about these times, about the work this committee has undertaken, And history will not look upon any of you as martyrs. History will not look upon you as a victim. History will not dwell on your long list of privileged claims or your legal sleight of hand. History will record that in a critical moment in our democracy, most people were on the side of finding the truth, of providing accountability, of strengthening our system for future generations. And history will also record in this critical moment that some people were not, that some people hid behind excuses, went to great lengths to avoid answering questions and explaining what they had done and what they knew. I predict that history won't be kind to those people. And is on the motion.
Those were some remarks from the House panel investigating the January 6th riot, holding a meeting last night at the Capitol, voting to recommend contempt charges against former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. The committee voted unanimously to move forward with charges against Meadows, who refused to appear last week for a deposition. The vote of contempt comes after more than 2 months of negotiations with Meadows and his lawyer, and 1 month after charges were brought against former President Trump's longtime ally, Steve Bannon. He was indicted on 2 counts of contempt last month. So that is something that we are going to be continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue our coverage of the deadly and, devastating destruction that has been seen across the Midwest. We do know that 88 people are confirmed dead, more than 100 still missing, and a huge chunk of that number of deaths is reported in the state of Kentucky alone. So when we return, we are going to get the latest on how lawmakers are reacting to the recovery and response efforts of this tornado outbreak. And then we're going to hear from a former FEMA advisor on what recovery efforts look like when you're talking about this sort of mass destruction. So stay with us. That's all coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this Tuesday, December 14th. We are continuing our coverage of the deadly tornadoes that spun out across several states in the Midwest over the weekend. Some on the left are characterizing the deadly storms which tore through the nation's heartland as the result of climate change. Others are trying to use the tragedy to smear their opponents. So I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News congressional correspondent Aisha Hasni as she takes a look at how several lawmakers are responding to this devastation.
This is a time when sort of politics don't enter into it.
As Kentucky Senator Rand Paul requested federal disaster aid for his state reeling from Friday's deadly tornadoes, the left called him a hypocrite for rejecting several major disaster relief bills in the past for other states.
I simply ask that we take it from some spending item that seems to be less pressing.
Democrat Representative Eric Swalwell tweeting lawmakers should do all they can to help Kentucky residents, but added, do not for 1 second forget that Rand Paul has voted against helping most Americans most times they're in need. Paul responded today by saying, with our dead not yet buried, it is not the time or place to debate the left's political agenda. Meanwhile, others are blaming the tragedy on climate change. Actor Mark Ruffalo tweeting, this is what hashtag climate catastrophe looks like. It's only going to get worse from here. While FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell fired off this stark warning.
This is going to be our new normal, and the effects that we're seeing from climate change are the crisis of our generation.
Even the president pulled it into the conversation over the weekend, tasking the EPA to investigate.
The intensity of the weather across the board has some impacts as a consequence of the warming of the planet and the climate change. The specific impact on these specific storms, I can't say at this point.
Only to caution the country not to jump to conclusions today.
We can't say with absolute certainty that it was because of climate change.
Politics aside, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell thanking DHS and FEMA today for their work on the ground.
This is the worst storm to hit Kentucky in my lifetime.
And Fox has learned that there is plenty of federal aid to help those victims right now, but this recovery process could go on for several months. So if Congress needs to approve more cash, they may try to tack it on to the next bill to fund the government. That happens in February, and that's when we could see some partisan push and pull on how much. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And in just about a little less than 10 minutes, we will have a live report from our Fox Weather team at a recovery center in the state of Arkansas. So be sure to stick with us for that live report. That's happening at about 9:45 a.m. Eastern time. Meanwhile, when it comes to recovery and such a large scale of destruction, you are talking about whole communities basically leveled. How do these recovery efforts even begin? What is the plan of action for organizations like FEMA or the Red Cross? Well, our very own Daytona Everett spoke with a former FEMA director to talk about just that. So I do want to listen into this interview for just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I am joined now by Mark Nuvo. He is our FEMA expert, a former FEMA director. Thank you so much for being with us here on the show, Mark.
Good morning. You're welcome, Daytona.
So a lot to talk about today and some busy days for FEMA.
Yeah, no question. Not just FEMA, but certainly the folks that are experiencing this devastation. And it's, what we're hearing from the governor of Kentucky. This is the deadliest December for tornadoes in history in that state. So we're talking about a 250-mile swath that's a mile wide and literally destroying historic thousands of homes, businesses, warehouses. It's going to be a tough recovery, no question.
When it comes to situations like this, record-breaking storms, how do they address these large plots of land?
What they're doing is FEMA, the federal government, is now operating under a presidential disaster declaration, which basically offers every federal department and agency agency to the state of Kentucky. And so whatever they need in the way of resources to augment what they're already doing. For instance, they've got search and rescue teams down there trying to recover folks, and not just recover, but also rescue, which is important. They're working on power, communications, making sure the police and fire departments are operable, hospitals are operable. You've got electricity, you can call 911. A lot of areas, in particular Mayfield, those systems are not working.
Yeah, we've already had some FEMA administrators who have been there on the ground surveying the damage. President Biden now saying he's going to be making his way to Kentucky on Wednesday. What are they looking for at this point? And by Wednesday, you would think most of those rescues would have been made already, right?
Yeah, for the most part. Now, with regards to rescue, we have learned some things of recent due to, the Miami building collapse and the Haiti hurricanes, that people can exist longer than originally thought as long as they have access to a little bit of water. Water is key. So what we used to think was 24, 48 hours, now we can look up to a week. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that they're going to find some more survivors in there. With regards to the president and the FEMA administrator heading out there, really the president's there to kind of encourage folks, to try and let them know that the federal government's here to support you, that we'll do whatever's necessary. But that was already going on right after, the tornado hit land. There are resources that were deployed there within hours, rescue teams, communication teams, power utility workers. So there's a lot going on already. But he wants to see what's happening too and kind of get eyes on the situation.
Yeah, I know we're talking about federal assistance, and this is all happening as we speak right now. But we have governors from Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, all declaring a state of emergency. When are they going to reap some of those benefits of getting the assistance from the federal?
Yeah, in Kentucky's case, and many of these other areas, because this is so widespread, 6 states, 3 FEMA regions, they're prioritizing where they want those resources to go first. And, Kentucky seems to be the hardest hit Mayfield area. Certainly we were looking at Illinois and the Amazon warehouse, but they're going to get simultaneous support, whether it's more urban search and rescue teams, whether it's canine, whether it's communications worker, logistics, people to bring out food, water, cots, shelters, things like that. They're going to get that kind of simultaneously, but they're going to prioritize the area that's hardest hit first. And it appears to be Kentucky, which is why Kentucky has a presidential disaster declaration.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you mentioned the Amazon warehouse, which is just a tragedy if you've ever seen one before. But we said the response time on that also impressive in the midst of all of these other tornadoes that are ripping through.
Yeah, remarkable. You think about some of those outlying areas where the fire departments aren't overly large, but they were there within 6 minutes of the incident. Now, mind you, think about the Amazon warehouse. These are 40-foot tall walls, 11-inch thick concrete. They're falling inside the building with people occupying there. So the ability to rescue, to get under there, to get those people out while you have gas lines that have ruptured, potential of fire. You've got electrical lines that have been ruptured, potentially because you've got water on the ground. You've got an unsafe building structure. It makes it a very dangerous operation. Kudos to those folks who were saving people so early in this incident.
Yeah. Well, as you said in the beginning, this was the deadliest December day for tornadoes on record to this point. But the Midwest is used to these tornadoes coming through. It is Tornado Alley. Is it a surprise to you that so many of these buildings collapsed and were totally destroyed by these storms?
Well, to your point, Daytona, they do have tornado warning systems that let them know something's happening. But when we're talking about what's rated as an EF3 or 5, we're talking about winds up to 200 miles per hour. There's very little that can withstand that, any type of structure. So that's why you see in a lot of cases they have basements to go underground. Those people who got warning and were able to get into those basements survived this. Those who weren't able, and because of short notice or for whatever reason weren't able, are the ones that are, we're finding in rubble or miles down the road. And some are being rescued, and certainly some are deceased. And unfortunately, the loss of life numbers are going to go up here over the next few days.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask you about. More than 100 fatalities at this time. How high do you think that could grow?
Well, we don't know. What we try and predicate that on is how many are missing. And it sounds like they're talking about maybe another 50 to 100 people missing. But the difficulty with that is when it affects, the tornado affects the communication systems. In other words, you can't use your landline or your cell phone because all those towers are down. So you're not sure if people are hurt, if they're in a building, if they're trapped, or if they got out, but they just haven't been able to make contact. So that's why we encourage, as well as local officials, if you do get out of there, make sure you contact the Unification Center. And there is one set up in different areas in different states so that they can have an accounting of people, and that helps the rescue operation.
Yeah, no doubt. For people who may be watching this right now and are saying, yeah, they need assistance, the people who've been affected by this, is there anything that the normal person can do to help out?
Yeah, there is. In disasters like this, not just tornadoes, but we're talking about hurricanes, wildfires, all the rest. Really, the recovery and the people part of it comes from neighbors, nonprofits, Salvation Army, Red Cross, Rubicon. It's neighbor helping neighbor. And we're hearing that story over and over in this area where neighbors are coming to help neighbors, and that's going to be critical. So in Kentucky, they have a phone line that you can contact to volunteer to help in shelters. They also have a website that you can volunteer and donate money. So 2 of those areas are great ways for people to help, especially in this time of year with the holidays.
Yeah, because we know they have their hands full. FEMA does right now, and Kentucky's being addressed first, but Tennessee, Arkansas, still so many residents out there that are hurting right now. Last question for you, Mark. Anything in particular that you are going to be watching as the president makes his way out and other people make their way out down on the ground, search and rescue teams still there? What are you going to be watching for?
Well, what we're hoping for, and utility workers across the country have a mutual aid system that's bar none fantastic. So they got power crews coming from all over the country getting restoration of power, which is key. If they can get restored power, that brings up and solves an awful lot of problems in terms of critical lifelines that communities need. That's one. The other thing that kind of goes untold here that carries a great toll is the emotional part of this. When we go through things like this, it's just like grieving. You're going to go through multiple steps of grieving. And what they found from disaster survivors, the best way to get through difficult times like this is to be part and parcel to the recovery. Whether that means making decisions, helping out, clearing rubble, which we're seeing neighbor help neighbor, that's going to be key from the mental health standpoint. And that is so critical, not just for these days, but for the long term that it's going to take for these communities to recover.
Yeah. All right, Mark Nuvo, former FEMA director, thank you so much for being with us here on LiveNOW. We'll talk to you soon.
You're welcome. Bye.
And we are continuing our coverage of the damage and recovery and rescue efforts that are still underway this Tuesday morning after a deadly spawn of tornadoes made their way across several states in the Midwest. We're not just talking about Kentucky, we're talking about Arkansas, Illinois, Missouri. So when it comes to recovery efforts, where do we even begin? So many people impacted, so many communities impacted. Well, I do want to head live right now to Truman, Arkansas. That is where Fox Weather's Hunter Davis is joining us live from a volunteer staging center, and you can see that it's very busy behind her. Hunter, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. What are you seeing inside that facility right now?
Hey there, good morning. That focus has now really shifted to recovery and just how does this area move forward. To give you some perspective of the damage they saw here in Truman, we actually have some video to show you. We shot this yesterday while we were making our way around the city, taking a look at the damaged areas. This city is where at least an EF3 tornado originated. That's, preliminary reporting from the National Weather Service. This city is where that tornado started, and then that tornado tracked well into Tennessee. And the damage here that was left behind by that storm really creating a pretty clear picture of what these people went through. When we come back out here live, I mentioned to you that focus now on that recovery. How do we move forward? This is how we move forward. They lean on each other. They lean on their community to pick themselves up and get back on their feet. This is a city of only about 6,000 people. Monette, Arkansas, they only have about 2,000 people. Leachville, Arkansas, about 2,000 people as well. And those were the 3 cities that were hit the hardest. So these are very small cities that saw some pretty massive damage. We're taking a look at all of these donations that have poured in from not only people locally, but really from people well outside of this immediate area. And it's so impressive to see all of these people come together. We've been talking to the mayor. This is a well-oiled machine that they have going here. They said when they put out an all call, when they say, hey, we are low on toothpaste, we are low on toothbrushes, they said within 30 minutes they have the supplies they need, which is absolutely amazing to see a community come together. I actually want to take you guys outside, and you'll have to deal with, we'll kind of adjust with us as we step into different lighting here. We're actually going to show you guys what's happening outside. So there is a lot of moving parts here. Inside, people are checking in so that they can get that clothing, they can get that food, but they're also serving hot meals here. Those are being served and prepared here in this parking lot. And as we come outside, we actually have Lowe's here as well. They brought in a pretty significant amount of stuff. They've got 13 stores across that kind of damaged path. This tornado was very widespread, and the damage from this storm was very widespread. So that impacted many businesses, many homes, and Lowe's here is one of those businesses that was impacted. They have since come in to this location and other locations across the area that have needed those donations, and they have brought water and other supplies to bring to people. They're actually going to be taking these supplies out into the field because a lot of people still have blocked off roadways. They can't really get in or out of those really damaged areas. So some of these people are actually taking supplies from this center, taking it into the city on ATVs, trucks, and other vehicles to make sure that these people who are less mobile can still get the supplies they need. Like I said, a really well-oiled machine that they have going here, and there is, just help pouring in from everywhere. You can see they're praying there. That's one of the big things here. A big faith-based community, rather. Everybody here says that it's by God's grace that actually no one here died. And that's one thing, that's the common theme when we talk to those people about, how did you get through this and what's next? They all say the same thing. We're going to just focus on that faith and just lean on each other. And even the governor really said that. Governor Asa Hutchinson, we spoke to him over the weekend during a one-on-one when he walked us through that nursing home where a life was lost. He said to us that Arkansas people will take care of Arkansas people, and that's what we've seen since we've been here from day one here in Arkansas. Back to you.
Now, Hunter, it warms my heart to see, like you said, a well-oiled machine working day and night to help people impacted not only in their state but across the Midwest. When you talk to victims who have lost everything, who are needing the resources on the tables that you just showed us, what is their sense of emotion like? Is there a little glimmer of hope? Do we believe that the Christmas spirit is somehow going to get us through this? What are they saying to you and your team?
Yeah, and I'm actually going to kind of walk you back inside as we talk about this because I really want to keep that focus on what's happening here. The people we have been talking to, honestly, are just grateful to still be alive. So many of them have lost so much. The governor's saying, quote, hundreds and hundreds of homes were completely destroyed by this tornado that ripped through here, at least one of which that we know of, 2 of which we think were tracked right here in Arkansas. Hundreds and hundreds of homes completely destroyed. And when you talk to these people, they honestly are just glad to still be here. They also offer us things. This is really such a giving community, all of these cities. Everywhere we've gone, people ask us, how are you? Are you okay? Do you guys need water? Do you need a bathroom? What can we do for you? And it really just emphasizes everything these people are willing to do to take care of their own. You also mentioned Christmas. And I'm really glad we can talk about this. This tornado hit pretty much 2 weeks from the exact date of Christmas. So we have people that have lost everything right ahead of that Christmas holiday. And it's really important that you take care of that too. Try to get these people back in the Christmas spirit. So they're actually taking Christmas donations every day until 4 or 5 o'clock. And they say by Friday, they want to have all of the donations so that they can then gift those. They're taking anything from, baby toys and clothing all the way up to 18-year-olds. They say that they actually have a lot of the toys and the, things that you can give to younger people, but anything that you can give to those older, those teenagers, pre-teenagers and above is really what they're looking for now. Really trying to, get them all back in the Christmas spirit as they recover from such a devastating weekend.
Yeah, Hunter, and like I mentioned, it is just so amazing to see the efforts going on behind you and really a glimmer of hope for all of the people impacted. Thank you so much to you and your team. We hope that you stay safe out there, and we'll continue to check in for updates just like this. We really appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great day, Hunter. All right, and we really want to thank our Fox Weather team. They have had reporters out in the most devastated areas, helping our viewers stay up to speed on everything that is going on. Beautiful recovery efforts, beautiful teamwork happening right now in impacted states and states that have not been impacted. You heard Hunter say that neighboring states are working to get resources and teams out there to help those in need. So it is something that we will continue to bring you and keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I do want to play for you about 12 to 13-minute remarks that we got from President Biden recently as he detailed what he will be doing on his trip to Kentucky as he will survey storm damage out there tomorrow. Stay with us. All right, everybody, it is about just 1 minute away from the top of the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. This is when we start getting all sorts of live events and live feeds coming to our desk. We are going to go to Capitol Hill Live right now and listen in for a bit. This is a House Rules Committee. They are recommending that the House fine Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress for refusing to comply with the subpoena that was issued by the January 6th committee. So that was news that we brought to you overnight here on Live Now from Fox, and this is sort of a follow-up meeting following that vote last night. So let's listen in.
Are there people in the Republican conference who are curious about how this thing was drafted or what other information could be out there? I mean, this is stunning. Yet somehow Mr. Meadows thinks he shouldn't have to testify before Congress and answer questions. Give me a break. The texts sent to Mark Meadows that were released by the Select Committee last night were nothing short of a bombshell. The top personalities on Fox News who are today trying to cover up the gravity of what happened on January 6th knew who to go to stop the insurrection that day. The president's son knew who to go to. When Don Jr. texted that, quote, "It has gone too far and gotten out of hand," end quote, what was it that he was referring to? The it was the attempt to overthrow the election. The it was the attempted coup in the United States of America. Yet the president did nothing in those critical moments, in what the vice chair has rightly called his supreme dereliction of duty. So based on what we've already seen, I shudder to think what else Mr. Meadows is trying to hide. What we already know, and what is already clear, is that there was an attempted coup that day, aided and abetted from the top down. You know, if you look at world history, the first attempt at a coup doesn't always prevail, but the next time it often does. If we don't get to the bottom of what happened on January 6th, if we don't prevent it from ever happening again, the next time America may not be so lucky. And just let me remind my colleagues of one thing here. This Capitol was attacked. The people who work here were directly threatened. People died. 140 police officers were injured. It took over 3 hours for the people around Donald Trump to get him to respond. Over 3 hours. Let that sink in. Think of all that happened because of his silence. Think of what could have been prevented had he intervened earlier. I mean, I have a tough time trying to figure out what kind of rotten person would stand by while this carnage was happening before his very eyes, while he was watching it on TV. It's sick. But here we are today, and I appreciate the committee's work and determination to get to the truth. And speaking for myself, I will do whatever I think is appropriate and necessary to make sure that you get all the support that you need, because the American people are expecting us to get this right. I don't know if the ranking member has anything to say, but I'm happy to yield to him.
Just quickly, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Worth noting that, and we'll talk about this, I'm sure, during the testimony. I look forward to that. Mr. Meadows has, submitted literally thousands of pages of documents. And there it was, and maybe still is, for all I know. And again, I'll look forward to hearing what the chairman and the ranking vice chairman has to say about that. Discussions as to whether it's appropriate. There are legal proceedings here underway as to what the extent of executive privilege here is and what it applies. So I guess that's my big concern is, number one, is this exercise going to get us the information that I know you want and the cooperation, or does it make it less likely? And number two, do we have a legitimate legal question here that we ought to resolve before we proceed with criminal contempt? Doesn't mean the committee shouldn't continue its work, doesn't mean they shouldn't be aggressive in pursuit of the truth, but it does raise some interesting questions and as to whether or not we're going too far, too fast here in this particular action. I think we've seen a couple of occasions of that before. So with that, I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman, and look forward to the testimony we're about to hear.
Thank you, and I welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on this resolution. Again, recommending that the House of Representatives find Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with the subpoena duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Chairman Thompson and Vice Chair Cheney, we're delighted to have you here. I now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. This is an unfortunate situation we're dealing with today, particularly because it deals with a former colleague, and that situation has been made worse by the amount of dust that's been kicked up to try to distract us from the facts. So let me spell out those facts. The Select Committee sought records and testimony from Mr. Meadows because we believe that he had information relevant to our investigation. He reportedly participated in or witnessed events that are the focus of our work. So on September 23rd, we issued a subpoena for documents and his testimony. After weeks of back and forth with his lawyer, evidenced in the letters we made public with our report, we set a November 12th date for his appearance at a deposition. At that point, he hadn't produced any records, and when the time came, he didn't even show up. We signaled at that time that we were prepared to move forward with contempt proceedings, but we also gave Mr. Meadows a final opportunity to reverse course. We set another deposition for December 8th, and Mr. Meadows initially agreed to provide testimony. Now, throughout this process, Mr. Meadows' attorney has raised claims of executive privilege and so-called absolute immunity. The idea that individuals who hold or held certain positions have no obligation whatsoever to appear before Congress when called. We don't accept those claims. President Biden hasn't asserted executive privilege or absolute immunity regarding Mr. Meadows' testimony. And all the courts that have considered claims of absolute immunity have rejected them. But all that discussion about different privileges is a distraction. That's not what this contempt referral is primarily about. This referral centers on the information that even Mr. Meadows and his attorney says is outside all those claims of privilege. He provided roughly 9,000 pages of records that he and his attorney freely admit cannot be held back by any sort of privilege claim. They gave us a lot of this information. His participation in a January phone call aimed at pressuring state legislators to overturn election results, that's not protected by executive privilege. His communications with Georgia Secretary of State regarding efforts to disrupt election, that's not protected. The list goes on, and while the records he handed over gave us valuable information, they also raised a lot of questions. And then, the day before he was scheduled to appear for his deposition, he changed his mind. He said he was through cooperating with our probe. He refused to come in and answer questions about the non-privileged material. He has no basis to refuse to cooperate on those matters. That alone is sufficient to advance the referral. But for the sake of argument, let's talk about Mr. Meadows' privilege assertions. The Select Committee isn't able to assess whether Mr. Meadows is making those assertions in good faith because he won't even come in and address them on a question-by-question basis as he's required. I have my view of whether he's made these claims in good faith because I've seen him on television talking about his conversations with the president and promoting his book. I understand that this is a difficult matter. I have no great desire to be here seeking consideration of this contempt referral. Mr. Meadows was a colleague for more than 7 years, but that doesn't excuse his behavior. If anything, his time as a member of the House should make him more aware of the potential consequences of defying a congressional subpoena. We've given Mr. Meadows every opportunity to cooperate with our investigation. We've been more than fair. He's brought this situation on himself, but there's no doubt in my mind that he's in contempt of Congress and has to be held accountable. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to open with these comments, and I look forward to your questions and yield back.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Cole, and all the members of the committee. As the chairman said, it gives us no pleasure to be here again, and to be here dealing with the recommended referral of criminal contempt of a former colleague of ours. We understand it's a serious matter, and it's a step we wouldn't be taking if it weren't necessary. We don't take it lightly, and we hoped we would not have to be here at all. As the chairman noted, we'd engaged in weeks and weeks of discussions with Mr. Meadows' counsel. We'd worked very diligently to try to reach agreement on cooperation. We'd scheduled a deposition at a time and a day of Mr. Meadows' choosing. But shortly before the deposition was to occur, Mr. Meadows walked away from his commitment to appear, and he informed us he would no longer cooperate. As the chairman noted, we think Mr. Meadows is improperly asserting executive and other privileges. But this contempt proceeding relates principally to Mr. Meadows' refusal to testify about the text messages and other communications he admits are not privileged. He has not claimed, and he doesn't have any privilege basis to refuse to answer our questions about these texts and about these topics. I'm just going to talk about 3 areas that are critically important to our investigation, about which Mr. Meadows has turned over materials that are non-privileged and about which he's compelled to answer our questions. As the violence was underway on the 6th, it was evident to all. But we know that for 187 minutes, President Trump refused to act. And he refused to act when his action was required, it was essential, and it was compelled by his duty, compelled by his oath of office. Mr. Meadows received numerous text messages that he has produced without any privilege claim urging President Trump to take action. I read a number of those last night to the nation. Here are a few others from Republican members. Quote, "It is really bad up here on the Hill." Another one, "The president needs to stop this ASAP." Another one, "Fix this now." And as we saw last night, dozens of texts, including from Trump administration officials, from members of the press, from Donald Trump Jr., urged immediate action by the president. But we know hours passed with no action by the president to defend the Congress of the United States from an assault while we were trying to count electoral votes, which was an official proceeding. This brings up another point. Mr. Meadows' testimony will bear on a key question in front of this committee. Did Donald Trump, through action or inaction, corruptly seek to obstruct or impede Congress's official proceeding to count electoral votes? Mr. Meadows' testimony will inform our legislative judgments on those issues. But Mr. Meadows has refused to give any testimony at all, even regarding non-privileged topics. That puts him in contempt of Congress. And let me pause and just note that we as Republicans used to be unified on this point in terms of what happened on January 6th and the responsibility the president had to stop it. We all remember, every one of us, what Republican leader McCarthy said on the floor of the House the following week. Quote, "The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump." That was Republican leader McCarthy. Mr. Meadows has also got knowledge regarding President Trump's efforts to persuade state officials to alter their official election results. In Georgia, Mr. Meadows participated in a phone call between President Trump and Georgia Secretary of State Raffensperger. He was on the phone when President Trump asked the Secretary of State to, quote, "find 11,780 votes to change the result of the election in Georgia." At the time of the call, Mr. Meadows, according to texts he has turned over, appears to have been texting at least one other participant on the call. Again, Mr. Meadows has no conceivable privilege basis to refuse to testify on that topic, and doing so puts him in contempt of Congress. Finally, in the weeks before January 6th, we know that President Trump's appointees at the Justice Department told him repeatedly that his claims of election fraud were not supported by the evidence. They told him the election was not, in fact, stolen. President Trump intended to appoint Jeffrey Clark as Attorney General, in part so that Mr. Clark could alter the Department of Justice's conclusions regarding the election. Mr. Clark has now informed the committee that he anticipates potential criminal prosecution related to these matters, and he intends in upcoming testimony to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. As Mr. Meadows' non-privileged texts reveal, he was communicating multiple times with a member of Congress, a currently serving colleague of ours, who was working with Mr. Clark. Mr. Meadows has no basis to refuse to testify regarding those communications. He is in contempt. January 6th was without precedent. There has been no stronger case in our nation's history for a congressional investigation into the actions of a former president. We must investigate the facts in detail, and we are entitled to ask Mr. Meadows about the non-privileged materials he has produced to us. Any argument that the courts need to resolve privilege issues first is a pretext. We need to question him about emails and texts he has given us without any privilege claim. His role in the Raffensperger call cannot be privileged, nor can his dealings with a member of this body regarding Jeff Clark. We must get to the objective truth and ensure that January 6th never happens again. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you both for your testimony and for the work you're doing. Maybe former Chief of Staff Meadows should talk to former Congressman Meadows. When he was serving here, he complained about subpoenas being ignored, information being hidden, and Congress being stonewalled. When it came to other people facing a congressional subpoena, he said, and I quote, "They may be able to ignore Congress, but they won't be able to ignore the American people," end quote. So I don't know what changed when he moved from working for one branch of government to the next. Maybe he's just that afraid of Donald Trump. But there are not two systems of justice in this country. No one is above the law. And, again, the more and more we reflect on what happened on that terrible day, the more and more I am stunned by the stonewalling of people close to Donald Trump. The American people deserve to know what happened and who was responsible. Again, a lot of time went by before the president finally intervened, and lots and lots of. I mean, we were seeing some of the texts that were released from Republican lawmakers and others, texting to Mr. Meadows, "We're under siege up here at the Capitol. They've breached the Capitol. Mark, protesters are literally storming the Capitol, breaking windows on doors, rushing in. Is Trump going to say something? There's an armed standoff in the House chamber, at the House chamber door. We are all helpless." And even some Trump administration officials, POTUS has to come out firmly and tell protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed up here. Mark, he needs to stop this now. Tell them to go home. POTUS needs to calm this, I can't repeat it here, down. Even people, and you released this yesterday, in the very conservative news media were begging that there be an intervention, that the president put an end to this. And he didn't. It took hours. I really believe that, they say that sometimes, coups don't succeed the first time, but there could be a second or a third time. What happened that day was so wrong. and the president and some around him behaved in such a way that, quite frankly, everybody's life was endangered here on the Capitol campus. Staff, people who worked in our cafeterias, people who, the Capitol Police, who were injured, and some died. And at some point, enough is enough, and there needs to be a full accounting, and we all need to come together around this. And I get it. I mean, the politics is involved in everything we do up here, but this was just so wrong. And if the goal by some is to wait out the clock, to try to invoke stalling tactics so we don't ever get to the finish line, that's a terrible tragedy for this country. And we were there. Many of us were there on the floor that day. I was in the chair that day. And when I walked out into the speaker's gallery, I came face to face with this angry mob smashing the doors to get into the speaker's lobby. I couldn't believe what was happening here. I never thought such a thing would ever happen up here. And for people to try to minimize that, or to try to invoke delaying tactics, or to try to characterize it as something that it was not. This was not a group of people interested in protecting our democracy. This was a group of people trying to destroy our democracy. So I regret that we have to be here and invoke the measures that we're about to do. But this is serious business, and I commend you both for your efforts here. And but again, I think that we need a full accounting of what happened, and we need to understand why the president waited so long. Hours went by before he finally decided to say anything. So I thank you. I have no questions, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to introduce a letter that was sent to the council by the council from Mr. Meadows to Mr. Thompson, Chairman Thompson, and the other members of the Select Committee on December 13th, and just ask unanimous consent
Without
to enter
objection.
it into the record. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, did Mr. Meadows write you on October the 6th to request the Select Committee identify topics which he might be able to provide useful non-privileged information?
I'm certain he did, if you're referring to a letter.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. Did you engage in accommodations process to narrow the scope of the subpoena? Was that a serious back and forth discussion?
Well, we've been back and forth with Mr. Meadows' counsel since September on various issues. At no point did we refuse to engage him.
Did you ever seriously consider, was your subpoena absolute, or were you willing to say, yeah, there are some privileged areas here that perhaps are beyond what we should be inquiring?
The subpoena spoke for itself, Mr. Ranking Member. What we tried to do was to accommodate his counsel on any questions to the extent practicable. That was what we did.
Okay. On November 3rd, didn't Mr. Meadows write again, stating he was, quote, willing to explore with the Select Committee whether outside the confines of the subpoena an accommodation could be reached by which he might be able to answer under agreed upon appropriate circumstances a limited set of questions that would further a valid legislative purpose within the scope of the Select Committee?
Well, the subpoena required a deposition, and we have, as a committee, sought to depose him pursuant to that. Now, we can negotiate around some other issues, but he has to sit for the deposition.
And can that deposition be limited in any way before you sit down? Isn't that the purpose of the negotiation, to see, okay, there's non-privileged matters that certainly, and as you suggested, and your testimony, and he clearly thought there were areas that were non-privileged that were appropriate for the committee to be asking about.
Well, if he felt there were areas that would be outside, then he could put them forth at that proper time, but we felt that he needed to do it at the deposition.
Okay. Unilaterally stating that, quote, it appears the accommodation process has reached its natural conclusion, yet Mr. Meadows was still seeking to define the contours of accommodation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What legal standard did you use as the basis for your decision to decide, despite ongoing correspondence, that the accommodations process was over?
Well, the legal standard was the fact that every person that has offered testimony to the committee, we've tried to work with them. But it's the committee's standards that we adhere to, not the other individual.
Okay, on November 19th, did Mr. Meadows send you a letter to clearly communicating a list of topics on which he was willing to provide responses to written interrogations?
Well, in all deference to Mr. Meadows' counsel, then, he can say it, but it's left up to us to accept it as a committee.
Mr. Chairman, could I'd like to make sure that we enter into the record all of the chairman's responses to Mr. Meadows' attorney, because in addition to what the ranking member is referring to, the committee has...
You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, 10:27 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are currently listening in live as a House Rules Committee is considering Mark Meadows' contempt of Congress resolution. Now, this is happening right after last night. The House panel investigating the January 6th riot at the Capitol voted to recommend contempt charges against former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. The committee voted unanimously to move forward with charges against him because he refused to appear last week for a deposition. Now, this comes after more than 2 months of negotiations with Meadows and his lawyer. As you heard them mention, there were allegedly texts, there were documents that Meadows could have known of possible, events that could lead up to the January 6th riot. So this is something that we are going to continue to follow closely here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. I do want to let you know that when we return, we are going to switch gears entirely and head back inside the courtroom in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where the Kim Potter trial is officially underway once again this morning. It looks like we do have a Brooklyn Center police officer testifying under oath. So we'll listen in here after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Back from that 2-minute commercial break, taking you live inside the courtroom in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as the Kim Potter trial is underway. She is the former Brooklyn Center police officer facing manslaughter charges in the shooting death of Daunte Wright. It happened in the wake of the Derek Chauvin trial on April 11, 2021, earlier this year. We do have the Brooklyn Center commander. His name is Garrett Fleslin, and he is taking the stand under oath right now. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
August 29th of 2000.
And why do you remember that?
It's a significant date. It's when I started this this career.
When you're out on, you get your patrol assignment. At some point, you get a promotion to a different position.
Yes.
And when was that?
The first one was in January of 2004. I was promoted to detective.
So as a detective, what did you do?
Investigated cases. A lot of times you take a case that was initiated or initially investigated by a patrol officer, and you continue to see it through as far as gathering evidence, eventually potentially presenting it to a prosecuting attorney for review and charging.
And how long did you do that?
A little over 6 years.
Do you specialize in any kind of cases, or just whatever call comes in?
No, we were considered general detectives.
And after that, you said that 6 years, did you receive a promotion then?
Yes, sir.
And what was that promotion?
I was promoted to sergeant.
And can you describe for the jurors, we've heard patrol and sergeant, detective, kind of what the hierarchy is within the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
We've got a chief of police. When we're fully staffed, then we've got 3 commanders and 1 support service manager. The support service manager is a non-sworn position. He or she oversees records and other aspects of just conducting day-to-day business within a department. But then the 3 commanders each oversee a different division. 1 oversees patrol, 1 oversees investigations, and 1 oversees community services.
And so going from detective to sergeant was a promotion sort of in rank?
Yes.
And which area were you the sergeant of?
As a sergeant, I was a patrol sergeant. I was assigned a shift of officers. Throughout most of my tenure as a patrol sergeant, I worked nights, 5:30 at night till 5:30 in the morning. I'd be charged with overseeing and supervising this group of officers as they would go handle 911 calls. They would proactive details, basically carrying out policing throughout the city.
While you were a sergeant, did you pursue some additional education?
I did.
And can you describe that for the jurors, please?
I obtained my master's in police leadership from the University of St. Thomas.
And what year did you achieve that?
2013.
And how was that sort of helpful to your job with Brooklyn Center?
It was a pretty broad program that covered a lot of aspects of police leadership, best practices throughout policing. In some respects, it solidified some of the things that I had learned and discovered over my years, and as well as introduced me to new concepts.
At some point then, did you get another promotion?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
September of 2015.
What was that promotion?
I was promoted to commander.
And that's where you currently are, your current position?
Yes, sir.
So when you first got promoted, what were your duties as a commander?
I was assigned to patrol, so I was the patrol commander. So I oversaw that position, or that division, which typically consists of 6 patrol sergeants, 26 patrol officers, between 8 and 10 cadets or community service officers, non-sworn positions.
And do you know Kim Potter?
I do.
And how did you get to know Kim Potter?
We were co-workers. She was employed at the police department when I was hired.
How long have you known her?
Since I started working in 2000.
And were there times when you would have been then her supervisor?
There was a few brief periods where I was her sergeant.
Explain why. or when those periods were, trying to understand why you would have been brief periods as your supervisor.
We end up juggling responsibilities and roles sometimes as people leave. She was a day watch officer for most of the time that I was there. She had a different day watch sergeant. When he retired, we shuffled positions a little bit, and I was the day watch sergeant for a brief period.
So really just as schedules or shifts went?
Yes.
Turning your attention to the investigation of this matter, did you play some role in the follow-up investigation?
Yes.
And were you requested to provide certain documents as part of the investigation?
Yes, sir, I was.
And who requested that assistance?
Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
And as a commander, are you familiar with sort of the ways that records are stored at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Generally, yes.
And how to access them?
Yes.
And were you asked to provide training records relative to Ms. Potter?
Yes, I was.
And were you also asked to provide personnel records with regard to Ms. Potter?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
Either on your own or with the assistance of others, I assume?
I got some of them myself, but primarily I coordinated the efforts of others within the department.
And is it your understanding that the Brooklyn Center Police Department has a record retention policy?
Yes.
And so your department may not have records going back the entire length of Ms. Potter's career?
Correct.
And as well with training records, training or attendance at training is kept track of by the department. Is that true?
Yes.
Is that required by the licensing authority, the post board?
I guess I don't know specifically what post board requires that we submit, but we do have to track whether or not our staff is receiving their continuing education in specific topics.
And does the Brooklyn Center Police Department provide training on its own for its officers?
Yes, we do.
And do you also allow officers to train outside the department?
We do.
Can you just kind of describe what that would be, what kinds of things that might entail? The outside training?
I guess I'm thinking two different things right now. I'm thinking maybe there's an outside vendor that's offering some kind of training that we will send our officers to. And I'm also aware of some of our officers obtaining training on their own. They go to their own class that they pay for and arrange on their own.
Yeah, that's a much better way of explaining what I was trying to ask. So they can go outside the department to get training if they can find the right program or want to do it?
Yes.
But otherwise, you try to provide enough training at Brooklyn Center for the officers to meet their requirements?
We've always provided more than enough training to satisfy the post requirements, yes.
Since becoming a commander, have you had a role in overseeing the provision of training to officers in the department?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury, please?
I've had kind of a broad stroke over the training as far as just monitoring that it is taking place, that everyone is satisfying the requirements. I'm not an actual trainer. I've got people that specialize in that and have been trained in that. I really just kind of monitor that it's getting done, that the training we're providing is accurate, is within best practices, continues to evolve as laws change, as technologies change, as experiences change.
Do you supervise those trainers? Does that make sense?
Sure. I oversee. I'm accountable to the chief to make sure that the training takes place and is appropriate.
In that way, in that capacity, do you work with the trainers with regard to the training they're doing?
Yes, not necessarily the nuts and bolts of exactly what's going to take place, but I get an overview of what the plan is, what the objectives are, what the process is going to be, and ultimately I have the final say on if that's what we're going to proceed with or not.
So probably the better question for me to have asked was, do you review lesson plans, materials that are going to be provided for training?
Yes.
And in that capacity, do you interact with the trainers?
Yes.
And do you also have to go through that training?
I do.
So some days you may sit through a training that you already had reviewed to make sure it was a good training.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention now to Brooklyn Center Police Department policies. Does the Brooklyn Center Police Department have a policy manual?
We do.
And does that contain specific policies within that manual?
Yes, it's a variety of policies.
Why do you have a variety of policies for police officers?
State law requires that we have certain policies. There's I'll call it a small set of policies that we are mandated to have. I think if you're going to run a business, you need to have a collection of policies. It helps establish standards. It communicates expectations. And when running a business, it really helps drive us towards consistency as far as how our officers are going to carry out their tasks.
And are the officers, are these written policies?
They are.
And are officers required to know them?
Yes.
Are they required to follow them?
Yes.
And how did Brooklyn Center come about having these written policies? Where do they get them from to start?
Our policies have evolved over time. Right now, we use a system called Lexipol. It's a national system, or a national company. I think we transitioned to them spring of 2014-ish. It's a company that's used by, I believe, over 8,000 agencies across the country. They suggest policies for us based on state law, federal law, changes in state or federal law, changes in case law, evolution of best practices, new technologies. And so they're constantly tweaking the policies, and what they do then is provide input or suggestions, recommendations to us. Ultimately, it's our decision what we're going to incorporate, what we're not going to incorporate. Obviously, we incorporate the things that are in compliance with changes in law or best practices. And so that's how we have really moved forward with our policies in the last 6 years.
And so it sounds like, if I can just make sure I understand, you get a standard sort of from Lexipol. You see if it needs to be altered for Brooklyn Center purposes.
Yes, they provide recommendations or changes to our current policy based on changes, a variety of changes, and then we ultimately make the decision what we're going to incorporate, if we're going to change it, if we're going to take it as is. And sometimes it involves a dialogue back and forth with the lawyers and attorneys with Lexipol to make sure that we are establishing the policy that we're comfortable with and is in compliance with a variety of requirements.
And have you been involved in that process of making adjustments to policy?
Yes.
And just, I guess, to help us all out, how do you spell Lexipol?
Lexipol.
And are there, on occasions, changes made to the policies?
Yes.
And is there a way that those changes are recorded by the department, like when they're made?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jurors, please?
Although we can print out our policy manual, it's, I think last time I checked it was about 700 pages. It's extensive. The primary way we access it through is a web-based portal online where we can go in, review a policy. If there's a new policy or change, it will get a notice sent out to the staff via email. Each staff member has a unique login, username and password. They log in, they'll be able to review that update or change to the policy, and then they acknowledge electronically by a couple of clicks on the computer, and then it's documented. And then in administration, I can go back and audit that at any point to see when policies were released and when they were acknowledged by staff.
So this program keeps track of when the change was put out?
Yes, I'll call it when it was published or when it was released.
And released to whom?
To our department.
Okay. And in what ways are those policy changes communicated to the officers?
They'll always come out via email, a notice, an automated notice by Lexipol, but then we generally...
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida, as we listen in to Brooklyn Center Commander Garrett Fleslin on the stand under oath as he testifies in the Kim Potter trial. She herself, a former Brooklyn Center police officer charged in the deadly shooting death of Daunte Wright. It happened earlier this year on April 11th. She is facing first and second degree manslaughter charges. And pretty soon here, either this week or next week, we should see Potter testify in her own defense. But right now, her former commander under oath speaking. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we'll continue to listen in inside this courtroom.
And 336 is already into evidence, is that correct?
No, Your Honor, I'm saying that defense counsel told us they were stipulating to our exhibits.
Okay. 336 will be in evidence.
And if we can...
If we need
and
to.
Now, I'm going to show you Exhibit 336 on the monitors there. Can you tell us what part of the Brooklyn Center Police Department policy manual this is?
This is one of the first pages that just documents the law enforcement code of ethics.
And why why is this the very first page?
It's important to establish standards and expectations.
And the first line which I will, if I'm technically savvy enough, highlight for you. You see this line here?
Yes.
What does that mean? First of all, read it to the jury if you would and tell us what it means to you as a police officer.
As a law enforcement officer, my fundamental duty is to serve the community.
Why is that there in the first line of the Code of Ethics?
I believe that's the core of what we do, is we serve and protect.
And I want to go down to the second paragraph. The second line starts with, "I will maintain." Can you read that sentence for the jurors, please?
I will maintain courageous calm in the face of danger, scorn, or ridicule, develop self-restraint, and to be constantly mindful of the welfare of others.
Why are those terms there?
It's a difficult job at times, law enforcement, and we need to continue to strive to be our best.
In the third paragraph down, it starts with, "I will enforce the law courteously and appropriately, without fear or favor, malice or ill will, never employing necessary force or abuse." Why is that in this policy, that language there? Objective is it's obviously it's there. It's irrelevant. It's a policy. Why it's there is irrelevant.
All right, counsel, are you going to go through this line by line, or?
Some of them, Your Honor, yes, because I don't know if you want me to fully respond, but it is relevant from this commander's perspective and other
Can we
issues.
have a sidebar, please?
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in to the Kim Potter trial inside the courtroom in Minneapolis, Minnesota. On the stand right now is Brooklyn Center Commander Garrett Fleslin. It does look like they were bringing up the documents that feature all of the protocol when it comes to Brooklyn Center response to incidents. Now, it does look like they are having a private conversation and have muted the microphone. So this is going to be a good time to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Tuesday morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. I do want to let you know that we'll be leaving the Kim Potter trial for just a little bit. They did mute their microphones inside the courtroom to have a private conversation about the documents being shown. They are moving into some dedicated time to going over police procedure when it comes to the Brooklyn Center Police Department. Kim Potter is a former Brooklyn Center officer charged in the shooting death of Daunte Wright. She is facing first and second degree murder charges. So we'll be weaving in and out of this, first and second degree manslaughter charges. Forgive me. So we'll be weaving in and out of this trial as we go about the day here on Live Now from Fox. But I did want to let you know that we're going to take a bit of a break from that. I can show you a couple of feeds that we've got coming in this morning. We are going to head back out here in just a moment. But this is a House Rules Committee considering contempt charges for Mark Meadows. It is a Congress resolution. This comes after the House panel investigating the January 6th riot at the Capitol voted yesterday to recommend charges against the former White House Chief of Staff. They voted unanimously on this after he refused to appear last week for a deposition. So we'll be revisiting that in just a second. I do want to let you know that we've also got feeds coming in from the House and Senate floors, and we can tap into that a little bit as well. We also did just get a COVID-19 update from New York Governor Kathy Hochul. They just did decide to really order vaccine mandates for indoor places. It took effect yesterday. So we'll be following that, the latest on how states and cities are combating the Omicron variant and the spread of COVID-19. And speaking of that, it does look like we're on standby for an update from the World Health Organization. So this is just some of the feeds that we're monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. Our Phoenix team will be taking over here in just a little bit, but as promised, I do want to head back out to Capitol Hill as we get the latest on
why is it that this unnecessary force language or abuse is right in the Code of Ethics?
Contempt charges for Mark Meadows. Let's listen in.
First of all, it's compelled by the subpoena. He's required
Force is significant if we use
to produce documents and to answer questions, to appear to testify. And there are a multitude of questions that we need to ask him. We need to ask him, we need to understand what was going on, what were his discussions with the member of this body about making Jeffrey Clark Attorney General. Why did they want to make Jeffrey Clark Attorney General? What did he think about the letter that Jeffrey Clark was proposing to send to state legislators in Georgia to overturn the results of those elections? Why were Fox News hosts texting him, telling him that they needed to get the president out to stop this? Why did they think that the president was the one who could stop this? Because many of those same people now are in fact saying, gosh, this was just tourists, or this was a false flag operation, another person on Fox News has claimed. So I think there are real questions about what those discussions were. I think there are questions we need to ask about what their plans were, what plans they were making on January 6th, what plans they were making with respect to the vice president, what plans they were making to have the vice president to get outside legal counsel to tell the vice president that he could, in fact, decide not to count certain electoral votes. The American people deserve to know all of the steps that Donald Trump, that those around him, that his campaign were taking in an effort to change the results, to overturn the election, to delay the electoral count. And again, the messages that Mr. Meadows has turned over are non-privileged, and he has a duty under.
Everyone agrees to that. No one
Right.
claims. So the executive privilege argument, as the chairman said, is pretty much a distraction at this point, because we're
it's a
talking about
pretext.
questioning him about things that he's already
And
produced.
he has a duty under the subpoena. He also has a duty as an American citizen, and he has a duty as somebody who served in a position of public trust, who swore an oath under God to our Constitution. He's got a duty to come forth and tell us what he knows.
Thank you.
Well, and the vice chair is absolutely correct. The other thing, Mr. Raskin, is this information was provided.
Thank you.
Well, and the vice chair is absolutely correct. The other thing, Mr. Raskin, is this information was provided by Mr. Meadows to the committee. And what we gleaned from that information was enough that we needed to have him in person to come and explain the information that he had provided to the committee, of which he's denied to come.
Well, let me ask you about it, and I'll close with this question, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's so much cynicism now in the public. Some people would invite us to believe that everything that happens in our politics is just lies, disinformation, fake news. What's the importance of the committee actually trying to establish the facts of what took place?
Well, I think absolutely. That's the core objective of the committee, is to get to the facts and circumstances that we can prove. Now, I think part of what you just read, why would all these people text the President of the United States and say, you have to stop these people? There's some connection between those individuals doing the text and who they're doing it to. And our committee needs to figure out in our investigation what those connections are. And the only way we can prove and get to those connections is have the people who are communicating with that to come before the committee.
You mean they weren't texting you to call it off?
No, sir.
Were they texting you, Ms. Cheney, to call it off?
They were not.
Seemed just to go to Mr. Meadows and the President. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to express our continued appreciation to the members of the January 6th committee for your tenacity, your steadfast patriotism.
All right, we've been listening to a little bit of the House Rules Committee. In just a little bit, they are going to vote this out of committee because they have the votes in for the Democrats in the majority, and this will then send the full vote to the House floor there to hold Mark Meadows, the former Trump chief of staff, in contempt there during this investigation of the January 6th riots. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll have full coverage when it does get to the House floor. We want to go into some other news of the day that continues right here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us here. I'm your host, Mike Pacey, as we continue to roll on. We're going to go out to Georgia. Heartbreaking story out there in DeKalb County, where overnight a fire wipes out a home, but unfortunately also it takes the lives of 5 people. Let's listen to officials as they describe the scene right there.
She was wondering, could they come? You can
You just want me to run through the whole deal, then you'll see it. Right there? No.
Let's come in with formation. Yeah, I'd like you like this.
Okay. Okay. Y'all ready? Yeah. Everybody ready? We're making sure we're starting a little early, so make sure need a sound check or anything? No, good on that. Go ahead. Good morning. We're here today because of an incident that occurred at this house behind us last night. And we thought it was important that not only do we talk about the incident, but we take this time to make sure that our citizens are safe during the holidays. And so first I want to offer my condolences to the family that was affected by this tragic incident last night. At approximately 12:27, DeKalb County fire units responded to this address. Upon arrival, they were told that there were several entrapments. They initiated an aggressive attack and search to find any victims or occupants. They located 4 victims who were removed from the home. One victim was taken by ambulance and later succumbed to their injuries. We also had 2 other individuals that were transported to the hospital. We had 1 person that was treated on scene. We've had 29 fires in December alone. We've had 11 fires since Friday. We know that there's 3 reasons primarily why fires start. 1 is because of unattended cooking. 2 is because of heating equipment. 3 is because of electrical malfunctions. And so what we want our citizens to know is how you can prevent those fires from occurring. When it comes to cooking fires, it's important that you do not leave that food unattended. At all times, there should be somebody watching that pot. When it comes to heating devices, it's important that you have your furnaces serviced. That if you use a space heater, you give that space heater spaced at least 3 feet. That you do not use a space heater as your primary source of heating. Electrical malfunctions. Make sure that you're not using extension cords. You're not overloading them or outlets. It's also important for us, and why we have all these folks here today is because we're going to canvass this area, but it's important for us to tell you that the #1 defense from a fire that occurs in your home will be a smoke alarm, an operating smoke alarm. Interesting fact, 50% of all the fatalities that occur in homes occur between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. Let me repeat that. Those fires occur between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. 50% of the fire deaths occur during that time. So this device right here that we are going to give out, we're going to distribute throughout this community, is that lifesaver. I ask you to also take care to have an exit plan out of your home. It's important that you know a way out, more than one way out of your own home. And if you use burglar bars, that doesn't become a hindrance that traps you in your own home. So with that being said, I'm going to give a number for those citizens that may not live in this direct area that they can receive a smoke alarm. That number is 404-587-6318. I'll repeat it, 404-587-6318. We will not only bring you that smoke alarm, but if necessary, we will install it. Thank you.
Chief, can you say what started this fire? There were smoke detectors in the home, and how the people who live here were alerted to the fire? So
the fire itself is still under investigation. We are not sure how the residents, because we know of 2 that were in the house, how they were alerted. We do know that the call did not come from this home. The actual call came from one of the other residents who may have saw the fire itself.
And early on, you don't know if there were working smoke detectors in the home?
We do not know if there was working smoke detectors. That's correct.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to acknowledge and express my appreciation to Chief Fulham and the brave men and women of DeKalb Fire Rescue who do such an outstanding job protecting the citizens and residents of DeKalb County. I would also like to express my condolences to the family who suffered this great tragedy this morning. And as a matter of fact, we have 2 members of the family here, the Ziegler brothers. This home belongs to their grandmother, and I want to say to them that we will do whatever we can to support you and your family as you try to overcome the challenges that you face. You have our number, you have my number, and please reach out. Young Mr. Ziegler here actually worked at DeKalb County government in our summer youth program, and he's a great artist and photographer, and we love you so much, and please express that to your family. Finally, this morning, one of the burdens or the realities of being CEO, whenever there's loss of life in a fire, Chief Fulham contacts me directly through text and email. So this began early this morning. And then about 6:30, 7 o'clock, I was talking with the chief, and he was recounting the horrific loss of life that occurred here at this location. And during the conversation, we decided that we should mourn those who've lost, celebrate their lives, but also take affirmative steps to try to save lives still in here who can help us spread the message to be safe, to take preventive steps, and to call us if you don't have a smoke detector so that we can get one to your home as quickly as possible. And once again, to the Ziegler brothers and your family, we love you, and we're just going to continue to put our arms around you. I ask if you would like to say something, you can. Feel free to do it. But we love you and we appreciate you, and let your grandmother know that we'll be standing with you throughout this tragedy. Would you like to say something?
No, sir. Thank you.
Chief, if we could ask, first of all, our condolences to you guys for your loss, and just wanted to let you know we're thinking about you all and praying for you. And Chief, wanted to know how your guys are doing. That had to have been really tough for them to show up on a scene with a fully involved house, and just with what happened. How's everybody doing?
And thank you for asking, first of all. You know, they're doing as well as can be expected. This is tough. These firefighters, the number one job and the reason why they do it is to save people. And they show up on a scene like this where they know that the tragedy is occurred in many cases, and that in most cases it's going to be recovery. It's tough, and I was out here last night, and I'll tell you one thing I was most proud of is when I watched the firefighters work. They're very aggressive about what they do, but when it came time to deal with these loved ones and removing them, they did it with respect. They took their time, and they really understood that moment for the family that was standing right where you are in many cases. And so I thank you for asking that question.
Can you tell us an update on how the people who did survive are doing? How many are still in the hospital? And I know from talking to the family that there was one of the loved ones that is pregnant. Can you just kind of update us on some of those?
Yeah, so I did have an opportunity, if you don't mind, just to speak about their grandmother who is in a hospital, who did receive burns, and they were saying that she's doing well. And I was glad to hear that she is. She did receive second and third degree burns, but she's doing well. She's the only one in the hospital at this time.
It's very early, and can you speak to any resources that are being made available for the family if there is that need?
Yes, I can speak to the fact that we were just having this conversation, and we're going to love on them. I mean, these two individuals right here, one of them mentioned they wanted to be a firefighter. And, you know, I hope that happens. I hope that happens. But we're going to be here for the family. We're going to support them.
I spoke with a spokesperson for the Red Cross, and they, of course, have a good relationship with you guys, and your firefighters already put them in touch with the family, and they're working on that. Can you talk about how people watching this can help? I mean, is that a good resource for people to go to? I know they can't specifically allocate money to any particular family, but can you talk about the Red Cross and how those donations can be used to help you guys help them?
Yes, the Red Cross are our partners. They weren't out here last night, but they were ready to come. And anytime that we have an incident where there's a family that's displaced, they show up on the scene. They will assist those families in at least having a place to stay that night if need be. There are certain resources that they can offer. So if I can, yes, I would recommend it. If you have a place that you would like to put some dollars, that's a good place. The Red Cross, they are truly a partner.
Thank y'all so much.
That was the update there from DeKalb County, and also an important reminder as well when using space heaters there, where the fire department wanted to come out and also make that reminder to everyone because of this incident that happened once again. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come out, we'll take you out to Philadelphia, where police and other officials are celebrating a decrease in shootings in a particular neighborhood in Philadelphia. So what happened and what is going on with this new program that they are doing? You're watching Live Now from Fox. That's coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Let's go to our other story that we're going to go to now. This is in Philadelphia, where already, unfortunately, 500 plus murders have happened there. But in a particular couple of districts in West Philadelphia, officials celebrating now that there has been a decrease in shootings. So what happened with this new law enforcement program? Let's listen what they have to say.
Statewide emergency with an emergency appropriation of $28.5 million to help us recruit, hire, and train the next generation of local police who are prepared to work hand in hand with the community. Our community needs this investment. Our overworked police need this investment. We need to do it now. Second, we need to continue the efforts, well, to plead really with the General Assembly to do their job and close the ghost gun loophole. That ghost gun loophole lets violent criminals legally buy assault weapons and handguns without a background check. Handguns and assault weapons that are untrackable and untraceable, that are unserialized, and are leading to violence in our communities. This absurd loophole that the politicians in Harrisburg refuse to address has resulted in a 400% increase in untraceable, no background check required guns being recovered off our streets. There is a bill that's been waiting to be heard in the state Senate since April. They need to act on that now. Third, we must stop letting dangerous criminals out on cash bail. There are simply too many people that we are picking up with weapons who are out on irresponsibly low bail, and they are making our neighborhoods unsafe. Look, no one should be sitting in jail for a trial, waiting for a trial, because they're poor. Likewise, no one who is violent, who poses a threat to the community, should be out on the streets just because they can find the cash. We need to be responsible with our bail practices here in Philadelphia. Look, these are 3 common sense steps that can make a big difference here in our communities. Meeting the staffing crisis with a plan to hire hundreds of new police officers, closing the ghost gun loophole, and reforming bail in a responsible way. I'm very grateful that the community here has come together to support our efforts. So many have shown public support for our efforts, thanking our officers after operations, and coming out on the streets to speak out. The level of mutual respect that I've seen here at Christie Rec Center is incredibly important. I watched one of the basketball coaches grab one of the police officers and say, "Look at our children. They deserve respect." And then I saw him grab one of the children and say, "Look at these police officers. They deserve our respect." The community understands that important relationship between the police and them. And here in this community, they are working together to increase public safety, together to increase public safety. To the neighbors here in this community, you have been the difference makers here, and we are grateful for you. Because we're all committed to building neighborhoods where our kids and our families can be confident that they are safe. Look, I'm very mindful of the fact that no single agency can take down gun and drug traffickers who threaten public safety. Working together and providing education and services, well, that's going to make a real difference in people's lives. And we in the AG's office are going to continue to put forth every resource that we have to complement the good work that Commissioner Outlaw and her team are doing to stop this violence. And I'm going to keep coming back to Christie Rec Center, because every time I'm here, I'm reminded of just how important every kid is, every neighborhood is, and every single person here deserves to feel safe. And while one person, one community, one organization can't solve this gun violence crisis that we're facing, working together, I'm confident that we can. And with that, I'd like to introduce our Police Commissioner, Danielle Outlaw.
Thank you, Attorney General Shapiro. Good morning, and thank you for joining us here today. What AG Shapiro has just announced is the latest example of the great, outstanding work that's being done through collaboration with our local, state, and our federal law enforcement partners, specifically our continued efforts with the AG strategic response teams. We know that law enforcement agencies cannot continue to operate in silos, and that there is a continuous need for our agencies to work hand in hand with one another in order to make our communities safer to live, to work, and to play. The Attorney General's office, along with many of our other law enforcement partners, are committed, remain committed to working with the PPD to fight the scourge of violence and drug trafficking that's plagued our communities for far too long. And today's announcement is just the latest example of the progress that can be made through these concerted efforts. Like many communities throughout our city, neighborhoods in Southwest Philadelphia have continued to face a multitude of challenges. The proliferation of guns, narcotics, poverty, and the crime that comes along with it has caused widespread trauma to generations of Philadelphians who call these communities home. Generations. We know that measurable and sustained progress is made through these partnerships, and that's why our department's 18th and 19th districts, along with our Intelligence Bureau, teamed up with the Office of the Attorney General's Strategic Response Teams in order to find new, creative, innovative ways to bring relief to our communities here. And while it's only been 6 months since we began this initiative, the promising stats, the statistics that the AG shared show that we've been able to make significant impacts into the operations of those bad actors who've been plaguing these communities for generations. While the results announced today are certainly a cause for optimism, we recognize that we still have a long way to go. It's going to take a continued and sustained collaborative effort in order to combat the crisis of violence in our neighborhoods, and we will continue to work together to accomplish our common goals of keeping our communities safe and secure. I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners who have continually worked toward making the results that were announced today a reality, particularly the commanding officers of the 18th and the 19th police districts. Under the leadership of Inspector Deshaun Buford, Captain Matt Gillespie, and Captain Rob McKeever, as well as the officers and supervisors in their commands who work so hard each and every day in order to honor their oath to service, I thank them. Finally, I want to thank all of the community members who play such an important part in helping us reach our collaborative goals. Thank you to those who are here, and thank you to those who couldn't make it today. Captain Gillespie.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's important for me to say, because this still stays with me. Kyrie Simmons lost his life about 20 feet to the right of me. So this work is very, very important. I want to thank Commissioner Outlaw for letting the 18th District and Southwest Police Division do something a little different, Commissioner, giving us the opportunity to do that, and the Attorney General's Office of Pennsylvania, specifically Attorney General Josh Shapiro, for helping us hold individuals that are carrying guns and dealing drugs and terrorizing communities accountable, and accountable in a way that they should be. The officers of the 18th and 19th District and the BNI agents are doing extremely dangerous work, but they come in every single day to do it. One of the things I want to highlight is the officers in the 18th District. Not one officer has missed a day of work in the last 6 months. They have come to work every day to serve the community. We have seen an increase in community involvement, more block captains, more people calling the district wanting to be involved, more kids coming to this rec center wanting to play, more programs here. So when the violence decreases, the community investment does increase. I want to introduce a community member that's very valuable to me. Our relationship is very, very important. She is an activist, somebody that lives in the neighborhood, born and raised, and can speak on how this success has really impacted the neighborhood, but the work that needs to be done. So, Kristen, Britt, thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Captain. I wanted you to say more, so I didn't have to come up right now. But thank you. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here. Thank you to our AG. Thank you to our commissioner. I don't want to belabor the point about what our issues and our problems are, because we know them, right? So I've lived in this community my entire life. We know those stories, and we don't have to keep retelling it, because when we talk about trauma, that's part of the issue, that we continuously focus on what the issue is. What I do want to speak to today is I'm grateful for solutions. And so I'm grateful for the strategic response from the AG's office. I'm grateful to the 18th District and to the 19th District. One of the things that I think we don't spend enough time talking about, and I'm glad that we are asking the General Assembly for this 28.5?
There you go.
$28.5 million. I'm asking. Listen, so I'm asking for 30. Might as well go 30, right? Round it up for 30. And I'm asking in all seriousness because it's needed. And so when we talk about, you go from defunding police to supporting the work that is really being done, right? And we have our CROs, our community relations officers, that really make a difference. So along with our strategic response, that is a response to a problem. But what happens and how do we prevent those kind of things, right? That's the focus. So we want to have community relations officers that are just more than 2 in the district, because a district this size is the size of Norristown. And so you're asking 2 officers to do the work of an entire town, and I don't think that's fair. So when we talk about what money is needed, what I'm asking for from the General Assembly is that they earmark money, create a budget for our CROs across the city so that they can actually do the work, so they can build the relationships, so they can do the activities that need to be done to create the partnerships alongside of all of the other agencies in the city so that we can have real change and consistent change and long-lasting change. And so that is my ask from our General Assembly, and I'm so grateful for the 18th District and the work that they've done and how it has impacted and changed our community, though it is a slow process. It didn't happen overnight, so the change won't happen overnight. But I'm grateful for the beginning, and I'm grateful for the consistency. I'm grateful for the partnership and the friendship that I have with the captain and our CROs, and the work that is being done. So I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Good stuff. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
So let the record reflect that the financial request is now $30 million. With that, Commissioner and I are happy to take any questions that you might have.
Any questions, please, if you could use this mic for our live stream, that would be very helpful for us.
Mr. Attorney General, you just said that your strategic response team initiative has resulted in, excuse me, an 87% reduction in shootings in the 18th Police District?
That's correct.
And a 22% reduction in the 19th District?
That's correct.
Can you just tell us, walk us through what was put in place to make that happen? The nuts and bolts of what went into the policing of making that happen?
Yeah, and I want to be clear.
And Philadelphia continues to try to tackle gun violence in the city. It's just every day you're really hearing about shootings, and then over the weekends you hear about unfortunate number of deaths associated with there. Like we're talking about, over 500 deaths already in murders, and we are not even done with the year yet there. So that is the latest out of Philadelphia. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are monitoring pretty soon. Vice President Kamala Harris will be making some remarks about the economy. That comes as today's stocks were slipping after hotter than expected inflation data comes out, and the Federal Reserve is expected to lay out plans to begin accelerating the winding down of their massive bond buying program as rate hikes are expected as inflation has skyrocketed. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We'll monitor that and bring it to you when it happens right here. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Just like that, everybody, we are back and always in demand right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here today as we bring you the top stories, headlines, breaking news, and all of the live raw feeds that come into our news when we pump them out right to you as we get them in. We're going to go out to another live event here that we continue to monitor right now. This is the House Rules Committee there as they're finishing up their markup before they send it for a full House vote to put Mark Meadows in contempt there, the former chief of staff for Donald Trump there as they continue to investigate the January 6th riots. Let's go out to that right here as we're hearing a little bit from the congressional members.
Documents, papers all the time and then testify about them, and a witness doesn't get to choose between them. I yield back to you.
Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Armstrong, you kind of, I think you were just getting into it, but just to be clear, criminal contempt is not subpoena enforcement, is it?
No.
And if the goal is to enforce the subpoena, what action would the majority, would the committee take to compel the information they seek?
Well, you can go to court. I would not pretend what they would think, but you can go to court to compel the information. But I will say this, once you go down the road of criminal contempt, the likelihood of obtaining any testimony at all is significant.
Well, and Mr. Armstrong, the question remains, as with the other resolutions that we dealt with, what legislative purpose or otherwise are they trying to reach with the subpoenas? And so would this resolution have in regard to the stated goals of the select committee?
Yeah, the legislative purpose question is, and that's what I was talking about, going back and forth and inferring criminal conduct, utilizing criminal statutes. That is not a clear, legitimate legislative purpose. It just simply isn't. It may be a great political purpose, but so I think, listen, I just think we should be a little careful about that in general.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There've just been a couple references suggesting that somehow it's too rushed to seek contempt at this point, or that there have been insufficient efforts to accommodate Mr. Meadows. I would just refer anyone who's interested in what's actually transpired to the Select Committee's report that was filed with the House yesterday, and pages 12 through 19 detail in excruciating detail the issuance of the subpoena 3 months ago and all of the back and forth and back and forth. It has not been a couple of letters. It has been intensive, and I think the Select Committee has gone well above and beyond any reasonable accommodation, and this just can't be dragged out forever. So with that, I yield back.
Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Saunier. Ms. Ross. Mr. Neguse. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witness for their testimony. Please leave with our stenographer or submit electronically anything that you would like inserted into the record. You are now excused.
Are there any other members who wish to testify on this resolution? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on the resolution. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee provide for consideration of the resolution accompanying House Report 117-216 under a closed rule. The rule provides that if House Report 117-216 is called up by direction of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, all points of order against the report shall be waived and it shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by Representative Thompson of Mississippi, Representative Cheney of Wyoming, and an opponent or their respective designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the resolution accompanying the report. Finally, the rule provides that the resolution accompanying the report shall be considered as read.
You heard the motion from the gentleman from Maryland. Is there any amendment or discussion? Hearing none, the vote now is on the motion from the gentleman. All those in favor say Aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Aye. Mrs. Torres. Aye. Mr. Perlmutter. Aye. Mr. Perlmutter. Aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin. Aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Mr. Morelli. Aye. Mr. Morelli. Aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier. Aye. Ms. Ross. Aye. Ms. Ross. Aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Burgess. No. Mr. Burgess. No. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler. No. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach. No. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman. Aye.
Clerk report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
The motion is agreed to. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Torres.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 5665, the Combating International Islamophobia Act, a close rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of...
All right, there you go. So in a voting of 8-4 in that committee, they have now sent it to a full House floor debate there on a referral for a DOJ criminal contempt charge for Mark Meadows there. So at some time there will be a House vote on the floor there, and then before that, a debate there on all of this. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. And now going out to another live event that just popped up. Vice President Kamala Harris making some remarks on the economy. Let's listen right here.
Here with Secretary Yellen and with all of you, we're looking forward to a robust and in-depth conversation. And Secretary Yellen, I want to thank you for inviting me to share this morning with you to have this very important discussion. And to everyone, there are many leaders in this room. It's a room full of leaders. I want to thank you for being here today and for joining us. Earlier this year, I welcomed Mother Viola Fletcher and her younger brother, Mr. Hughes Van Ellis, to my ceremonial office at the Executive Office Building. Mother Fletcher, as many of you know, is 107 years old, and her younger brother, Mr. Van Ellis, is 100 years old. And they both survived the Tulsa Race Massacre. Mother Fletcher and Mr. Van Ellis were just children when a white supremacist mob burned down Black-owned homes and businesses, and decimated the Greenwood district. But 100 years later, the memory of that tragedy, the smoke in the streets, the piles of bodies, was fresh in their minds, as was the memory of the thriving community that they lost. By their account, by every account, the Greenwood district was a very special place, and I think we all know was a very intentional place. It was not the product of whim or fancy or circumstance. It was a design, and intentional in that way. And it was designed and intended to be a community, a thriving community within a community. An economy in which Black people supported one another, lift one another up, and modeled excellence, in which Black people could determine their own future. Some of us refer to that as self-determination. To put equity firmly at the center of our economic policy. So I talk about that today because I believe we must draw from the lessons of Greenwood and Freedman's, of Sweet Auburn and Blaylock Van. We must be intentional. Here's what I know to be true. America is a nation that is driven by the ambition and the aspirations of her people. But I also know that in America today, deep racial disparities continue to hold people back from achieving all they can. Today, the wealth gap persists. Today, the homeownership gap persists. Today, access to capital is unequal. As one example, Black entrepreneurs are 3 times more likely to report that a lack of access to capital negatively affects their profit margins. I believe that the actions we are taking and must take to address these disparities will define our nation's strength and economic strength in the 21st century. Our economy is growing faster than it has in decades. Unemployment is down to 4.2%, and nearly 6 million jobs have been added since January. As a nation, we cannot take this growth for granted, and we must make sure that everyone shares in this growth in order to sustain it. In a moment, the Secretary and I are going to sit down here and we're going to discuss some of the intentional actions that our administration is taking to lower costs for families and to remove barriers to success within all communities. As but one example, we are increasing access to capital by supporting community lenders, also known as CDFIs and MDIs. One of the last actions, in fact, that I took as a United States Senator was to team up with Senator Mark Warner, Leader Chuck Schumer, Senator Cory Booker, Senator Mike Crapo, Chairman Sherrod Brown, and Chairwoman Maxine Waters, who is here today. Together, we secured $12 billion for community lenders as part of the COVID-19 relief bill. And this summer, we released $1.25 billion of those dollars through our rapid response program. And we were very excited about that. The Secretary and I did that together with so many of the leaders who are here. And following up on that, today, I'm very proud to announce that almost $9 billion is now available to increase lending to small businesses in underserved communities. And I'll say, yes, that's a lot of money. I'm going to go off script for a minute. Yes, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of dough. But what we also intend to do is to look to you, the leaders in the private sector, to talk about how we can maximize the capacity of that infusion in a way that everyone is participating in the potential to exponentially grow that investment in our communities. But needless to say, these $9 billion will dramatically increase the work of more than 175 community lenders across our nation. This effort is close to my heart, and I know it's close to many of us. And it is certainly critical to our communities in every way, in terms of their potential, their capacity, and meeting their dreams with support and encouragement. Throughout the year, I have consulted with the most active community lenders in our nation, those who serve rural communities in Oregon and urban communities in California, including my hometown of Oakland, California. Those who serve low-income communities in the Mississippi Delta. Bill, I think you are here somewhere. Pouring capital into communities that are starved of it, providing financial services to communities that lack those services entirely. Communities like Itabena, a town of 1,800 with a median income of $17,000. Communities filled with people with ambition, with aspirations, with dreams for themselves and their children and their community. I have consulted with many community lenders who serve tribal communities in the plains of South Dakota, where Native women are making quilts that are important to their community, knowing there is a market for it based on the culture and traditions of those communities, and who needed a community lender. They needed a lender, but it just so happens that the community lenders understand best the needs of these communities and see the potential then for growth. Community lenders understand the value in providing access to capital directly to these communities. They sit down with the folks in these communities. They listen to the folks in these communities. They identify with and understand these communities, and that's what makes them so successful. And because they do, they add significant value to these communities and our entire country. So here's the bottom line. I believe that when we unlock the economic power of every community in America, there is nothing we cannot achieve in America. When we unlock that power, our families will be more secure, our businesses will be more successful, and our nation will be more competitive. When every community reaches its full potential, so too does America. And so ultimately, this is about the nation we are and the nation we want to be. So in closing, when I spoke with Mother Fletcher and Mr. Van Ellis in June, it was clear how far we have come and how far we have yet to go. I promised them that we would keep working to fulfill the vision of the Greenwood District and the promise of America, that we would keep working to build a nation in which every person has the support they need to determine their own future. And that is exactly why we have all gathered here today, to do just that. Thank you all. Thank you. And now I will turn it over now to an extraordinary leader who has been, for me, a true partner in this effort, the great Secretary Janet Yellen.
And for some of you, we will be taking our final break here of the hour. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
We're honored to host you at Treasury today. This is the Freedmen's Bank Forum, and I know most of us are familiar with the history. Founded by Lincoln in 1865 to help newly freed slaves build wealth, the bank's books were in shambles by 1874, largely because of poor oversight by a Congress that had waning interest in Reconstruction. Frederick Douglass, who had agreed to be the bank's president, tried to save it. He deposited $10,000 of his own money, but the show of confidence didn't work. The bank failed, and more than 61,000 African Americans lost their savings. Douglass's biographer, David Blight, called the affair one of the great aspirations, but also one of the great tragedies of Reconstruction. We're here today because, in many ways, we're still living with both that aspiration and that tragedy. The Vice President just described this very well. From Reconstruction to Jim Crow to the present day, our economy has never worked fairly for Black Americans, or really for any American of color. Well, since stepping foot in this building last January, we have tried to change that, to finally make good on the aspiration of the Freedmen's Bank by transforming how Treasury works. We have completed Treasury's first equity review, looking across the department and asking, where are our operations not as inclusive as they could be? We've brought on the most diverse leadership team in Treasury's history. Half of our senior appointees are people of color. And we've hired the department's first ever counselor on racial equity. If you haven't met Janice Bowdler yet, you will in just a moment. Our most recent measure, though, is the news that the Vice President just mentioned. Through our Emergency Capital Investment Program, or ECIP, Treasury will be injecting nearly $9 billion into community development financial institutions and minority depository institutions. These CDFIs and MDIs serve communities that the financial sector historically has not served well. And most of the time, these are communities of color. If you're a Black or Hispanic or Asian or a Native entrepreneur, we know it's harder to get your hands on funding to open a shop or to keep the lights on or to meet customer demand. And this has been particularly true during the pandemic. In their recent small business credit survey, the Fed found that while roughly 40% of white-owned firms reported receiving all the non-emergency funding they sought last year, the number for Hispanic-owned firms was just half that, 21%. And for Black-owned firms, it was just 13%. Now,
And Live Now from Fox continues. It's a new hour. Welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We are going to go out to Kentucky. The governor just making some more announcements regarding the latest on the tornado numbers that devastated towns and counties in Kentucky there of the one tornado that was on the ground for more than 200 miles and killing more than 70 people there just in Kentucky alone. Let's get the latest numbers from the governor right now on Live Now from Fox.
11 in Muhlenberg, 4 in Caldwell, 2 in Marshall. There's been a question about 73 versus 74. The emergency management director there reports 2 in Marshall and 1 in Franklin, Fulton, Lyon, and Taylor counties. 8 are unidentified or their name has not yet been released. The age range has gotten even harder. It ranges now from 2 months to 98 years of the Kentuckians that we have lost, some not even getting an opportunity to experience this life. 12 of the 74 are children, and there are unquestionably more than 100 people that are still unaccounted for, but multiple local and federal search and rescue missions continue. Utility companies continuing to restore power and repair water outages. A boil water advisory remains in effect for several area counties. 3 systems are currently not operational, and 11 systems currently have limited operations. Damage assessments are ongoing, and major work continues to remove debris from roadways and to restore or replace damaged traffic signals. But I tell you what, it feels pretty good to not just be pushing this stuff out of the way, but to be loading it up and taking it out of town. There's something therapeutic about taking that chaos and destruction and death and getting it out of some of those areas. Blood donations are still needed. In response to requests from community for blood donation information, the Red Cross has provided more than 40 blood products to hospitals in Kentucky. Red Cross remains in touch with hospital partners, but look up where you can go to donate blood. I think at the end of this week, we're going to be holding a blood drive here in the Capitol. I think we're going to try to do it with the legislative branch, who is planning one as well. We're all in this together, so we'll join theirs. They can join ours. Doesn't matter. If you're looking for something to do today, because they probably can't take any more volunteers on the ground, go give blood. Personally, give blood at that blood drive. I think it is this Friday. All right. So as of yesterday evening, the volunteer cadaver dogs have not indicated anything additional in the debris at the candle factory. The owners believe that they have located everyone. We hope that is true. The level of debris could be impacting the canines, but we certainly hope that our miracle, our prayers were answered, and that it's just 8 that are ultimately lost there. If you saw it in person, you'd believe that's a miracle. The level of absolute destruction in one place is hard to describe when I'm watching a backhoe try to pull a pickup truck off what was the roof that is now halfway down on top of 15 feet of metal and barrels and the rest. But we want to make sure that we see and talk to every single one of those employees. So the Kentucky State Police continues to request that all Mayfield Consumer Products Candle Factory employees go to His House Ministries Church at 1250 KY 303 in Mayfield. We want to continue to verify the information, and I believe that the company's HR is trying to provide help, and they'll do that at the same time. The number, if you don't have transportation, is 1-888-880-8620. That is only for those employees. We want to check on each and every one of them. So as we are finding folks, we want to make sure that we can house them. And we've opened up our state parks with so many families coming in. As of last night, we provided 152 rooms for displaced residents and 67 additional rooms for first responders. Families who are in need of emergency housing can go to their local emergency management office or work with parks directly, and they will reach out to emergency management. Nobody turned away. Everybody helped. If you don't have a house anymore, you are welcome in your state parks. We will take care of you. So if you reside in Lyon, Fulton, Grays, Muhlenberg, Marshall, Hopkins, Caldwell, and have been displaced, again, we've got a spot for you. The following are our openings as of 10:15 a.m. 30 rooms in Kentucky Dam Village. Right now, we've got 32 rooms in addition to that occupied by displaced residents, 63 by first responders. Kinlake, We are today moving a whole shelter of residents. I think it's occurring right now from a church that is taking good care of them to be able to give them their own rooms out at Kinlake. So we're going to be completely full there, but in a good way. That means people are warm. They'll have a bathroom. So 71 rooms occupied by displaced residents. And we have purchased 3 washers and 3 dryers to be used by families that will be available tomorrow. Lake Barkley, we got the power back up. So we had a fire at Lake Barkley before all of this. Because of that, power had gotten cut off. I want to thank Becky Goodman, our Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Environment, on working with the utility to get that back on. So as of yesterday, this happened right after our briefing, 56 rooms are available. Barren River, 6 rooms are occupied by folks who had needed them. 30 rooms are available and cottages are available. John James Audubon State Park, 2 cottages available. And the Pennyrile is full, but we do have cots that we can put in a conference room with showers available on one of the campgrounds, as well as a bathroom. This is pretty neat. Pennyrile does not need additional volunteers because so many people answered the call. So I know there are folks out there that want to help, and thankfully there are hundreds more people just as good inside as you are, with the heart that you have. They've got 55 volunteers currently helping out right there. Nurses and doctors have been on site to provide medical care, and pharmacies have been delivering to guests. Rough River Dam State Resort Park, 40 rooms and 30 cottages available. Yesterday, 16 volunteers were placed at Kinlake, Kentucky Dam, and Pennyrile, and the outpouring of support has been incredible. If you want to volunteer at parks other than Pennyrile, which has a ton, again, you can email andy.kasitz@ky.gov. We do need volunteers to have their own place to stay, though. If we bring in a volunteer and that fills up a room, then we don't have a room for others. So some parks do have camping space for self-contained camping, so that could be one way to do it. Yesterday, my wife, the First Lady, announced a toy drive, and you could see how hard this has been on her, being a mom just like I'm a dad of 2 kids, and knowing what a difficult Christmas this is going to be.
The Kentucky governor there talking about state resources, including this toy drive to try to make some normalcy for these kids and families that lost everything. Think about everything that you have inside of your home, and now it is gone and it is all over the place. Things are destroyed, and you got to really start from square one. So this toy drive, as well as other announcements being made by the governor there as they start the very initial phases of recovery in these many towns that have been stricken by this tornado. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take our first break here of the hour. When we come back, we'll take you out to D.C., where the Washington, D.C. Attorney General making some remarks on a major January 6th announcement. Let's listen on the other side of this break right here on Live Now from Fox. We are back out here on Live Now from Fox, always in demand here for you. We're going to go out to Washington, D.C., where the Attorney General there talking about the January 6th insurrection and making some remarks on that. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
My remarks. I'm proud to introduce you to several people who've inspired why we are here today and lent substantial assistance to the historic suit that we filed in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. First, the Honorable Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, who will speak after me. Next will be the Honorable Charles Allen, Ward 6 member that covers this Capitol Hill area and other areas of the District of Columbia. He's also the chair of the D.C. City Council Judiciary Committee. Joanne Lidgate is the Executive Director of States United Democracy Center, a bipartisan organization that works to ensure access to voting for all and works against violence and extremism. Of course, last but not least is Jonathan Greenblatt. He's the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, the leading organization in the fight against hate that works tirelessly to advocate for justice and fair treatment for all. I also want to thank our co-counsel in the case who've provided excellent pro bono assistance, and those are lawyers from two firms, Deckert LLP and Paul Weiss Rifkin Wharton and Garrison, two of the world's greatest law firms who have so generously and expertly assisted us in this matter. Ladies and gentlemen, behind us, of course, is the United States Capitol, the recognized symbol of democratic government. This building has stood since 1800, and it is where Franklin Delano Roosevelt, our country's longest-serving elected president's words are inscribed. And here's what they say. We must remember that any oppression, any injustice, any hatred is a wedge designed to attack our civilization. Allow me now to take us back to another tragic day that befell our country, September 11, 2001. On this day, the United States weathered a terrorist attack covertly orchestrated from beyond our country's borders, one that also aimed to take down our capital if it wasn't for the heroes on Flight 93. Our country responded by declaring war on terrorism in what became our country's longest armed conflict. Nearly a year ago, on January 6, 2021, our country faced a very different but familiar enemy, inflamed by a sitting president and other elected officials. Fellow Americans dressed in military fatigues and wearing red, white, and blue were armed with weapons and materials that shockingly permitted them to construct a wooden gallows used to execute someone by hanging on the grounds of our hallowed Capitol. Like the planes that attacked the Pentagon and the World Trade Center and crashed in the fields of Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the images of that shameful and contemptible day can never be erased. It was like 9/11, a planned terrorist attack, but this time our own citizens were hell-bent on destroying the freedoms and ideals on which our country was founded and continues to aspire to achieve. January 6 was, to say the least, a brazen, violent, and deadly attack that traumatized this city, this community, and our country. And importantly, no one bore the brunt of this gutless attack more than the courageous law enforcement officers, including the men and women of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, who went into the fire and violence with one objective in mind: remove the violent mob and restore our country's fragile democracy. While some desperately want to rewrite history and sweep the events of January 6 under the rug, the District of Columbia and its residents have chosen to speak truth through this filing, through this complaint, through this case. It is for these reasons that the independent Office of Attorney General for the District of Columbia is filing the first civil lawsuit by a state or municipal government to hold accountable the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and more than 30 of their leaders and members for conspiring to terrorize the District of Columbia, for unlawfully interfering with our country's peaceful transition of power, and for assaulting our men and women in blue who valiantly defended the Capitol, the district, and our freedoms. Specifically, we're bringing this lawsuit pursuant to local and federal laws, including the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, a Reconstruction-era federal law designed to protect our country against violent conspiracies, protect our citizens against violent conspiracies, like the attack that took place on January 6. In the complaint, which has been filed and is public, we specifically allege that these vigilantes, insurrectionists, and masters of a lawless mob conspired against the District of Columbia, its law enforcement officers, and residents by planning, promoting, and participating in the violent attack on the United States Capitol. We further allege the named defendants caused substantial and provable damage to the District of Columbia, and in particular to our courageous law enforcement officers who risked their lives, and some even died, to defend the Capitol, the district, and our country's freedoms. As the independent Attorney General, I have the responsibility to enforce our laws and hold these violent defendants accountable because they cause actual physical and financial harm to our city, its employees, and our residents. So, we've brought this suit for 4 reasons. First, accountability. Holding wrongdoers accountable is an American value, and it's at the core of my legal responsibilities. The defendants, as you know, were not tourists, nor were they acting patriotically. They were vigilantes, members of a mob, insurrectionists who sought to crush our country's freedoms. Second, deterrence. Our country is a country of laws. We certainly can and do disagree on a plethora of issues, both big and small. However, in the United States of America and in the District of Columbia, we resolve our disagreements in a civil, non-violent manner. Those who don't play by these rules must be held responsible to deter future violent and undemocratic conduct. Restitution and recompense is the third reason why we're bringing this suit today. Because in our country, when an individual or entity suffers physical, mental, and financial injury caused by the illegal act of others, the victims are entitled to restitution and recompense. We all agree that the tragedy of pedestrians hit by a vehicle by walking on a crosswalk are deserving of restitution and recompense at the very least. So too are law enforcement officers who were injured in the course of stopping a violent mob hell-bent on taking away our freedoms. Again, restitution and recompense, those are American values. And in this case, the defendant's unlawful actions caused the district to deploy unprecedented resources to repel and defeat an attack on our country's capital. During the height of the attack, approximately 850 members of the Metropolitan Police Department were at the Capitol and the immediate area surrounding it. Scores of officers required emergency medical treatment and continue to receive physical and mental health treatment today as a result of physical injuries and trauma that in many cases will last a lifetime. These costs, including the unavailability of officers who are not able to immediately return to their jobs of protecting D.C. residents, are substantial. And we will, through this lawsuit, seek to impose severe financial penalties on the organizations and individuals responsible. Finally, we filed this suit to seek justice for the brave men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department. Police officers sign up to protect our residents. This is true. But they don't sign up for war on our country. They don't sign up to being attacked by an armed mob, beaten with bats, poles, and fists, dragged down stairs, kicked and stomped by thugs. My mind goes to Metropolitan Police Department officer Michael Fanone, a veteran officer who himself voted for President Trump in 2016. Obviously, Michael Fanone defended the Capitol on January 6, and video evidence of Officer Fanone's testimony reveal that he fought valiantly against the mob. In doing so, he succumbed to the violent mob and was dragged down those Capitol steps. Officer Fanone suffered a heart attack and a concussion as he was repeatedly shot with a taser or shotgun and physically beaten. In Officer Fanone's own words, "Some guys started getting a hold of my gun and they were screaming out, 'Kill him, with his own gun.'" A father of four, Officer Fanone pleaded for his life. Fortunately, but not before ending, physically hurt and mentally traumatized, Officer Fanone survived. Ladies and gentlemen, MPD Officer Gunther Hashida and Officer Kyle D. Freitag and a third MPD officer, Jeffrey Smith, also put their lives on the line on January 6th, and they suffered mightily. Sadly, they took their own lives afterwards. This lawsuit seeks justice for them, their families, and the many officers who still live with the pain from January 6th. Let me thank you for gathering here today. Now let me pass the mic to Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, who has spent her life fighting for the equality that this country aspires for. She has spent her life fighting for the freedoms and democracy that the police officers fought for on January 6th. It is my honor to introduce you again to Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton.
Thank you, Attorney General Racine. I appreciate how you have laid out the purposes for this press conference, and I particularly appreciate the lawsuit that you so creatively are bringing. I am pleased to welcome to the Capitol our other guests, whom you will hear from shortly. On January 6th, the U.S. Capitol was attacked by individuals seeking to overturn our democratic form of government, while President Trump refused to send in the D.C. National Guard to the Capitol. The Metropolitan Police Department voluntarily responded, protecting the Capitol, Congress, and democracy itself. Despite the ongoing attack, Trump delayed in deploying the D.C. National Guard to defend the Capitol for hours. To ensure this would never happen again, and to provide greater home rule and equality for the district, I was able to get included in the House-passed National Defense Authorization Act, my D.C. National Guard Home Rule Act, which would give the D.C. mayor control over the D.C. National Guard. I am very disappointed, however, that Republicans fought this provision and it was dropped from the final version of the National Defense Authorization Act. In their work defending the Capitol on that day, D.C. and the Metropolitan Police Department, in particular, of course, incurred expenses. I was able to secure a $9.1 million federal payment to the district in an emergency supplemental appropriations bill that was signed into law.
That was right outside of the Capitol. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back, we'll take you inside the Capitol on the House floor. This is live right now where the debate has just begun there for the full House. This is going to be a 1-hour debate there for a DOJ criminal contempt referral for Mark Meadows, the former Trump chief of staff, and over January 6th. But right now, it's an hour debate before that vote, and we will be listening in live right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes, everyone. And happening right now, House floor debate underway there for a DOJ criminal contempt referral against President Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
As I proceed with why we should move forward. Again, this is a very sad day, but Mark Randall Meadows, former White House chief of staff, had a part in the perpetration of the big lie of the election fraud, and we must investigate it. Mr. Meadows was one of a relatively small group of people who witnessed the events of January 6th in the White House and with the then former president. He was there, first-hand knowledge. Some of these that I'll recite has already been recited, but they're only a small measure with the huge bounty of documents that he and his lawyer consented to give to this committee, consented to give voluntarily. And so one must understand that when you do that, there's a question, a waiver of the so-called alleged privilege that you're alleging, the executive privilege. But the courts have already indicated that the privilege lies with the existing president, not the former president. And with that in mind, should we not recognize that the very allies, the media allies of the president, the former president, Laura Ingraham, Mark, the president needs to tell people in the Capitol, go home. This is hurting all of us. Brian Kilmeade, please give him.
But I'll grant the lady 20 seconds more.
You have another minute?
Permission granted.
I think we did. I will grant the gentlelady 30 seconds more.
Thank you. Please get him on TV, Brian Kilmeade, destroying everything we have accomplished. Sean Kennedy, can we be made a statement? Can he make a statement? And Donald Trump Jr. in profanity said, please help us. But I want to just say, the United States versus Brian says a subpoena has never been treated as an invitation to a game of hare and hounds, in which the witness must testify only if cornered at the end of a chase. If that was the case, then indeed the great power of testimonial compulsion, so necessary to the effective functioning of courts and legislatures, would be a nullity. We have often iterated the importance of the public duty with every person within the jurisdiction of the government be bound to perform when properly summoned. We must do this, sadly, in order for his remarks to save the democracy to be heard. I yield back.
Thank you. And I thank the gentlelady for her very insightful remarks. And the committee has referred often to the passage that the gentlelady identifies by the Supreme Court, saying that a subpoena to come and testify is not an invitation to a game of hare and hounds. That's a little old-fashioned. Basically, the court's saying it's not a game of hide-and-go-seek or cat and mouse. You're told to come and testify, and you must. And that's what the vast majority of people have been doing in our investigation, and the vast majority of Americans do all across the land when they're subpoenaed to come to court. And it seems like a tiny handful of people who think that somehow they're above the law because they know a former president of the United States. And I'm sorry, that's just not how our legal system works. We have no kings here. As Judge Chutkan emphasized in the district court in rejecting Donald Trump's claims against our committee. We have no kings here. Everyone is subject to the law. We have no nobles. We have no lords. Congress cannot award titles of nobility here. We are all equals and we are all subject to the law. It is a crime in the District of Columbia not to comply with a subpoena, punishable by up to 1 year in jail and a $100,000 fine. It's very serious business. Now, if you think you've got some kind of legal privilege against testifying, like the marital privilege or the priest penitent privilege or the doctor patient privilege or the executive privilege, you come, you show up, you testify, and you invoke it as to a specific question. The reason why this case is overwhelmingly easy, we would argue 100% easy, Mr. Speaker, is because we're talking about testimony by Mr. Meadows that he's been subpoenaed to give relating to 9,000 documents that he has already admitted are not privileged by the executive privilege or the Fifth Amendment or anything else. He has said, here, take them. This is evidence about what happened. And rightfully so did he do that. I will express my personal disappointment that Donald Trump's explosive rage about the publication of Mr. Meadows' book occasioned some kind of change in his attitude about it. But regardless of his subjective attitude, he has a legal obligation to show up and to answer the questions of this committee. I'll yield and remain, I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of the Finish the Wall Act, for which I am proudly a co-sponsor. By the end of this year, 2 million people will have tried to cross our borders illegally. That's more than the state, or almost as many people as the state I represent. Hundreds of thousands have succeeded, and many thousands more are being released into our communities, never to return to an immigration status hearing. When Border Patrol agents courageously tried to do their jobs against overwhelming odds, they were attacked by President Biden, who said that he would make them pay. That is not how we lead a country. That is not how we treat American heroes who keep us safe. But past President presidents did not abandon our border. Under President Trump, 458 miles of border wall system were completed, with hundreds more fully funded. Of course, on the first day of office, President Biden sabotaged this important project and undermined the physical border security promised to the American people. This is unacceptable. We must protect our country. We must protect our people. We must finish the wall. This legislation would compel the White House and the Department of Homeland Security to do their jobs. The funding is there, the plans are there, the materials are there. All we lack is leadership from the Oval Office, and until true leadership returns to the White House, the People's House will have to step in and solve the Biden border crisis. I urge my colleagues to pass the Finish the Wall Act, keep our promises, and secure our borders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to emphasize that in his distinguished service in this chamber, Mr. Meadows would never tolerate an executive official simply deciding to blow off a subpoena of the U.S. Congress. He said, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, this kind of obstruction is wrong, period. And he repeatedly complained about intransigence and delays by the executive branch. So I think he understands exactly why this is a matter of such gravity to our body. Now, as I was saying, as a member not just of the Rules Committee, but also the January 6th Committee, we have seen overwhelming participation and cooperation by the people we've called. Most people are doing their legal duty and their civic and patriotic duty by coming forward and voluntarily saying, here's what I know, and here's the information I've got to help you put together a report for the American people. It just seems as we've gotten closer and closer to Donald Trump, that's where we're running into the obstructionism, as from Steve Bannon. As from Jeffrey Clark, and now we've got this problem we're in with Mark Meadows, who had been on the path of cooperation, had turned over these thousands of documents, and now he's in the very awkward position of saying he's not going to testify about thousands of documents that he already turned over to us, which demonstrate how radically dangerous that day, in fact, was. Let me just read a few more of the texts that Mr. Meadows disclosed to our committee. One text said, we are under siege up here at the Capitol. That came to him on January 6th. Another, they've breached the Capitol. Mark, protesters are literally storming the Capitol, breaking windows on doors, rushing in. Is Trump going to say something? We are all helpless. Dozens of texts, including from Trump administration officials, urged immediate action by the president. Quote, POTUS has to come out firmly and tell protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed. And of course, several people died on that day and within days of the attacks on January 6th. In another, Mark, he needs to stop this now. A third in all caps, tell them to go home. A fourth, and I quote, POTUS needs to calm this expletive deleted excrement down. Multiple Fox News hosts themselves knew the president needed to act immediately. They texted Mr. Meadows. He turned over those texts to us. Quote, Mark, the president needs to tell people in the Capitol, go home. This is hurting all of us. He is destroying his legacy, wrote Laura Ingraham. Brian Kilmeade texted, please get him on TV, destroying everything you have accomplished. Sean Hannity urged by text, can you make a statement? Ask people to leave the Capitol, and so on. We need to find out what actions were taken in response to all of those entreaties from members of Congress, from members of the media, from members of Trump's own family. What sequence of events took place afterwards? I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge the defeat of the previous question so we can immediately consider H.R. 2729, the Finish the Wall Act. My colleague on the other side of the aisle said that there is no crisis at the southern border. I think the American people would disagree with her. She says the administration has the solution. I wish they wouldn't keep it a secret. The crisis at the southern border has reached a tipping point with illegal border crossings at record highs, and yet this administration refuses to act. I visited the southern border and saw for myself how bad things are. I also saw piles of building materials already paid for sitting unused like rubble next to a partially built wall that desperately needs to be finished. The temporary fencing left in place is laughable. I could have walked right through the gaping holes and had myself a nice vacation. Now imagine you were on the other side of the fence, desperate to get to America, where the president has assured you that you could stay if only you made it to the other side. You'd be pretty well motivated, and thankfully we've left the door open for them. The wall is paid for. We just have to finish building it. This bill requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to resume construction of the border wall within 24 hours of enactment using funds Congress has already appropriated to building the wall. The wall is more than just a fence. It includes sensors and technology Border Patrol needs to effectively hold the line. The agents I spoke to at the border are doing everything they can to stop illegal crossings, but they are overwhelmed and under-equipped. Now drug smugglers, human traffickers, gangs, and terrorists are taking full advantage of this vulnerability. While turning a blind eye to the dangers of our border crisis may serve this administration's agenda.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Continues to grapple with preventing MS-13 from gaining a stronghold in our communities. But MS-13 gang members are emboldened by the policies of this administration and exploiting the crisis at our border to gain access to our country. I urge this body to take to act and immediately consider H.R. 2729 to finish the border wall construction and help stop the influx of drugs, criminal activity, and gang violence that is brought by MS-13 into this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to defeat the previous question. And I love this righteous discussion about law and order. It's been nearly 1 year of one-party rule for this country. And I speak for my constituents. I rise as a Texan and countless others across the nation who have the whiplash from being tossed from one crisis to another crisis to yet another crisis caused by the policies, the misguided policies of this administration. And we're not changing the subject here. We're actually staying focused on the issues that matter to most Americans. The complete breakdown of respect for law enforcement and the rule of law. Since we're talking about the rule of law, the breakdown of the rule of law has crime running rampant. We've heard about fentanyl. We've heard about the rising crime in communities like mine because of the open border that we have. You know who doesn't show up for court orders? 99.9% of the illegal immigrants who are served those papers. They're the ones that don't show up. Since we're talking about the rule of law, we have Americans, as a matter of fact, that are still stranded behind enemy lines after President Biden's Afghanistan catastrophe. Communist China is enjoying their free pass after unleashing COVID-19 on the world and committing literal genocide on Uyghur Muslims inside China. Millions of Americans are at risk of losing their jobs if they don't comply with the tyrannical mask mandate. And a crippling national debt, an impending energy crisis, an all-out humanitarian disaster on our border. Those are the issues that we're not changing the subject on, we're actually focusing on. But today, instead of addressing these crises, Democrats have recycled their old tricks and are wasting time trying to punish, yet again, President Trump. You can only beat the same dead horse so many times. Republicans are here to work, and it's long past time that action is taken to quell these crises. We're urging Democrat colleagues to look at the crisis at hand. When is the last time that one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle visited the border and can speak with any sort of authority that we don't have a crisis? We need to stop illegal immigration. We need to finish the wall. We have got to secure this border. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I will reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from from Florida.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today to urge my colleagues to help defeat the previous question.
and once and for all address this lingering crisis that we know is in fact a crisis. The travesties unfolding on our southwest borders can no longer be ignored. And I know we know the facts. I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know the drugs that are pouring into our communities, killing thousands as a direct result of the open border policy. But few times have we seen or heard the stories of how people are actually being affected. You know, just a couple days ago, I received a text message from a Border Patrol agent. An American mother and her daughter were traveling and were killed in a head-on collision with an illegal smuggling 6 other illegals. They were evading, driving at a fast pace, and instead killed a very young family. In his words, this Border Patrol agent said, "It was just a matter of time. This happens all the time." That is unacceptable, that it's just a matter of time. Well, it's just a matter of time before this body takes action, and it's probably going to be in about 12 months. You know, the broken policies of this administration have broken our families here in the United States. They are the true victims of the Biden and the Democrats in action. And it's stunning to hear and demoralize and to strip those that are trying to uphold the very law that they took an oath to protect. I wish my colleagues would do the same. Because it's unacceptable to hear from our own that it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before someone else gets killed or another family gets broken or someone else overdoses from the incredible amount of drugs that are pouring into our community. But we have solutions and we have resources. And that is why we need to continue to finish to build the wall. The force multiplier that our very own agents have said time and time again will save lives, prevent more tragedies. And that is why I urge my colleagues to help defeat the previous question so that we can do what we said we would do, finish the wall.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady invokes the oath of office. Former President Trump swore an oath to uphold and defend our Constitution. And we have all of these tweets which clearly indicate he wasn't doing that. House Resolution 503 authorizes and obligates our committee to get to the particulars and details of what took place on January 6th. What were the causes behind it, and what do we need to do to defend ourselves in the future against these kinds of attacks on our election process, on the peaceful transfer of power, and on the workings of Congress? That's what we're doing. And with their January 6th case collapsing all around them, my colleagues now head for the border in their rhetoric. And I don't blame them for doing that. But they're not going to fool the American people. People understand exactly what's happening here. The prior speaker said that it's a crime not to show up for a subpoena. And he said, you know who does that? Undocumented aliens. Well, then it's undocumented aliens and Steve Bannon and Mark Meadows who are violating the law. I'll reserve the remainder of my time.
In reserves, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
The members of the January 6th Commission have turned this body into a star chamber, using the powers of Congress to persecute and bankrupt their political opponents. Using political power to destroy your political opponents is evil and un-American. We are not a banana republic. Right now, the American people are suffering under the harsh economic realities of the Biden administration. Record high inflation, record high gas prices, record high home heating bills, empty shelves at Christmas. COVID mandates and lockdowns continue to threaten our economy and our children's future. What is the January 6th Commission's response to the suffering of the American people under Biden's policies? A never-ending political witch hunt against President Trump. The January 6th Commission hates President Trump because he exposed the corruption of the D.C. establishment here in the swamp. This January 6th Commission is a disgrace, and anyone who voted for it should be ashamed of themselves. I urge a no vote on this rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm going to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico. I'm sorry, I yield 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask my fellow members of Congress to think about the reputation of this institution, the trust of the American people, and beyond their political passions of the moment. I ask, frankly, for us to be statesmen. Rather than focusing on inflation, jobs, the border, our colleagues across the aisle are focused on this distraction. House Democrats have now held or threatened to hold 3 Americans in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with their arbitrary demands. Democrats assured us that if their first target, Steve Bannon, had just shown up to be disposed, he would not have faced consequences. However, Mr. Bannon felt that this would violate former President Trump's executive privilege and raised questions to the committee in letters from his attorney. Next, the January 6th committee threatened Jeffrey Clark with contempt, holding a rules hearing for the contempt charge. This was based on Mr. Clark agreeing to appear but not saying exactly what the partisan political operatives of the committee wanted him to say, while Mr. Clark asserted his constitutional rights. It is staggering abuse of power for the House of Representatives to threaten someone for merely using the rights the Constitution affords them. Now we reach my friend Mark Meadows. He has cooperated and provided thousands of pages of documents. However, Mr. Meadows, President Trump's chief of staff during the January 6th, invoked his executive privilege. In his opinion, his testimony about the interactions with President Trump would erode all future use of executive privilege. Even after Mr. Meadows turned over text, Democrats have now gone so far as to subpoena Verizon for Mr. Meadows' phone records. Such naked scheming should stay in House of Cards and other TV shows, not in this chamber. What is the purpose of this? Is it not to secure the Capitol? It's political exercise to exact political revenge against allies and employees of the former president. This is about using the government to punish political adversaries. This is not an American practice, but something akin to a banana republic on its way to tyranny. I urge a no vote.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. And I have no hesitancy to take on the distinguished gentleman from Maryland on the points that he's made. I would say, first of all, this. I hope that he'll continue to read those text messages because they don't prove what you think they prove. Quite the contrary. I can't think of how many times the gentleman from California has spoken in derisive terms about Donald Trump Jr., but Donald Trump Jr.'s tweet shows that he was concerned about exactly the right things. You don't see tweets coming from Republicans about bailing out violent rioters, abolishing police forces, or decrying the plight of Jussie Smollett. I think the issue with the effort today before the body is how the Democrats are dealing with the president's close counselor and the legal principles that arise therefrom, especially the constant and repeated threat of criminal prosecution.
We're going to take our final break here of the hour. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll be going out to Michigan, where the parents of the alleged high school shooter will be in court, and we'll be taking that for you live right here on Live Now from Fox.
With contentions over the nature and extent of the president's executive privilege. The positions that are taken in Mr. Meadows' behalf are those that have been continually asserted by the Department of Justice. In fact, many other potential objections he's completely waived. He's not attempted to assert the fact that your subpoena is inquiring into legitimate First Amendment rights to associate, to speak, to petition for redress, or the absence of a legitimate legislative purpose. And to the point repeated over and over by the gentleman from Maryland, the current position on privilege is entirely sensible. Mr. Meadows has produced those documents that are implicated by the president, current president's waiver of privilege, but he preserves that core part of privilege that President Trump is likely entitled to preserve. That is to say, what he was told by one of his closest advisors. Nothing illegitimate about it at all. What is illegitimate is the decision made on how to deal with the counselor of a president, the representative of a coordinate branch of government. The Democrats are setting a new bar. Even while the handwriting is on the wall, may you enjoy the fruits. Let the contempt resolutions and the criminal referrals flow freely and quickly as a river. Merrick Garland, Ron Klain, Hunter Biden, Chuck Dolan, Mark Elias, Andrew Weissman, Alejandro Mayorkas. Let them come. This is the choice that is being made by the Democrats. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
A reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Georgia.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
We've heard a lot about text messages. I'd like the Democrats and the people on the January 6th committee to produce their text messages, Mr. Speaker, denouncing Antifa BLM riots that raged across American cities for a year. I would love to read those. But instead, we saw Democrats encourage, incite, and continue to call these riots peaceful. And then when they got arrested and put in jail, they bailed them out so they could go out and riot some more. I rise in opposition to this resolution to hold Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress because it's being held by nothing but a kangaroo court. Congress's job is to make laws, not enforce them. That's the role of the executive and the judicial branch of this government. But somehow the communists here in charge have forgotten, or no, not forgotten, are purposely abusing the Constitution and what this body of Congress is supposed to do. You see, when we go to this level, to the point where we're forgetting and abusing what our power is, then the American people will trust us no more. And that is exactly what the January 6th committee is doing.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
We have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close after she goes.
The gentlelady from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, this select committee is clearly operating outside the realm of its intended purpose. They do not like the information they are receiving, and they know they aren't getting anywhere, so instead they criminally punish those who they politically disagree with. There isn't adequate minority representation, and because of that, the majority has been able to turn the committee into a vehicle to push their own narrative. It is clearly more interested in pursuing a partisan agenda to politicize the January 6th attack rather than conducting a legitimate, good faith investigation into security failures leading up to that day. Again, this is nothing more than an attempt by the Democrats to distract from the very real issues facing Americans every day. I look forward to getting back to the real work of solving the supply chain crisis, reclaiming American energy production, and empowering U.S. citizens to live their lives without government interference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the rule and the underlying legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of people have come forward to testify about the violent and dangerous events of January the 6th. It's just a handful of people like Mr. Bannon, like Mr. Meadows, who somehow think that they're above the law. We are not a banana republic because we hold everybody to equality under the law, and we are not communists, as the gentlelady from Georgia suggested. That's just the friends of the former president who you lionize, like the dictator of North Korea, who he loves, and Vladimir Putin, who said that the greatest tragedy of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. So those are your friends. Don't put them on our side. They're saying that the January 6th committee is out to persecute and bankrupt their opponents. On the contrary, we're out to write a report under House Resolution 503 to the American people about the most violent and sweeping, dangerous attack on the Republic since the Civil War or the War of 1812. Mr. Bannon's raising money on it. Far from bankrupting Mr. Bannon, he's trying to get rich on it. And Mark Meadows has written a book where he tells all of the stories he wants about January the 6th. It's just he doesn't want to face the rule of law and the questions of this bipartisan committee, which is making tremendous progress in terms of getting the truth of what happened on that day. I recommend to all of my colleagues who invoke the rule of law today that they read the D.C. Circuit Court of Opinion, which obliterates every single argument that they've made about executive privilege. It's basically gone now because the way the law works is the people have a right to get the information we want unless there's a compelling interest on the other side. They haven't even pretended to invoke a compelling interest. What's the compelling interest? In being able to prepare an insurrection, a coup against the government? Is that what we want to establish a precedent for? That outgoing presidents can try to organize an insurrection against the vice president and encourage people who go out and stage a riot against the Vice President of the United States and the Congress? I don't think so. A couple of the speakers said there was an absence of legislative purpose. This is the central purpose of our government, to make the government survive and to go out and serve the people. That's what this committee is doing. He is in contempt, Mr. Speaker. I urge a yes vote on the rule in the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Demand a reported vote, please.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed.
All right, so obviously this will now go to a House floor vote. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We will take another quick 2-minute break. We are monitoring everything coming out of Oxford. This is Rochester Hills courtroom right now, where parents of the accused Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley due in court for a probable cause hearing. Jennifer and James Crumbley will be in front of the judge, Julie Nicholson, coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll feature that for you live right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But when we come back for a little bit, we'll get you all caught up on the very latest of the Kim Potter trial, day 5 of testimony, and it continues all next here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. We're monitoring everything coming out of this Michigan courtroom, where pretty soon the parents of the accused Oxford High School shooter will be in court. We'll take that as soon as we see them and the probable cause hearing gets underway. But in the meantime, everybody, I do want to play out some of the highlights so far of the Day 5 testimony in the Kim Potter trial. We go out to Fox 9 in Minneapolis for their coverage.
Certain witnesses here be questioned on their opinions regarding police use of force in this case. And this all goes back to Sergeant Johnson, former Sergeant Johnson's testimony on Friday, when during cross-examination and Earl asked him whether it would be authorized under the use of force policy for Kim Potter to use her gun in that incident, and he said yes, it would, under the instance of protecting a fellow officer's life. Correct, Paul?
Well, a couple things. One, I just want to jump off. I know Marsh got cut off because of bandwidth. The other issue is they talk about Blakely and its impact, and if there is a guilty conviction, that the state could seek an enhanced or upward departure at sentencing, was the idea that it is a bifurcated situation. So what the defense wants basically is to complete this trial, and if she is found guilty, then basically have a second trial now with the judge where the rest of the evidence would come in. You heard the state say there's not really much additional evidence. They've already talked about the car crash that subsequently occurred after Dante Wright is shot and the car gets away. So again, the idea that the state seemed frustrated that they had an agreement or an understanding in chambers that it would all sort of be done at one time, unity at one time during the trial. But now apparently Kim Potter there saying she wants it bifurcated, which would separate the two proceedings, and there would be almost a mini trial afterwards. Now, as for the two motions this morning, an interesting development from the state. They went 0 for 2, let's be frank. They had two motions before this judge. One, let's get out of the way, the union membership. As you see, the commander today testifying, he and Kim Potter, once upon a time, were in the same union. The state wants the opportunity to probe on the union issue. Potter was the president of the union in Brooklyn Center, and her role there he might have some influence over some of these people, and they want a chance to sort of probe potential biases based on her role as union president. Again, very much getting away from the recklessness, the culpable negligence at the scene, but the judge did reject the state's motion, so don't expect any union testimony, if you will. And then the second matter is this idea that the state just does not want police officers getting up on the stand in uniform, as this Commander Flesland is. Now, he's their witness, so perhaps better prepared today. But they don't want them opining legally. The idea is they can talk about what they saw, what they see, what they know, what the training is, but they can't make a conclusion that by legal state statute, Kim Potter was authorized to use force in that moment. That's exactly what Sergeant Johnson volunteered last week. You heard Earl Gray say that Sergeant Johnson brought it up. It wasn't their attempt to elicit a legal response. The state believes the idea of a state statute, whether use of force is legally justified, should only be provided by experts, not officers in the field. But you heard there, the state lost this motion. So, in fact, police officers, if asked and appropriately qualified, will be allowed to opine about whether or not state statute would dictate the use of force. Again, getting to this two-pronged defense approach here, that not only is this an innocent mistake, not only is it an innocent accident, if you will, a heat-of-the-moment error, human error, but there's this idea that Kim Potter was authorized to use force and lethal force in that situation, given the risk to the two officers at the scene and this fleeing suspect wanted on a weapons and outstanding gross misdemeanor weapons violation and having an order for protection against a woman who they don't know the identity of, and there's a woman in that car. So you take the totality of this situation. Sergeant Johnson said Potter was legally authorized by state statute to shoot, to use deadly force. the state, although it was their witness and they didn't object in that moment, now wanted no more officers to opine about that. But you heard the judge cut them down at their legs there, and they will be allowed to answer that type of questioning forward. And as we get into these sort of expert police officer use of force expertise, I think that ruling becomes a bigger and bigger issue as this trial winds down.
Perhaps. In fact, Judge Chu here today, I wrote down her quotes in her comments. She said, quote, "This was Officer Johnson's opinion. I'm not going to tell the jury to disregard." And as she elaborated a little more, she said, quote, "I believe that the police officers, due to their training, would be able to offer that opinion on that." And that's when she was talking about the questioning by Earl Gray. And and then added, quote, "It's appropriate for them to do that." And then
We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break here. Live Now from Fox continues in just 2 minutes.
It was clear from the judge today that she wasn't going to go down that road, and she certainly was not going to go back to the jury and say, "Remember that conversation with Earl Gray from last Friday about whether use of force would have been authorized? I want you to forget that now." She clearly said she wasn't going to go there on this particular matter. Okay, I think we've got a clear connection now with Marsh Hallberg. Marsh, we apologize about that. We could hear you before, we just could not see you. So thanks for rejoining us here. We deeply appreciate it. We kind of left off with the whole Blakely matter here. And while we're reestablishing connection here, I think Paul gave a great explanation as to why this is important going forward and how the state had assumed that this was going to be a unitary trial, and it's now going to be a bifurcated trial where we will have a separate proceedings after the jury renders guilt or not guilty verdicts here. But in this case, I'm curious, Marsh, why wasn't this on the record with the judge and the attorneys before this trial started? And I realize there's a lot of conversations that go on in chambers, but this seems to me to be kind of important. Why didn't this not get on the record?
It should have, right? I mean, and clearly it's really important to have a waiver of the issue on Blakely with the defendant, and usually you do that right on the very first day. And to have not done that, I think was oops. Yeah, it was a mistake by everybody. I think the state tried to cover that a little by saying, hinting or playing judge. You were always saying that Officer Potter didn't have to be at some of these prior hearings, so it's kind of that's not on us because she wasn't physically here to do that, but they should have done that earlier in this case.
It's a matter of as a matter of purpose here and practice, I guess I should say, educate us a little bit on this, Marsh. How much of those conversations are on the record between the judge and attorneys when they're meeting in chambers?
Not a lot. A lot of times it's just everybody's an officer of the court. It means they're all bound to be honest and truthful. And if other attorneys have different memories of those events, or even if they agreed, they would step up and say that, and you'd expect that to happen. So a lot of this is just routine. But the major things like a waiver of Blakely, judge or jury, that should be on the record. You do that early. Whether it's going to be a bifurcated trial or a unified trial, that's done early, and that's clearly put on the record somehow, or email or text exchange or something to document that. So that should have been done.
And Marsh, how could this possibly affect the prosecution going forward? We heard Matt Frank there said this dramatically affects how they prepared for this case.
Right, because they plan to put their whole case in through certain witnesses and just have all the facts come out. Now they have to pick and choose. They're going to have to cut out things that are only Blakely issue. Their position is going to be that most of the things that would come in for Blakely come in anyway. The fact that there was another car accident, that other people were hurt, that there's this oath of office that came in through the witness we saw today. A lot of those are all Blakely issues anyway. So, and the judge made it really clear that she's feeling there's no prejudice now, because if there was, they'd be stopping this case and doing a do-over right now, but they don't. So they are just going to have to be very careful with their witnesses and talk to them before they put witnesses on the stand to say, we're not going into these topic areas now. Don't talk about such and such unless I specifically ask you a point-blank question on that issue.
And Marsh, Paul Bloom again joining the conversation. A couple of quick thoughts on that and what we heard during those arguments. Sort of this reference to not having Potter in court or on the record opportunity to waive this Blakely motion. Her desire not to have it heard by the jury almost sounded pandemic related, that they haven't had the parties together. I thought that was just sort of interesting that, you know, Potter hasn't been required. I know there have only been 1 or 2 hearings, some on the record done via Zoom, certainly not in chambers. So they haven't had the opportunity to do that. I think that speaks to sort of the unique moment in time where we're at. And the judge read back the 2 factors as why the state would be seeking the upward departure. And again, you mentioned the crash, the additional risk people were put at because of the fleeing car, and then obviously the grave injuries that were suffered by the elderly gentleman in the crash. So, I mean, I don't see clearly where the state would have trouble moving forward and separating, quote unquote, Blakely matters from the rest of their prosecution. The second factor being defendant abused her position of authority as she was a licensed police officer in full uniform who had seized Dante Wright. I think that's pretty well established. But again, we're talking potential aggravated sentencing, upward departures, but that, of course, only if there is a guilty verdict. The one thing, Marsh, I did want to get you to comment on is that the state seems awfully frustrated here. Just they feel they had an agreement in chambers. They did not. Yesterday, I was in court. They wanted to give the jury the taser to physically hold and feel it, and they thought they had an agreement to do that, and it was stopped short. In fact, the deputy was basically 2-3 steps across the room to take the sample taser and bring it to the jury, and then the defense objects. They were frustrated this morning losing this motion on Sergeant Johnson's and his sort of legal analysis of deadly use of force last week. I just feel that the state right now is flummoxed, is frustrated. Maybe some things haven't gone their way as this case has started. Are you seeing that? Are you sensing that?
All right, everyone, we are now going out to Michigan.